So I don't need that connection. And he was bound to what? This thing, I presume? Which I technically don't need anymore. And you're going to stay there because I'm eventually going to use you to feed power back to the main base. So that's cool, right? So that cleans that all up. Basically, that's all she wrote. Is that about it? There's a few other things we're going to have to do along the same line. So that was that column of power gen, right? Now we're going to want to do some more. So really, I only had that column going. I don't think I had a third column. I don't have anything going through here, right? This side didn't really have anything going on. Let's just confirm that. Nothing there, nothing there. We did have this guy ready to go, but I don't think we actually ever used him for anything, right? That might have been the power going up, wasn't it? I think it was. So you can actually be removed, because that was the power going up and out. Yeah, that's what this was. So you're not needed at all anymore. See how much cleaner this is going to look? With all the power being generated downstairs and all the power using machines being upstairs? I think that's going to just look all that much better. Let's put away you. Let's put away cables. I don't think I need anymore. I want that crystal lens to remind me to go back. And then this thing. You can go away. It's good for now. And you can go away. Cool. All right, so then we'll go down here. Close that up. And then we just need to, so this is like the high powered line, right? The orange crystals that send large amounts of power to things, which looks cool. And then this is the low power line, which isn't that big a deal, right? We just need to say, are you getting power yet? So let's bind you. This guy's not in use, but he's just going to be there for when he needs to be used, right? And you combined to this, right? So you're going to send power up. You're powering that guy. You're sending power up. I don't think I have to change much here. You're sending power to that guy. And you're distributing power throughout here. And then you're sending power up to that guy and distributing power throughout here and all those things, right? And then you're sending power up. We're going to actually break you because I don't need this anymore. And then you don't need to exist anymore. And you don't need to exist anymore. Now, this thing has 3.9 billion RF that I just placed. So I'm going to real quick bind you down here to the power input side of things. Now, this is obviously just temporary, so it's okay if it's ugly, right? So you in output mode bind. Device is linked, and you should quickly fill up with 3 points. So you're getting like plus 30 million RF a tick right now. And you're going to rapidly fill up your internal buffer. And that should be cool, right? So now you're done. I can remove you. Let's go back up to the roof. The quickest way there would be doing this. In theory, the orb upstairs should be empty now, if I'm not mistaken. Or close to it. Yes, 0 RF. Totally empty orb, right? So I can now destroy this, which I'll do off camera. But in theory now, my base is completely switched over to being powered by the basement orb as opposed to the roof orb, right? So all power is going into the basement orb, and all power is coming out of the basement orb, and we have finished this design. Sweet. So you are currently at 4 billion out of 2 trillion. So we're 0.19% full. Not even a little bit full. Energy demand weighted. That's interesting. That's cool. That tells me that it's measuring how much power my base is trying to use right now. That's really interesting. What if I'm just for giggles? I was going to wrap up like right now, but now I'm just really curious about something. What if I asked for Awakened Draconium? I'm curious if this energy demand flips. I want to kind of listen for it. Look at that. While it's crafting Awakened Draconium, the energy demand is at 2.5 million RF. You hear it? And now the crafting, the power infusion piece is done, so the energy demand is dropping back down. That is interesting. That is really cool. So it automatically measures how much power is trying to be pulled out of the... That is neat. I like it. All right, wrapping up point. Devil20 signing off. I like this little program. It is cool. We're going to keep an eye on this. For now, Devil20 signing off. Like I said, we will come back next time. Probably should fix that, but I don't even know if I need that anymore because my computer downstairs is pretty much handling this, right? So I don't think I need this screen anymore, right? I don't need them. Devil20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. You know the deal. Take it easy. Let's Play series. Today, I have a plan. So the video that went live today is the one where I built my first turbine, or maybe it was the one after that. And basically, I see a lot of people requesting a second turbine. So we're gonna do it. Like, I think I left off that episode saying, hey, if you want a second turbine, let me know. I expected a lot of people to say like, nah, don't bother. But actually, quite a few people do want to see that. So we're going to do it. So I've got all kinds of cool stuff planned for today. I would like to, pretty quickly, actually, it shouldn't be too much effort, to build a second turbine and hook it into our computer here. And the computer, I think we're going to have to figure out how it's going to realize that there's a second turbine added. I don't know if it'll just, like, automatically be like, hey, new turbine, cool. Or if I have to, like, do something to make it realize, like, hey, turbine. Right? So there might be a thing I need to do. There may not be. I don't know. But long story short, it should automatically adjust my reactor to make it generate more steam and do cool things. But first things first, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's make a turbine. So if we check our refined storage system, we should see that it is currently wrapping up on some Enderium. And once that's done, we'll be good to go. But already I kicked off the craft for all the things that are necessary. So let's make sure we've got our builder's wand. Let's get at reactors going here. So I've got some turbine housing. I've got some turbine glass that I requested, but it doesn't seem to have crafted. So I may need to kick that off. Did you like ignore my request for turbine glass? Because I totally asked for like a ton of that stuff. And I don't see it here. Turbine glass? Where is that request? Okay, maybe it didn't go. So, turbine glass. Yeah, last modify. Okay, cool. I don't know. Whatever. I need 312 of it. So let's just do like 320, because that should be pretty cool. And start. And now you're going to realize that I want turbine glass. Yay. Oh, you know what? Interesting. Cool, I guess. So it's making a few things. You're doing your thing? Yay. Alright, so while that cooks, we can go ahead and lay out the foundation of the turbine, which will be this. And you can see, like, I kind of prettied up the walls here a little bit. I should probably take these out before I do anything else. That was instrumental in building my 5x5 column of stuff, but no longer necessary. So put you guys away. I'm going to put you away for the time being. What else don't I really need? That's good enough for now. So, yeah, basically we're going to replicate the build that we did to get this working before. Now that's about it, right? And then we can to here, to here, and that looks good, right? Sweet. And that's gonna mirror the build there. And this will tell me whether I chose the right amount of turbine housings. I may or may not have, but I think we're looking pretty good. And once this is done, we're basically going to, just building this turbine will double the amount of power we're generating from our reactor, right? And that should be cool. So yeah, we have 3 extra turbine housings, nice. Let's come back when my glass is all done. All right, stage 2 of turbine design. Whoops, totally didn't want to do that. Oh well, quick enough to break and fix. Gotta be a little bit more careful about that. I should put on the builder mode that doesn't allow that to happen by mistake. That's pretty good. At least if it happens now, it'll happen just for one row. Cool, right? Okay. And then we'll want 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Let's get into bat mode here just so we can fly in. So the middle block back here is your turbine housing. So that should be good. And then over here, we're going to need a controller and a rotor bearing. Right? I don't think I made those. So turbine controller. Let's get those. So we're going to want 2 of these guys. And then a turbine. Just get like 10 more of these, because I know I'm going to need a few for some of the miscellaneous blocks I need to make. So turbine controller looks like to be where? Where are you, turbine controller? There's the rotor bearing that I need. So that's cool. We're going to need 2 more rotor shafts then. Should be easy enough. And then turbine controller. Sweet. Okay. So this guy can go here. And this guy can go here. And then we want to run shafts, which luckily give off light, which makes this like a lot nicer looking if you think about it. Cool. And then we had the rotors go on the front side, right? So that's cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And as many as can go. And by now, hopefully my Enderium is done. It's actually making literally 1 more. We're waiting on 1 more Enderium at this point, because I'm pretty sure I requested 37. So it was almost done. Wow, because I took a long break in between that segment. So I'm surprised it's still crafting. That's hilarious. But 1 more set of Enderium ingots, and we'll be good here. So that 37, I guess I can start placing, and then we'll. So how did I do it over here? Was it? All right, I ran it all the way back except for those last 3. And I got a lot of comments saying like, why didn't I just fill in the last 3? That'll actually slow the turbine down more, I think, and that would almost like be a bad thing, right? So I may have backed myself into a little bit of a corner here. There we go. So we'll put this here, and then we'll grab the 1 more Enderium block, which should be done by now. Cool. And then we're good, right? So this should be error is not valid for turbines XD. 48. 428. Where is that? That's on this side. And 218, 243. Oh, right, because the front of the turbine is not filled up yet with glass. There we go. Nice. All right, so next things are, I'm just kind of replicating what we have over here, and I'm running a line straight underneath to this bad boy. And what we're going to get is pretty much I want to map out the exact same layout that I've got already. So what I'll do is I'll break this and stick the computer port here. Cool. I'll break this and stick the power tap. And then how do I have these guys lined up? So they're kind of off-centered with that. So like right here and here is where we have this and this. And the one on the right is the blue one. So let's get out of our bag our wrench. The extreme wrench. And then we're going to want some fluid ducts. Super laminar fluid ducts. Let's get 20 more of those bad boys. So that'll get crafted. And then from Open Computers, we're going to want another adapter, right? Or do we just need cables to plug into that thing. So we don't actually need an adapter. So I should be able to just ask for cables. I feel like I had extras of those already, but maybe I used them all. Now before I hook that up, I want to make sure that our fluid stuff's hooked up correctly. So let's get those super laminars, which should be in progress. taking their sweet time. Come on, super laminars. What is up? What machines do I have to go click an acceleration wand on? Talk to me. Pulverized obsidian, huh? You're the one gumming up the works? Faster, faster, faster. Alright, so super laminars, that one's good. We should be good on this line now. Cool. So water flowing out, steam flowing in. That should be cool. Let's just validate that everything looks good. So you should be full of steam now? Cool. All right, so let's hook up the computer and see what happens, because I'm legitly not sure what's going to happen when I do this. Boom. Did you just like auto figure out that there's a turbine there, or what's the deal? Combined view. Hey, turbines! There's a new turbine there, and it's in kickoff mode. Cool. So kickoff mode means that it's trying to speed up. So kickoff mode, I think, means that we're going to have the coils disengaged, meaning that they're not trying to generate power, and the turbine's active. Vent overflow only is fine. Are you not getting enough steam? Right, so he's not getting enough steam right now, and neither are you. And the reason for that is probably that you need to be adjusted. Or maybe you need more water? Oh, you know what? He might have been on vent overflow. That's the problem. Let's make sure your vent is closed, as is yours. We might have derped up water a bit. We might need a little bit more water to go in here. How did I do that in the past? Export bus? Is that what I did last time? Do I have a bucket of water handy? I do. Cool. Come on, exporter. There you are. And some cables, probably, would be nice. Did I put that on the other side of the reactor? Is that how I did it? I know I've got a thing over there. Is that what I did? I'm trying to remember how I set this up like a million years ago. Hey, yeah, there you are. Coolant port. Sweet. Water should be actually going in there already. So you should actually already be doing that. Redstone mode. Oh, it has redstone enabled. That's why. So if I turn you to without redstone, he should be good to go for dumping water in. Nice. Now we're cooking. Cool. Beautiful. And now you've got the appropriate amount of steam. You've got the appropriate amount of steam and probably a little backlog of water. So let's turn you off again. And that should be fine. So let's see. Are you cool? And how are you doing? You're good. Nice. All right. So now the turbines are behaving themselves a little bit better, right? So he's going to, in kickoff mode, he's not producing any power because when the coils are engaged, it takes longer for the speed up to happen. So see how it's speeding up its RPMs? Once he gets to an appropriate level of RPM, the coils will engage, which will cause it to speed up slower, much slower, like, you know, super slow by comparison. And oh, your RPMs dropped a significant amount. So what is the combined view here saying? Yeah, cool. So your reactor is adjusting the amount of buckets per tick that you need. So that's cool. Nice. All right, so we'll see what happens. I'm going to give this thing a few minutes to figure himself out, and we'll be right back. All right, so taking a look at the computer here, because this is the thing that's really the variable for us. The first turbine is still, he's in a slow spin-up state, which I guess means that he's trying to spin up, get his RPMs up, but he's also allowing the engaged coils to run. So that's kind of cool. And then this guy's still in a kickoff state, which means he's trying to get his RPMs up without the coil engaged, right? His steam consumption is 2. His steam consumption is 2. Now, reactor is currently outputting 3.9. I don't know why it hasn't adjusted the coils thing to be to like 4.0. But I guess it may or may not figure itself out at some point. We'll see what happens. So I'll be right back. Cool. So it looks like our turbine here just switched into the green, which is good. He's still in kickoff mode. I'm assuming once he hits around 1800, which is, you know, the sweet spot for RPMs, is when he's going to flip into it. It'll probably be around 17 or 1800. He'll flip into and engage his coils. So let's see if that is correct. So you're hitting around 1700 now. Nice. Still in kickoff mode. Steam consumption still at 2 buckets per tick. How are you doing on Steam? You're fine. How are you doing on Steam? Pretty okay. Could be better. We need to produce more steam in our... There we go. Right around 1780. Boom. Internal energy buffer filled up. Cool. All right, so what I should probably do now is do a thing that I should have already done, but I'm a derp, so I didn't. You. Come here. Totally forgot to do this. Like, I placed the block and didn't hook up anything to it. So you're going to be in input mode, which means you're going to fill up internal buffer, and you're going to bind directly to that dude, which means you'll also be sending power. So now your internal buffer should clear out, which should be good. Cool. Energy buffer is good, producing 23,000. You actively disengaged your coils and the turbine. Interesting. Why would you do that? Calibrating. Okay, cool. So what are you doing? Suspended here and calibrating here. Interesting. I don't know if that's, like, I don't understand how this program works, if I'm being totally honest, right? Like, I didn't write it, so we'll just keep an eye on things and see what it does. I'm assuming at some point, oh wow, you switched down to 2 buckets per tick instead of, okay, interesting. I don't know why you decided to suspend this guy. Maybe he figured that we don't need the power so much? Energy demand is 0? That can't be right. I don't know. I'm going to give it a few minutes to think. It might be like thrown off by the fact that the internal buffer filled up and it realized like, hey, I don't need that. One thing I can try doing is toggling charge mode on, and that I think kicks both turbines into gear and makes them start, you know, going. And then turning off charge mode, I don't know, we'll see. Charge like forces it to run, and without charge mode on, it like tries to be smart. Alright guys, so after a little bit of just waiting around, it looks like the 2 turbines have gotten to the point where they're both at a stable rate. And you can see it says stable on them is their state. And the reactor has gotten to the point where it's producing around 4 buckets per tick. So everything did sort itself out. One thing I did do is turn on the charge mode, which I think just forces it to generate power. If I turn off charge mode, it's going to drop it down to the point where I think it tries to turn things on as needed, which probably, like, it's going to turn stuff on and off, right? To try and meet the demand of what we need to do, right? So energy demand, that's interesting, is that it's reading energy demand as low, and it's like bursty. You know what, that kind of makes sense, or so? I don't know, actually. I'm trying to realize, like, why energy demand is, like, flickering on and off. So, you know, we've got this guy who's sending power out to this guy. So they've got internal buffers, right? So I'm wondering if that's something to do with it, like because it's an internal buffer of power. So by turning on charge mode, it just kind of says like, just run. Don't try to be smart. Just go. Charging, boom, we're going to charge up your energy storage device. And I'm assuming it'll turn off when the thing gets full, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. So I think without charge mode on, it tries to be smart and match the energy demand and turn the reactors on as needed. But with charge mode on, it's just going to be like, I'll run them full blast and like just fill up your buffer because why not? Cool. So let's let that run for a bit and come back to check on it shortly. All right, short period of time later, and we're up to about 5.5 billion RF, which is a very nice number, not gonna lie. 0.26, so not even just above 1/4 of 1% of the total capacity of the tier 7 orb down there, but that's fine. We will probably get into more power gen options at some point to, just for fun, get that thing up, because we're already at the point where like we're gonna struggle to use that much power. Not really the 5 billion, especially because what I want to do next is work towards getting ready to fight the Chaos Dragon. I think that's probably going to be my next tier of stuff. So the Chaos Dragon is a boss that's added by Draconic Evolution, and all the overpowered gear that you can get in Draconic Evolution is working its way towards being able to fight that boss, right? So we've already got Draconic tier capacity on our bow for arrow damage, speed, and draw speed, which is cool, right? And if we check this guy out, we can see like we've got, you know, like base damage, and auto fire, all this good stuff, like all boosted up, so to the point where this thing's like a really silly overpowered weapon. Not, however, when it comes to the Chaos Dragon. So that thing's gonna wreck you. I'm not gonna lie, it's a very powerful boss that really hurts. So the best way to deal with it is getting some overpowered armor. And this armor, while overpowered for pretty much every other Minecraft example of combat, is probably what you need in order to fight the Chaos Dragon, and you still might even die without a little bit of luck. So we're going to want to get Draconic tier armor. That's our next goal. In order to get that, we're going to need a Wyvern helm and sets of Wyvern gear. So let's start off by getting the Draconic Wyvern gear for each component, right? So we're going to need basically diamond armor of each piece, and we're going to need a Wyvern core and Wyvern energy core. So let's get 4 of each of these. 4 of each of these. And we'll probably just want a diamond helmet to get a Draconic helmet. Cool. We're going to want a diamond chestplate to get a Draconic chestplate. And this gear by itself is pretty powerful. But we're not going to even spend any time working with it, right? This is like the tier 1 version of the gear. The armor that you get available through Draconic Evolution. So I'm going to remove my super cool diamond armor, and I'm going to equip. Everything's charging up. Nice. So let's bring up our HUD here. I like to tweak the bottom left to scale it down to about 60%, around the same place. Fade out can be full, 100%. Numerics can be on, and that should be good. So what that should do is when I take damage or anything changes about my armor, it'll show me for a minute, and then it'll 100% fade out. It sounds pretty good, right? Because I don't like UI clutter on my screen. So how does this thing work? Well, let's actually leave this guy off for a minute so I can show you. So there's a couple pieces of information down here that we can kind of see. And if you look into your Draconic Evolution tablet, I think it spills the beans on how this whole thing works. So Wyvern armor, yada, yada, yada. Draconic energy shield is what you get. So the Draconic energy shield is basically a big shield of energy that protects you from damage. So let's go find something that's going to attack me, if I may. Let's find a monster of some kind. I realize it's daytime, but we'll see. It just became daytime. Let's flip it to night. I'll be right back. Okay, making it nighttime. Thank you, Draconic dude. Oh, look, a monster. What the heck are you? Alright, so for some reason you have wings. I really don't know what that's all about. That's cool. But look, he's attacking me. And my armor's barely being impacted by it. So I'm not actually taking damage at all. I have an energy shield around me that protects me from damage. You'll notice there's this EN number at the bottom that's going up, though. That guy is a little something. I don't know what the deal is with that. Okay, cool. I have no idea what that was. This is my mod pack, and I have no idea what I just fought. Does anybody know what that is? So let's go over here to these guys. This'll help. Sweet. Now we're taking damage like nobody's business. Booyah. Hello, how's it going, skeletons? Like I said, pretty powerful armor, and we haven't even upgraded it yet. Oh look, now they're fighting each other. They're all annoyed that they can't hurt me, so they're gonna fight each other. So the green bar is what we care about. The blue bar is my energy. That's how much power I have left. Look, another one of these things. What are you even? You're a zombie. Okay, cool. Something has that. So the green bar, or the blue bar on the bottom is my energy. We're getting out of there. That's how much power is stored in the armor. It uses energy to keep that shield up, and every time it has to repair that shield, it drains power. That energy, of course, is coming out of my Draconic Flux capacitor. So that thing's charging it and keeping the blue bar full. If that blue bar ever starts to drop, then we're going to be in trouble because it means our energy reserves are dropping and we're, in bad shape. The green bar is your entropy. Basically what happens is every time you take damage, you get entropy. The higher your entropy level is, the slower your shield recharges. And if your entropy reaches 100%, your charge really recharges slowly. And the 256, that's how much shield energy you actually have. So right now I have 256 shield energy out of 256 total capacity for shield energy, and it recharges pretty quickly as I take damage. However, if my entropy was high, the green bar moved more towards the red like we saw, I would wind up recharging my shield that much slower. So now that we have an understanding of how the shield works, because it's actually important to know that, because as we go to fight the more difficult bosses, we're going to want to keep that in mind. Let's upgrade this guy. So for about 1,000,000 RF each, and 2 awakened, an awakened core, and a Draconic energy core, right? And that's the same for every one of these, I'm pretty sure. So you are the same, and you are the same, and you are the same. So yeah, so I'm going to need 8 awakened, 4 cores, and 4 energy cores. Cool. So you awakened, we're going to need 4 of you. We're missing gold? Explain to me how I'm missing gold. No, seriously, explain to me how I'm missing gold. There's no way that I'm low on gold. I only have 162 gold. Okay then. Really? Am I like not processing gold at the moment or something? Or have I just used a really large amount of it recently? Okay, cool. I'm assuming gold ore comes from preferred yellow lens. That's cool. I would not have expected that. Maybe a to-do list item would be to perhaps look at increasing my thing down there. You. Maybe I'll get that up to tier 5 soon. You. This should start gathering gold for me. Wow, right in the middle of explanation, I run out of a resource. Hey, look, gold. Haha, cool. I'm really surprised to be low on gold. I'm surprised to be on low on anything, to be honest with you. Why do I feel like I'm low on a lot of resources? Well, these are alloys, so that makes sense. But this stuff I have plenty of, right? Yeah, thousands of it. Really weird that I would be so low on a resource, any resource at this point. Like, really surprised. I'm guessing my turbines might have used a lot of gold, didn't they? Like, turbine glass requires housings, which requires 2 gold each housing for each piece of glass. So, I mean, like, in fairness, we probably use about 1,000 gold for each turbine. So I guess that makes sense. All right, we'll be back in a minute once we get a few more pieces of gold here. And we're also going to need more draconium. So maybe now would be a smart time, let's put our armor back on, to visit our draconium age and do a little bit of mining. Because draconium, I mean, well, we have 50 blocks of it still, actually. So maybe I don't have to do that. That's what I broke my old orb. Cool. Okay, so awaken times 4 yet? So I'm going to need about a stack more of gold. So we'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to let this run. Okie dokie. So 674. That should be enough now. Get 4 of these dudes. Now, refresh my memory. That was one of these recipes, right? Nice. Automation, you are the best. How much does this cost power-wise? Oh yeah, just 9 million RF. All right, back in a minute. I will let these 4 craft, and then we'll get to upgrade. All right, real easy upgrade process. You, and then you go in. Be right back. So some upgrades that you'll notice right off the bat, right? First off, you'll notice that your armor, which normally stored 4 million RF, now stores 16 million RF. So this thing stores a lot more power. Also, what was, you know, a handful of shielding per device, right? So like, let's say the helmet, for example. That was, what was that, 38? Your draconic boots are going to store a lot more, right? So noticeably more armor right off the bat. So that's kind of cool for shielding wise. So with just 2 pieces of armor on, I have almost the same amount of shield as I had with the full suit of Wyvern. Now we're going to get the helm here and the chest plate, and it's going to recharge itself. So see the internal thing filling up there. Nice. Not too shabby. Now we can also upgrade all these, because as you notice, there's an upgrades option. So RF capacity, in terms of how much power it can store in the armor itself. We actually do want to probably consider upgrading this. Movement speed you can boost, shield capacity, and shield recovery. So let's do this, and we'll equip this guy. And you'll notice that blue bar fill up if you looked quickly, and now we've got 512. So basically double the amount of shielding out of the gate. There's other things we can do, by the way. So first off, your Draconic Helm has the option to turn on and off night vision, and the option to turn on and off hiding the armor so that it's not even visible, and night vision lock. So with night vision on and night vision lock off, it'll only turn on night vision if you're in an area that's dark, which is kind of cool. And then with it locked, obviously it'll be locked on at any point. So that's kind of neat. I'll turn it off for now, but that's actually, let's try, I want to see what it's like on underground. So like if we turn this on with night vision lock off, right? Night vision's not on right now unless I lock it on, right? So yeah, now it's locked on. Cool. So we don't want that. I want it off. So it says, hey, it's bright enough. I don't need night vision. However, when I go into my basement here, oh, that is cool, actually. That is really cool. So it's like, all right, well, as I get close to this, like, so here, I'm in an area with a high enough light level that it's disabling night vision, and then when I move away from this area, it's dark enough that it turns night vision on. That's kind of nifty. That's really kind of nifty, actually. So that's a thing that I kind of like. But I'm going to turn it off for now. So night vision is an option in the helm. Flight speed modifier. Flight lock allows you to lock rate of flight. Hiding armor, inertia cancellation, and boost on sprint. Nice. So I'm going to turn boost on sprint on. I'm going to put away my angel ring because I don't think I need it anymore. And I should be able to fly without it. Sweet. So what do these options do? So these are all powered based on, so I can control and I can move pretty quickly, but I can boost my flight speed modifier all the way up to 600% or anything you want. And then boom, your flight speed is significantly increased, right? And with boost on sprint on, you'll notice that your flight speed isn't that fast until you start sprinting with control, and then boom, it boosts it. So that's usually what I like to do, so that I can fly really quickly as needed. Inertial cancellation is nice. If we turn this on, what it means is as I'm flying, if I let go of the forward key, I immediately stop, instead of slowly stopping, which would be inertial cancellation off. Cool. You see how I kind of glide to a stop? I like the glide to a stop thing, but it's up to you. Your mileage may vary. Your leggings have a speed modifier as well, and a boost on sprint option. So these things are, here's me normal moving, and here's me sprinting moving. Kind of nice. And then draconic boost, right? Jump modifier, you can boost your jump, boost on sprint on, step assist on. That's the normal step assist thing, so it lets me jump higher. Not bad. I like it. So we've got some nice armor here. Now, to boost this stuff up, we're going to definitely want to augment it a little bit. So might want to actually tweak a few things here. I don't know. The speed modifier might be a little bit much. 100% seems nice. I just don't like the whole... I don't like the field of view change. That's so painfully obvious. Like, I know field of view change when you're moving is like a thing, but it just bugs me. I don't like it when it's like such a big field of view change. But we're definitely going to want to look at upgrades, right? So we can boost the RF capacity, shield capacity, and shield recovery. So these guys will be able to hold, and you can do the same for movement speed on the legs and jump boost on the boots if you wanted to increase your ability to move even faster than what we've already got. But shield capacity and recovery are big. Shield capacity is the total amount of shielding that you have, and capacity is how, or recovery is how quickly it recharges when you take damage. So we're going to want to boost these before we fight the Chaos Dragon. However, we're getting pretty close to the wrapping up point, so why don't we do this? Let's come back next episode and get ready to boost our armor, and then maybe take on a Chaos Dragon fight. Throughout this episode, we've gotten a decent amount of power. We're up to almost 7 billion RF. Nice. Including the power that we just used to craft all this stuff, so not too bad. For now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. You know what to do. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 89 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I've got a lot of armor upgrades to do, which I'm going to mostly do off camera, because, let's be honest, it would be boring to watch me craft a bunch of things in this Draconic Evolution crafting system over the next few minutes. So, I am implementing as much of this in an automated way as possible. Basically, I want to apply some upgrades. I've got this guy, which is an RF capacity upgrade key, which basically makes it so that anything that gets this upgrade can store more RF. And I'm going to apply that to the following 5 items. So if I drop this in here, for example, it should get extracted out and start crafting. And then it should get extracted out and placed into here. And I'm going to do the same with all my armor. Basically, it's going to let my armor and my Draconic Battery hold more RF, which is important. The reason I want to do this, as you may or may not guess, is I'm about to go fight the Chaos Dragon. And so in theory, that should extract out, and then, yeah, sweet. Nice. So this will cycle through and take care of everything. So this guy can now hold 384 million RF. We're going to do this for all the RF upgrades, and then we're going to do the same. I made 13 sets of items, because I need to do 5 RF upgrades, 4 for the armor, and 1 for the flux capacitor. That's 5. But then I need 4 upgrades for shield and 4 upgrades for shield recovery. So that's 4 plus 4 plus 5 is 13, which is why I have 13 sets of upgrade items in each of these guys. So upgrading all my armor for shield, shield recovery, and then also RF, and I'm also upgrading this battery dude for RF. So basically, that's what I'm working on. So the next tier of upgrade, which I'm going to need to take a look at in a moment, is going to need some nether stars, some draconic cores, and some emeralds. So basically I'll get that ready by doing this. Some emeralds. Some draconic cores. And I think it was wyvern cores, right? Tier 2? Yeah, wyvern cores. Right? And that'll be 12 more of those. Ooh, I need more draconium. Yeah, I could probably do something about that. So long story short, that's what we're doing, right? So now that all of you've gotten your upgrade keys for that, I'm going to, you're probably just a rendering bug. We're going to remove this. We're going to put a shield upgrade in there, and you guys are going to get shield upgrades to take care of things a little bit better. Meanwhile, I'm going to pop down here to my resonant furnace and drop this guy in. I'm going to drop some draconium ore in there, and hopefully that'll help things out. Sweet. You know what I might want is this guy, acceleration upgrade. And suddenly lots of draconium dust. I'm gonna have to go probably harvesting draconium in a bit. But for now, this should hide me over for what I need to do. Right? Sweet. So take care of all that processing. Acceleration wand, is it OP? Yeah. But, I mean, I've always argued that, like, if you're accelerating time waiting, like, that's not really OP. Like, certain mods balance around the time it takes to do things, and that's fine. But, like, frankly, I could just, like, do a cut here and be like, all right, we'll be back in 5 minutes when this is all done processing, or I can hit that wand a few times. And either way, to you, the viewer, it really doesn't make much difference, right? So now can I get my 13 wyverns? So 12 more? Nice. Cool. And you finished doing all your processing? Nice. Did you finish? You finished. Beautiful. So now let's swap this key out over here for this one, and we'll throw the armor in, and boom, boom, boom. So you'll notice, by the way, that my armor now has 76 armor per piece, which is an upgrade from whatever it was before. And pretty much all these guys are, well, I think we just did, well, it's 76 now, but we're doing shield capacity now. So this one will upgrade my armor capacity. The other one was armor recovery that we just did, which makes it, you know, recharge the armor faster, right? So this guy now has, wow, 153. Nice. That's what's up. That's totally what's up. So we'll be back in a few minutes when this is all done, and I've upgraded all my stats to awakened tier. See, this is the kind of boring off-camera work that you guys don't get to see all that often. Mining for draconium. Yeah, hit me all you want. I'm teleporting out of here. Whoosh. And to home we go. Yay. So you guys finished doing your thing. May or may not. I think I don't have draconium set to automate, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. So what I've been doing usually, because I haven't decided how I want to automate that, if I want to automate it even. Usually, I mean, there's a very small number of recipes that need dust. So I probably should just automate it. And then what happens usually is I go to craft those recipes and it on-demand crafts the dust, and then the dust falls into the automation chain and starts doing things. So that's, you know, bad times. So, I don't know, we'll see what happens. But for now, draconium's on its way. Cool. Are you guys all done and stuff? Nice. Alright, so you need, I think RF upgrade is next. So, move these guys into here, and now they're all going to be able to hold even more RF. Cool. So, what was 348 will presumably be able to hold more. That's an interesting recipe. Nice and quick. Now it's 512. Sweet. Back in a few. Oh, probably a good idea to recharge all my handheld items. Yeah, probably not bad at all. Oh, I also had to, reason I have or maybe we ran out of, where skeleton skulls. So I had to turn this thing low on Alright, if I'm not mistaken, we should be at Draconic tier on all these guys. And Draconic tier on my flux capacitor. Beautiful. So let's put on our set of armor. Yeah, look at all that power. I didn't even have enough power inside my capacitor here to fill up my armor. Sweet. But he's going to quickly fill up with his 640 million RF capacity for storage, and then he's going to dump all that power into my armor, which you can see on the blue bar on the bottom left filling up. Total armor capacity is now 2048, so significantly improved over previous tiers. Sweet. And we can store about 1 billion RF in our armor, and 640 million RF in the flux capacitor. So each of these guys stores 256, so a little over 1 billion RF stored in my armor. So my armor literally holding about 1 billion RF. How ridiculous is that? Oh, it's good times. I only like this mod because of the ridiculous numbers that it demands. I mean, that's probably not true. I like it for other reasons too. Like it's a fun mod, right? It's totally OP, it's totally broken, but it's fun, and that's what counts, right? Like we all have a good time playing with it. So, and to be fair, you do need this for the Chaos Dragon fight. Like it is not an easy fight by any stretch of the imagination. So we've got let's just review our gear, right? We've got a really nice bow ready to shoot lots of bad guys. We've got a really nice capacitor, which is charged up as pretty much as full as it can be, I imagine. And I don't think I can get a better capacitor than this at this point, so that sounds pretty cool. 640 million RF sounds like a good number to hang out with. I think we're ready to pop over to the end and give this fight a try. So step one of doing the shenanigans that we need to do, I can put away my angel ring, which I was using temporarily while my armor was being upgraded, is to pop over to the end. End portal, dial once. Sorry, teleportation. Hooray! Pop into the end. Woot. And now we have to find a dragon. Alright, so Chaos Dragon spawns every 10,000-ish blocks. So 10,000 blocks in that direction, 10,000 blocks in that direction, 10,000 blocks in that direction, 10,000 blocks in that direction. And then, so like we can go to like 0, negative 10,000, 0, positive 10,000, negative 10,000, 0, positive 10,000, 0, right? And then we can go positive 20,000, 0, positive 20,000, 10,000, positive 20,000, negative 1,000, right? And we can go along those lines. So that's where the Chaos Islands should be. So let's bring up our flight speed here, because we're going to want pretty much a decent amount of flight speed, right? 600% sounds pretty cool. Was there a speed upgrade on flight? I don't think so. It was just movement speed on my leggings, which I'm not going to worry about too much. So let's just go this way. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm going to mark which direction I went, right, with that guy, right? Because we might, at some point, want to fight... Wow, I moved a lot faster than I thought I would. Fight multiples of these guys. So I'm just going to head south and just zoom. Luckily, Draconic Flight is pretty darn fast. Like, I've already covered almost 2,000 blocks in the Z direction. So we're about 1/5 of the way there. Not too shabby. So let's come back in a minute when we get to about 90% of the way there. We're already 1/3 of the way there, so this won't be long. Alright guys, we're here. Chaos Dragon fight time. Alright, I think first off, just like the normal dragon, we have to shut down... So, I'm getting shot a lot. These things hurt, what he's shooting at me, quite a bit. That's why we need to be quite ready. Yeah, so see my entropy going down? Well, it was down if you go back a few seconds. He hurts. He hurts a lot. I think... critical damage. Oh boy. I took damage to the point where I would have died there. One of the nice things that, you know, your Draconic Armor does is it protects you from dying. But, wow, did that hurt a lot. I very much almost died there. Holy cow, that was close. Let's get... That was dangerously close to, like, goodbye, Direwolf. I have to shut down all these things to even be able to damage him, I'm pretty sure. So, unlike the normal dragon, where they heal you, or they heal the dragon, these things actually prevent him from receiving damage at all. Oh boy, close, 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 critical damage. See? See? I'm actually, like, in a bad position right now, believe it or not. Mostly as a account of the fact that I have almost completely drained my 640 million RF battery. It really hurts the battery usage quite a bit when you take that critical damage. It drains a ton of power to keep you alive, and that absolutely just happened twice. So I've already used up my battery that I brought with me to keep my armor up and running. So my armor is not in the greatest of shape. Oh boy, critical damage again. Dude, these things just catch up with you, don't they? I feel like they're a little bit more aggressive than they were in 110. Whoo, this dragon's crazy. Remember when I told you you absolutely need this armor? I wasn't kidding. Critical damage. Standing still is really a bad idea. Really, really. Sitting still at all seems to be a really bad idea. Now, one of the keys here is, you know, obviously fast flight speed helps. But, like, swooping in, taking out the crystals. Woof! See, entropy causes my shield to regen slower, right? So it's regenning faster as the entropy cools down. That's absolutely a thing. Ooh. Harder than it looks, guys. Harder than it looks. But I think I've got most of the protective crystals shut down. Wow, look at all that. All those projectiles coming directly from me. Alright, what do we got by way of crystals left here? This one seems to be online still. Come on, there's got to be a hole here somewhere. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Alright, cool. Cool, cool, cool. So I've still... Luckily, I upgraded the RF capacity of my shields. Is he vulnerable now? He is. He's vulnerable. Oh, so close. Grave could not be placed. What? It was so close. I almost had him. That was a tough fight. Alright, so I'm going to basically want my angel ring, and we're going to want to try and figure out if a grave got placed. But I should be able to go down there and finish him off. So let's come back in a minute once I've used my angel ring to fly out there. I'm a little bit worried about that grave could not be placed message. That's not a good sound, so I'm going to figure out what's up with that. Alright guys, so I found out what grave could not be placed does. It makes it so that your items just fall on the ground. Haha! That was not exciting. So like I literally flew back there expecting to see something along the lines of like, I didn't know what to expect, honestly, because it said grave could not be placed. I was hoping that that was like a fake error. It wasn't. No, it absolutely did not place my grave. So unfortunately, some of my items were lost as a result of the fight. I flew around. As soon as I got over there, I saw my items on the ground, so like I didn't even have time to start recording because Dragon was shooting at me and I needed to get those items. So like I flew, grabbed all my items. Luckily, my magnet ring was right there, so like as soon as I got it, I right-clicked it and it started magneting up the rest of my items. And then I had to teleport out of there because things were nuts. And I lost my sword. I lost the hammer that I just made, the crescent hammer. I can put my angel ring back because I don't need him anymore. What else did I lose? I lost some burgers. So let's get some more cheeseburgers to eat. Bacon cheeseburgers. That sounds cool. I lost... Let's see. I have my wireless crafting grid. I lost my mana tablet. I lost my ender pouch. Probably want to remake one of those. Was not a bad idea. So luckily the things I lost aren't too hard to replace. I'm really lucky that I didn't lose any of my Draconic gear, because that would have caused me to have to re-upgrade everything. So luckily that's all well and good. And my bow as well. But I definitely lost my sword, which is a bummer. So what do I have sword-wise? I have the old Dire Sword. Let's use that for now, and maybe we'll get something better in the future. Is there anything else that I might desperately need to take with me on this fight? I lost my Void thingy that had a bunch of blocks inside of it, but I'm not going to worry about that. We'll just bring Cobblestone with us to fill that spot. And otherwise, I think I'm now good. Just my mana tablet, which I should probably actually make another one of, because that does power some of my things and whatnot. So let's get a diamond. Been a while since we looked at Titania, huh? Feels like a long time since I played that. Cool. I guess I do have to go out there anyway, don't I, to charge this guy. So what are these guys' modes right now? Hopefully one of you isn't fill up the pool thing. Alright, I might have to get out. Luckily, I found my bag as well. I would have been really upset if I lost this bag. That would have been a bad time. You would have come back to a pretty ragey direwolf. Now we're talking. Filling up the tablet. Sweet. Yeah, there would have been much raging if I had lost this bag. Because I don't even know what's in here, right? I have no idea. If you asked me what was in this bag right now, I would say, I don't know, a bunch of tools. That would be my literal answer to you. So yeah, really glad I didn't lose that. The good news is the dragon still is low on health, so I should be able to pop back over there. Let's see, dial up the end portal and fly out in that general direction, and hopefully nothing crazy happened. When I was out there before and got my stuff back, he definitely was alive still. All right, getting close. Should be coming in pretty soon here. So this dragon should be a cakewalk to finish off now. There he is. See, look, he likes to fly underneath the island now. I don't know what's up with that. Can I even hit him from this distance? Probably not. Alright, dragon, you're mine now. You got nothing on me. Nice. Rip. And the dragon is down. That was so close. I almost killed him without dying. So one of the things that happens here... Ooh, hello, explosions and bombs and kabooms and wow. Yeah. Let's go down. Ow, 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 ow. Luckily shielding. Told you I needed insane armor. Alright, down we go through obsidian. Slowly but surely through obsidian. Why did it have to be obsidian? Hopefully I'm in a good position here. Oh, now we're talking draconium infused obsidian. Now I know we're getting to the right spot. Even more shenanigans. I should have made like a 3x3 miner, but it's all good. Hello, there we go. Nice. Alright. So what we now have access to is this, the Chaos Shard, which is pretty much... Oh, and lots of experience apparently too. Ooh, look at all that experience. Yeah, that's a silly number. Chaos Shard. When we break this, the island we're on is going to detonate. We didn't see it before because the dragon was obviously killing us pretty badly. But long story short, there was a force field around this shard crystal, and it breaks down or gets removed once the dragon dies. So you can't come get this crystal until you've killed the dragon at this. Hooray! We got 5 Chaos Shards. Sweet. And we need to get out of here, because now it's time for a big explosion to occur. Like, really big. We just detonated a pretty nasty kaboom. So by breaking that Chaos Shard, a little bit of instability was implemented. And, yeah, that shaking is like, I'm not touching the mouse at all, I promise. That's the effect of the explosion getting ready. There's a big rumble, and then the calm before the storm. Kaboom! Goodbye, island. I like to back away a little bit because it is actually quite a damaging explosion. I think my armor will protect me, but considering we just had a really tough run-in with corpse runs, it was not fun getting my stuff back. I think it's safe to say that we should stay at a distance here. That's an explosion. Hello. Hello, explosion. Goodbye, island. So that was the Chaos Dragon's island. It is no more. One thing I gotta say, really nice explosion added in Draconic Evolution. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. To home we go. Whoosh. So that is the final end boss of Draconic Evolution as it stands right now. You get Chaos Shards from that. Woot. And, oh, I got a heart too. Nice. Chaos Shards can be used for a few things. One is they can create the Draconic Reactor Core if we want to get into the Draconic Reactor. And two, they can be used to make Chaotic Cores for 800 million RF per crafting operation. Not to mention the Awakened Cores we need, right? So, yeah, that's good times. And Chaotic Cores, you need one of those and 2 Dragon Eggs per upgrade to a Chaotic tier. So anything you want to implement as a Chaotic tier, which is an upgrade path that you can totally do. So first off, we would need a few of them just to get the Chaotic Fusion crafting injector going, right? And then we can Chaotic upgrade our stuff. You're also going to need one of them to make reactor stabilizers. So you need that for reactors as well a little bit. So yeah, like if you wanted to upgrade to Chaotic Draconic Bow, for example, to have Chaotic level arrow damage, speed, and draw speed, you would need first to get about, I don't know, 10-ish. Well, I mean, it's only 5 here, but the upgrades use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 8 total Chaotic tier injectors, right? So we need to kill another dragon in order to do that. Like, it might be fun, so we might consider that. But yeah, we defeated the Chaos Dragon, and that is something that I'm a little proud of. We lost the first fight, but I mean, you know, we came back and finished the job. It was close though, it really was. But yeah, we're gonna need to be a little bit more careful. Not that I wasn't being careful, but a little bit more careful next time we go fight this boss. I might make a second flux capacitor. That might be the route to take. Just to have an extra bit of battery power for these guys, right? Because they all did a good job, you know, until the end. I just needed a little bit more power to survive that fight. Oh well, lessons learned. So now I already went south, and didn't I? Oh right, didn't I place like a thing here? I think this gets reset when you teleport. I don't know. I guess maybe something sort of, perhaps. I guess the thing got lost. Long story short, we already went south. Let's go north this time. Now you can go further south and hit a 20,000 access dragon, right? So it would be 10,000, and then there's another dragon at 20,000. But the dragons that are further away get incrementally more difficult to fight. So at 10,000, he was easy. At 20,000, he's harder. So we want to probably kill all the 10,000 dragons first, and then kill all the, 20 dragons. I'm probably not going to kill a lot of them, because I usually don't go too deep into it, right? Usually what I do is just kill a few, just to get a few nifty upgrades. But if you really wanted to, like, fully complete this, you'd probably have to kill a handful of these guys to get all the Chaotic upgrades and all the things you would possibly want. And eventually we might look into making the Draconic Reactor that creates a whole bunch of power for us. But, long story short. And you know what I'm going to do this time is if I get into real trouble, I'm going to teleport out and recharge my batteries and come back. Because that is a much better strategy than trying to survive and possibly dying. But yeah, you could, I mean, obviously there's a reason to keep killing them, right? If you want to have multiple Draconic reactors. But we'll see without death. Because, like I said, death was bad. I didn't enjoy that experience. And we definitely lost a few items. And luckily we didn't lose too many items. Otherwise it would have been bad. Let's just check TPS real quick. We're generating a lot of terrain, and I don't want lag during the time that I fight this dragon. So once terrain gen calms down, we'll fight him. Alright, I think it's calmed down. At least enough. So there should be a dragon. Right here! Hello, dragon. Found you. Found you. couple of things. Whoa, Nelly, that was close. Oh, critical damage. Close one, close one, close one. The problem is that all those projectiles start grouping up with each other, and if you let them hit you, it's like all at once, boom, serious business, critical damage, right? Hey, that should have been a hit. That was totally like a good shot. And I think I can actually hit these projectiles with my... I can hit something. Maybe the blue ones I can hit with my arrows, but typically it's better to just avoid them. Nice, took out 2 crystals there. Almost critical damage. Remember, critical damage is the one that really zaps your power. How's my flux capacity doing? Okay. So if it has to protect me from critical damage, that's a huge power drain on my armor, and therefore on my capacitor, right? Like that was probably a huge amount of power just drained, right? Yeah, we're like killing it on power now. So at this point, I've kind of lost track of which crystals I've killed. Got it, got it, got it, got it. Nice. Letting a few things hit you and then getting away from it is probably not a bad strategy. Come on, you die. This one is really tricky to hit for whatever reason. Like, I feel like there's a lot of holes in this thing, and I'm just failing to hit them. Nice. Alright, there was one over here-ish. Woo! Crazy shenanigans. I think I got that one. Our entropy is pretty high, so my armor is pretty low right now, but it's recharging. Luckily, I put those shield recovery upgrades in. Got it. There's another one here that I have to get. I think I got that one. I think I got that one. No, I didn't. I'm gonna zip across. Alright, are you vulnerable yet? He is. He's vulnerable. Maybe not. Thought I cleared all these, but maybe not. Come here, Chaos Dragon. Where'd you go? Whoa, 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 whoa. This is an intense fight, guys. Credit where credit's due. This is a crazy fight. Come back here. He is fast, too. Like, I'm fast, too, on the horizon. Like, but flying up and down, I'm not quite as fast. Got him. Got him, got him, got him, got him, got him. That's what's up. Whew, that was another close one. It didn't say critical damage, so I'm actually okay. But it was definitely close. So the center of the island, roughly, is where you're going to find the thing. So how about we come back in a sec once I've gotten down there? Alright, I should be close. though I'm going through a lot of draconium-infused obsidian, which usually means I was too close to the center of the island. You kind of want to be like on the outer edge of the center, not directly in the center. Otherwise, you'd do that. Like all right, cool. All the experience. And this time, I'm not even gonna wait for the explosion to happen. I'm just gonna teleport out of here as soon as I grab this. So I got my 5 shards. Let's go home. See you later. No explosions for me. Wahaha. Nice. So just to be clear, completely out of battery power. Almost ran out of power in my bow. I really kind of lucked out in actually fighting and succeeding in that fight. I did better than my first fight, obviously. Fewer instances of being completely killed and my armor protecting me and keeping me alive. So that was good. But yeah, definitely really, really low on power. Barely survived. All right, I think that's a good wrapping up point for the episode. One less than successful fight with the Chaos Guardian, but one successful one that was very successful, actually. We'll come back next episode, and I'm not sure what I'll do. There's a couple things we can do that would be cool to do. I definitely want to get these things fully upgraded to like tier 6 if we can, and maybe look into getting tier 6 solars, because I'm curious as to how much power they will actually generate. And I'd like to see like how silly I can get with power gen. Draconium reactor would be cool to do, and I'd also like to maybe look into doing a rainbow generator and automating that guy from Extra Utilities 2. This thing produces a ton of power, like nigh stupid numbers. So we'll see what we can do. For now, Devil20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. You know the deal. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 90 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I would like to upgrade my Void Miner. So I went over to it, I broke all the blocks, I split it all up. Now I'm currently crafting the structure blocks that are required, and theoretically that should be good. Now we just have to upgrade the Void Miner itself. Which means a blind and that. Okay, that doesn't seem so bad. So diamond, a U guy, cool. And then you're going to need some ionite stuff. And I assume that those are blocks. And I should have a stupidly large amount of this stuff to the point where it doesn't matter at all. Right? And basically any color lens. I don't want you to use my crystal lens though, because that's one that's at this point probably not expensive, but still might as well go with the clear one, right? So now we have a Void Miner, Mark 5. Wah wah wah. Now the question becomes, do I want to move this guy? And the answer I come up with in my head is, yeah, probably, right? Because I should have 8 more structure tier 5s. Sweet. The reason I say yeah, probably, is because we're getting a little too big for this room to support the Void Miner. And we might want larger miniaturization field projectors stuff at some point. And we're really getting to the point where you're just going to be too big, right? So maybe we'll put this down in the old basement where you belong. Hello, bad guys. Wow, that's just funny. Astral Sorcery, please. Not that I'm concerned about monsters, but, you know. Astral Sorcery, please. So let's... Do I want this flush with the floor? Maybe? If I bumped him up some... I don't know how much actual space he needs to go up, actually. So let's get, like, some cobble. And this is obviously just temporary, so don't yell at me about cobblestone. I know. I should really make this room look nicer too. So if I placed him here, I wish there was a way I could like see or understand what the height requirements of this thing are. But he's gonna start just looking funny, so I think I should flush him with the ground. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to grab out of my bag here this dude and get ready to mine 5x5. So let's do it here. Let's go 5 down, because I really don't know how much space this is going to take up. as I go 4 down. Cool. All right, so this. I just want like a decent amount of space going on here. Hello. I guess they came from up there. That's cool. Oh, that's right. I don't have my voider thingy anymore. That got lost in the dragon fight. Oh well. It's all good. That look cool? That looks pretty cool. I should get that thing back for sure. Absolutely should get that thing back. Cool. So now this we're flush with the ground, right? And by flush with the ground, I mean like one above it, kind of like I had it in my room upstairs. So I'm going to put you there. And then that. Right? And let's take these guys out now. And that should be cool. Let's see what kind of size requirements that has. Hopefully that's the appropriate sizing. Alright, looks like I need to go this direction some. Oh, derp. Put these guys in. There we go. Does that look cool? I think we actually have to go deeper, believe it or not. At least 1 or 2 levels deeper. All right, yeah, this thing's big. This thing's really big. I'm interested to see what the size of a tier 6 is. It may be larger even, or it might not. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. There used to be a guide with environmental tech, and I don't think it's been re-implemented yet. That would tell you basically how big things needed to be. And that was helpful. Oh yeah, now we're building. Build, my friend, build. Are you done then? You might be done. Let's put away some junk and validate that we don't have any stuff in our inventory. Now, we do have extra structure panels, but that's okay. Oh, you can't see it in the thing. But there's less structure panels in the tier 5 than there are in the tier 6, which I don't fully understand. Oh, and you? I want you to not be a gold laser. I want you to be the crystal laser, because I want to start getting the top tier crystal stuff. And that's going to be used eventually by us to make, possibly look into solar panels. So do you look like you're done? I think you do. Looks pretty good, right? He looks complete. So let's do 2 things. First, let's get from Draconic. I want to have a basic IO crystal set to output. And I think my Draconic stuff is in my bag, or did I have it out still? Oh, I have it out still. Cool, perfect. All right, so you're gonna go here, and then we'll stick our crate down here. And do we have a laser that's appropriate for this position usage? It would realistically be the one that goes here, right? So like, let's... I probably have these guys in still. One thing that I like about Draconic's flight is that it doesn't slow down your block breaking, which is awesome. So like, let's prepare for that to be a thing, and then we'll get a Draconic energy relay that can chill here, and then you're gonna bind... Did I just drop that thing? Yeah, I did. This to here, to here, and you can be set to output mode. Cool. So you should be dumping power into the thing. You should be generating. Sweet. Wow, look how fast that is. That is crazy. That is nuts. That is cool. And that's with more accuracy upgrades than speed upgrades. Because I think I put 10 accuracies and 6 speeds, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 accuracies. So, I mean, that could be even faster, which is comical. But in theory now, we should be getting one of these guys, which is like So Ionite comes from that. This one. Aethium crystals are only available from the 5 and the 6. Cool. Now, is there some kind of crystal from environmental tech that only comes from the 6? That's what I'm not sure about. So Aethium, I think, is the last one, right? So that's 5 and 6. That's 4, 5, and 6. 3, 2, 1, right? So this comes from tier 1. This comes from tier 1 as well. Erodium? Erodium comes from tier 1 now? That might be a bug, I guess. It should be only coming from 2. Okay, maybe not. So that comes from 2. That comes from 3. This comes from 4. And this comes from 5. Okay, and there's no crystal that's specific to tier 6. So technically, I probably don't have to upgrade this guy to a tier 6 modular miner. I could, and I might, just, you know, for the sake of that's cool. But technically, I don't have to. Now, in terms of getting the resources out of here, I might want to just make myself a nice little wireless dude. So let's get, what's it called? Network transmitter. So network transmitter, network card. Because all this does is cost power, and that's something that I have a lot of. So that shouldn't be a problem, right? So you're crafting at the moment, getting all the things. Let's start thinking about how we're going to make this room look nice, though, because that's a thing that we're going to want to do. And you know what I'll probably want also is an interface. So interface, go. So are you done with your network and your network card? Cool. All right, so network transmitter. I've been accumulating them up here. No reason to stop now, right? You, I think I just bind you to that, right? Something like that. No, I bind him to the receiving end. Okay. And then I want my interface. For now, it'll just be this. But if I move my thing down, I might do this a little differently, right? So this is gonna make it a little bit nice. Wow, that is a lot of junk. Surprisingly large amount of stuff. Alright. So, interface ready? Yes. You're gonna go there, you're gonna go there, you're gonna be shift right clicked, you're bound. I always forget which side. And then that. Cool. So now that network interface should, in theory, be cool. Now, he might be a little bit slow, so we're going to want speed upgrades. And I really need to do about, like, mobs being down here. I'm going to do 3 of you. Calm down, skeleton. What do you guys think might look nice in this basement area? I'm thinking, like, a bright color, like white. Something along those lines. Are your speed upgrades done? They are. And how about stack upgrades? So I want you to be faster, and I want you to do stacks at a time. And that should be cool then. Okay, stack upgrade it is. So that should speed stuff up quite nicely. Now, in theory, I don't really need the stack upgrade, to be fair. He should be fine. Yeah, he seems to be doing just fine with 3 speed upgrades. Yeah, if he cleared out the back stuffing with just speed upgrades and without stack upgrades, he'll be fine going forward. All right, so first things first, I'm covering up that. So at least they're not falling in from outside this room anymore. So that's nice. Let's look at Chisel and see what blocks we might want to use to make this area look a little bit nicer. So let me flip through here. I was thinking something like a nice brightish color because it's so dark under here. I want it to be like bright and cheerful-ish. So something like a white probably would work, I think. How does that look? Encased bricks? That's kind of cool, right? Oh, are you glowing? Oh, because I have you... Okay, yeah. You're glowing because I'm looking at you with the chisel. It's telling me what it's gonna... I have it set to 3x3 mode, so it can chisel 3x3 chisel blocks. Yeah. kind of cool. The dent one. It's very like plain and flat looking. Jelly bean? That's neat. Mosaic's kind of like dent. I like being able to do this so easily. You know, Celtic's one of my favorites, but I'm not going to use that because I use that all the time. Interesting. There's a lot of this. Holy cow. How many of these are there? A lot. Yeah, it's true. I guess marble's a popular one. Let me flip through and see what I like. How about Zag? That looks pretty cool, right? Now my real question is, do I have enough marble to actually fill this whole room? Or at least do the walls with marble. Right? Like, that's a big question that I don't have a very good answer to right now. Like, I don't know how much I'm going to need, but I suspect it's a lot. Right? And now marble, I mean, I've got a decent amount. Like, I've got almost 2,000 raw and about 516 cracked. So, like, we are getting marble. So, like, we're right around the 2,000, almost 3,000 point. All right, doing my best to deal with the darkness here. Luckily, exchangers make this a little bit easier to deal with. So I'm going to start off with lighting up the room, and I chose these panels because I think they'll look cool with the white, but if they don't, I can easily swap them out, and it's no big deal. 4, 5, and then 1. So basically, it's 5 in between each, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go. So that should be cool. All right, good deal. Back in a few minutes, gonna light up the floor, and then we'll exchange all the stuff and things. Cool? So we'll be right back. So that at least lights up the floor. Now, I'm thinking the walls are gonna be made with that cool encased. It was Zag that I wanted to make the walls out of, right? So let's swap you. I want you to be here. So you're gonna become Zag. Where is Zag again? It's around here somewhere. There it is. And then basically, you are going to be in whatever hotkey I made. There it is. Now, I could bump this guy up if I wanted to. Maybe I should do that real quick. What would be involved in making that? Just for fun, just to try out the higher tiers of exchangers, right? You apparently need a lot of electrons. You need these, and you need some glowstone buckets, some bronze. Do you even have glowstone buckets? How do you do this? Okay. And some electrum. And then you need one of these. Upgraded to that. A couple in bar. I have a feeling I'm going to need a bunch of these. Let me get this upgraded. We'll be right back. Alright, so that's reinforced. Sweet. Now what's involved in making you? A couple of you guys. Some signalum. So I need to make that whole new line of that. Yeah, okay. Be right back. I don't know if I'm going to bother with the resonant one because crafting this is like shenanigans. But it's not that bad. I might just do it just for completion's sake. We'll do it off camera though. Alright, I think this will do it. You and you. Nice. Resonant exchanger. Sweet. So how far can you go? Wow, 15 by 15. That's not bad. That's kind of spiffy. I like it. So in theory, I should be able to do. Nice. That's cool. I ran out of blocks well before I ran out of space. That is kind of cool. All right. Next order at hand. Let's get all the things. Which was like a good way to like automate this, but I don't think there's like a machine that'll do this for me, right? I think there used to kind of be one, but it was always a little bit buggy. So I think, I don't think it's a thing anymore. I might be wrong. There might be a way to automate it. I just don't know. Like, I could come up with, like, a crazy shenanigan-y way to do it, right? Like, but, yeah. Target block by leaving it in inventory, huh? Well, that's cool. Left click chisels blocks in world. I think it'll probably be just as fast to... Because, like, I could just put, like, raw marble down and then target zag and do stuff, right? What I could do is, like, build a system where, like, a block gets placed and then it chisels it with, like, a auto clicker and then it, you know, gets picked up. That would be doable. But meh. This looks pretty good, right? We should probably make it, as we're getting to the top here, a little bit smaller. That should be fine. Because I don't want to chisel things that are, like, not visible, typically, right? And my thought process is, I'll light up the walls a little bit. So how'd that do for resource-wise? Not terrible. That looks cool. Alright, let me get the rest of these walls done, and then we'll be right back. Does that look like it'll be cool, though? Like, I kind of like the way that looks. Yeah, that looks really cool, actually. I think that'll look good. Now, I'm going to have to get some kind of light source along the walls. I don't know if I want to break the multi-block, though. So, like, if I threw this in here, what's that going to do to the multi-block? It actually doesn't hurt it. Okay, I thought that would do, like, bad things to the multi-block, but it really actually doesn't seem to. So, I might do that. But we'll be right back. Alright, I did pretty good on marble here. Got the walls covered. Now to decide what I want the roof and the ceiling to be, because they should be like a different texture, right? And preferably a different color. And also, I don't want to make them out of marble because I'm now like stupidly low on marble. So what might be a cool chisel block to use up there? That would be like a nice offset kind of color. Like, I don't know about black. Maybe black. Like, black would be cool, right? Like a nice black to offset the white of the room, but I don't really know because direwolf. Gotta say, loving this big 9x9 mode, which could be even larger if I wanted it to be, but 9x9 seems to be a pretty nice number. You know, pull it out of thin air. Beautiful. Yeah, I like that. I like the, like, I know I've used this floor texture before, but I like it, so yeah, I'm gonna keep using it. I think it just looks good with the white walls, right? Yeah, that looks cool. For the ceiling, should I use the same thing? I don't know. All right, got the ceiling in place. And if I do say so myself, it looks pretty fancy. Hey, yeah, there you go. Cool. Now I'm just getting the ceiling lit, and then we'll probably do the walls. How does that look? Pretty good. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. Oh, I missed some ceiling here, which is easy to do, actually. And then here. Does that look pretty cool so far? Yeah, not too shabby, right? And then we just need to, probably easiest just to count this. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? The first one's 4, and then the rest are 5. I don't know if I did that on purpose or not, I forget. That should be lined up with that one should be lined up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. So, ceiling lit up. I think this room looks pretty nice. I just have to figure out how I'm going to light up the walls. I could either do it with, because I kind of like this paneling, like just the way it is. But at the same time, I don't like the darkness on the walls. Like, I'd like it to be all well lit, or at least well-ish lit. But it should be bright enough down here now that we're not gonna run into any issues with mob spawning. So that's a thing. You're the void mining dude, which is off right now because I covered up the hole for the resource miner. But that's okay. How does this look, guys? Not too shabby, I think. A couple little dots to clean up here and there, but I think overall pretty nice. Pretty nice. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot, actually. Kind of proud. Now, as an FYI, just future thinking, right? Eventually I might have a void resource miner here. And I'm thinking I might use this corner of the room here to be the rainbow generator once we get to that point, right? That might be really cool to do. I'm gonna have to figure out how to light up the walls. I haven't entirely decided that yet. Like, I could use the little sparkles thing. I don't know. So, like, I mean, I could just stick panels in the wall. Like, there. Wrong one. Would that look awful? I don't know what the height of this room is and how it would look with the right, you know, spacings and whatnot, but like if we went 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 and 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 I'd have to find the appropriate spacing. So what do we think? Does that look cool-ish? I like that it's lit up, but I'm not sure that I like... See, I wish I had like the Ender IO painter, so I could like paint the chiseled blocks as glowstone. Like I could paint glowstone and make them give off light. That's the thing I don't have. And if I'm not mistaken, I've fixed my lighting spacing, so that's a little bit better. Basically, the outer edges, there's 4 spaces between the lights, and then internally there's 5, 5, 5, and then another 4 here. And that seems to have worked out pretty well. And my one wall that I lit up is kind of matching that. And I call that a done deal. How does that look? I think it looks kind of cool. I wish I didn't have to have the glowstone panels there, if I'm being honest, on the walls. I don't love them. I wish I could have, like I said, the painted marble from Ender IO, but it is what it is. I think it looks better than it being dark along those walls. So we'll stick with it, and then we'll see what we can come up with. If I come up with a better way of approaching that maybe at some point in the future, that's fine. So at this point, we've probably gotten a healthy amount of environmental tech crystals while we've been waiting. Yeah, we've gotten 3,000 Atheum. We've gotten 3,000 of these since the beginning of the episode. That's a lot. Holy cow, that's a lot. I should probably be, like, drawing these, to be honest with you guys. Because, wow, we're actually at a point where we're storing quite a few things in our disk drives. Let's request... What tier of... We've got 64K drives in here. Now, to be fair, we can bump these guys up to 256K storage parts. If we wanted to. That might not be a bad idea. And if we really wanted to, we could even do 1024K storage parts. And if we really wanted to, we could even do 4096K storage parts. Which is comical. Or 16,384K storage parts. I wonder how high it goes. That's about it. Now these parts, to be fair, are from reborn storage, not from refined storage. So they use the refined storage. Refined storage by itself only goes up to 64, but reborn goes up to 16,384. So that's a thing. A little hesitant to go that high. Not really. I don't know. It should work. It should be fine. It shouldn't be a problem, you would think. But I've actually never tested it. It should probably be okay. For some reason, like, just my brain says, like, you really want to do that, Daryl? But out of curiosity, if I asked for a 16384 storage part, took a while to calculate how many resources we need. Wow, to craft, we need 3,000 quartz enriched iron, almost 3,000 basic processors, almost 1,000 improved processors. That's going to take a really long time to craft. Wow, we're missing a lot of it. We're not making that. If I wanted a 256 though, would that be doable? That's totally doable. That's like an attainable thing. So let's do that one. Or do I want to just do a couple more? Let's just do a couple more 64s. Let's do like 4 more of those. And then when those start to fill up, then we'll talk. Does that sound fair? I think that sounds fair. So that will get crafting, and that will take care of my storage issue, minor storage issue that we have going on. Is there anything else that we have like a stupid amount of that we probably shouldn't be storing? Maybe cobble? Am I not voiding cobble? Yeah, I'm not voiding cobble, so that's a thing I should probably deal with. Let's get a void upgrade on you, and let's get a diamond upgrade, because it never hurts to have like a few cobble, but yeah. Just gonna clean up my inventory a little here. Now wood, I presume that I've got, yeah, 16k, that makes sense. And solidified experience, that should absolutely be in a drawer as well. I don't think I even have a drawer for that. Let's do, not that I think I'll ever need this much. Well, that's good enough for me. One set for you. Let's get the drawer. This is like the episode of Miscellaneous Cleanups. There you are, my friend. Gotcha. Cool. So you... And then, let's... I'm just gonna have to do this manually, because that's just the way it is. Because if I export bus into there, it's going to extract it from... So, like, let's come back in a minute. You know what I could do? Let's do this. I have an idea. Tape. We're going to put tape on this thing. We're going to break it. We're going to get an export bus. We've already got a stack upgrade, but let's get some 3 speed upgrades. But you guys might be busy crafting things, so those 3 speed upgrades might be a minute. Yeah, so we'll be back in a minute. Alright, so let's try this. We'll get an exporter here. You've got your upgrades, right? Yes. So let's exporter solidified experience with stack and speed upgrades. So that should wind up exporting my solidified experience rather quickly, and it'll void any excess, right? I almost feel like... Let's just throw one more upgrade on this thing, just so we have a few. Like, I don't know how much you'll actually be able to hold now, but having some solidified experience. I don't know that I'll ever need it. It just feels weird wasting it. And then we'll do the same thing for cobble. And then we're going to do the same thing for the 4 types of crystals here from Environmental Tech, right? So technically it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. So let's get 6 new drawers. Let's get about a dozen of these. I could just teach it how to make this thing straight off the bat. So we'll put 2 of these upgrades in there, and then we'll void the excess. Right? So I feel like that's going to be a lot. It's 32 times the base storage, right? So we're going to still have a ton of those crystals, right? So let's get these drawers prepped. Right, I'm going to need more than that. Void upgrades. We're going to want 4 more of you. Cool. And how's this guy doing? He's clearing out still. Nice. Cool. So let's environmental tech this dude. He'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. I like that. Gonna have to find a spot for that to be in the drawers, but we'll figure it out. How you doing? Getting there. And then what I say, Cobble was next? Yeah, Cobble's gonna be next. So let's borrow you for a sec. You I already put the upgrade things in? Yeah, that's great. Okay. So yeah, we've got like 11k cobble in there. But these things are all gone now, right? So you're full. So I can... Wrong tape. And you're going to be replaced with cobble now. Cool. And that will quickly drain out cobble from our system. Sweet. Alright, I'm going to do the rest of this off camera, and then we'll be right back. So you know what? I'm going to change things up a little bit from the original plan there. Let's do it this way, right? So from environmental tech, we're going to want green, rhodium. Let's actually do it like this. And then this one, and this one. I'm going to do it like this. Cool. And then we can lock this dude. And I'm going to put a void. And then as many emeralds as I can into there. And that will basically make it so it can hold a whole bunch. Pretty much the same amount, right? So if I break you now, did I? Oh, I lose the upgrades from that? Okay, cool. So let's remove you for a sec. Let's lock you. Void. As many as can go in. And then I want this tier of crystals to be and locked. And then these guys are what gets dumped into there. So I said I was going to do this off camera, and then I did it on camera because I changed my plan. Cool. Because I just didn't have the room. Sweet, right? Okay, so now we'll tape this up, and we'll move him right over here, and that should be cool. Cool. And now, for environmental tech, I want these two in another drawer with similar stats. Now, technically, this could be... Actually, I want you... There. Is that cool? That's cool. So you're going to be... So realistically, this could have been... Actually, I will keep you out. And then lock it, and then... Many upgrades as you can accept, and then export these guys. Realistically, that could have been a 2x2 drawer, but I wanted to like look the same as the other ones, right? So these guys should all be draining out now at a pretty rapid pace. Cool. And that's cleaning that up. I guess I could put like mica in there. That wouldn't be terrible. And even though I have like such a small amount of it, I might boost the production of that at some point. So that should be done now? Cool. Okay. So tape you up. And you can go there. Sweet. So that should have significantly made my storage a little bit better. Yeah, that was like 150,000 items. Good times. All right, guys. Well, we've definitely reached wrapping up point for the episode. So let's do this. Let's come back next episode. I want to check out the tier 6 solar panel, which we should be able to make now. I want to make the most powerful solar panel available from environmental tech, which would be a tier 6 that uses Atheum solar cells. Now we need 3 Atheum solar cells per thing, and we need a lot of everything else to be made, right? So that's going to be like a long crafting process, but if we teach it properly, it should be fine. And and 8 bricks around that. Now, it's not going to tell me here, but I suspect we're going to need a lot. So next episode, we'll come back and try that out, and I'm just curious how much RF per ticket generates, because I honestly don't know. It might be like a really huge amount, though. I would suspect it to be, because environmental tech solar panels have always been really large amounts of power gen. So especially for such a high tier, it should be like crazy. And that would be fun to have, right? And I mean, because like at this point, we're at 0.4%. We're filling this orb pretty slowly with our two things. And just for fun, I'd like to get to the point where we have like maybe fill this up. And then I'd also like to look at making a rainbow gen. And I thought that would be cool. So we'll take a look. But for now, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We'll come back next time and maybe make some stupid amounts of power. Who knows? But for now, take it easy, guys. Hello, everyone. This is Darryl20, and welcome to episode 91 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. Today, I'm making a bunch of patterns. All the patterns, all the things. Hooray! Maybe would have organized them, but it really doesn't matter. So I just taught all the patterns required to make all the different solar cells and all the different solar controllers. And I want to jump straight into tier 6 top tier solar controller. So from what I understand, the way this works is the solar panels environment, you have a controller just like you have for the void ore miners, right? But in this instance, you've got 6 different tiers of solar cell. Now, I think you can put any solar cell on any tier of solar panel controller as long as the cell is equal to or less than the panel controller, maybe? So basically, like, litherite solar cells are not as good as erodium solar cells, is not as good as chironite solar cells, etc., with Atheum, of course, being the best. So let's figure out how many solar cells we need for a tier 6 solar controller. Missing a solar tier 4. Did I miss the recipe for that one? I might have. I was making lots of things. And I'm assuming that you don't know how to make palladium blocks. So, yeah. I had lots of things going on. Lots of craftings happening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Atheum crystal blocks. Cool. So the number of blocks tells me that I got the right ones. Cool. Let's try that again. So how much for one of these bad boys, please? Not terrible. Not terrible. Not terrible at all. Lots of crafting to happen. Missing some lapis blocks. You don't know how to make that? Okay, you're a derp. Derpy McDerpinson. Time to learn how to make lapis blocks, please. Should, honestly, at some point, put my lapis and all my ingots and all that stuff in compacting drawers. That's really something I should have done a while ago. I've just been lazy about moving it. Not even gonna lie. Been lazy about it. All right, craft. Cool. All the crafting. All the crafting is happening, I presume. So you're waiting on what? Just lots of crafting. Interesting. Cool. So even with like the speed of that crafting thing down there, this still is taking a few minutes. But to be fair, there's lots of crafts that have to happen for this, right? So that's cool. It's cruising. Nice. Done and done. So we now have a tier 6 solar controller. Bing! Which should tell us, oh cool, it'll tell you how much power it generates. I was gonna have to figure that out, and I'm glad that it tells you. So I think if I right-click this dude, it'll tell me, or left-click it, what I need. So 12 null modifiers, 56 structure frames, tier 6 or above, and 169 solar panels of any type. All right, so structure frames, 56 of them, tier 6 or above. I haven't taught you how to make structure frames of tier 6 yet. So that would be these guys. Structure frame, tier 6. How many was it? 56. Now, I don't know if I'll be able to make this, but let's make 32 to start, because I feel like that's going to use a lot of, it's going to use a lot of nether stars to get that going. So maybe what I should do is amp up my nether star backlog. Who remembers where I put that? Because I don't. Where did I put that logic thing for how many nether stars to keep on hand? Was it down here? Yeah, it is. Nether stars. Can we make this 256? Would that be cool? So if you have less than 256, emit a redstone signal. Would that be okay with us? So that should mean my wither fight is happening right now, right? And you're going to keep 4 stacks of nether stars? Psst, this is the part where you make nether stars. Am I out of something? Like soul sand? That might be the case. I'm probably out of soul sand. Teleport home. Well, there's your problem. So I could go mining for soul sand, or we could automate it. Soul sand I can get from wither dust. Cool. Do we have a lot of wither dust? We have 2,500 of it. But to be fair, soul sand, we will get 5 of it per 4, so that should be a fair recipe. Let's do that. We'll do that for now, and then if we ever run out of wither dust, we'll come up with something else. That's easy. It's an easy process. Where's my keep things in stock dude? Was he down here too? No, because that would be a smart place to put him, but it's not where I put him because I'm not smart. That would have been a really smart place to put that thing. Where do I have that keep in stock chest? Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Cool. Alright, so I just need to make a crafting upgrade for this dude, and he should be cool. Do your thing down there. Make crafting upgrades. I see smoke. Crafting upgrade complete. So then you, in theory, should be able to... Nice. So now we're cooking. Alright, let's come back in about 5 minutes once we've killed about 200 withers. Withers are spawning, I hope, over here? Yeah, they are. Nice. See you guys soon. Alright, I think we're close. 13 more nether stars. Cool. 56 is what we needed, and now we're at 7 more nether stars, so that should be pretty close to nowish. 56 is what we needed. Go. Oh, we're missing 3. All right, cool. Almost there. Gotta love automation. Gotta love it. 56. Nice. All right. So that's exactly the amount of nether stars we're going to need to craft the 56 structure frame. So now we need solar cells of any type. We're also going to need null modifiers, which is how much? 12? So we might as well kick those off as well. There are modifiers for solars, but I think the only one is the piezo modifier, which just makes it generate less energy, but at least some during a rainstorm. So like with a null modifier, like if it's raining, you won't get any energy. With the piezo, you get energy from the vibrations of the rain hitting the solar panel. But we're in the desert, so I don't know if that'll work. All right, now for the big number. 169 solar cells of any type. So, what are the chances that we can make 169 of these? So we're missing squid ink. Okay, that's a thing, but that's it? That's all we're missing? Wow, it's gonna use 8,788 lapis. How much lapis do we have? That's a hilarious number, 13,000. All right, so it's comical what we're missing here. Is squid ink something I can make in like an easily farm? Like I know I can set up a squid farm, but like just out of curiosity. Machine outputs of dye mixer. Okay, right. Centrifuge, watery combs can make squid ink for us. That's an option. Stained princesses make it directly, and then make damp combs. All right. So out of curiosity, what would be involved in making a watery? So you have a 25% chance there. You have a 16% chance there. Watery is supernatural plus ethereal. Don't I have that one? Let's check out a place we haven't visited in a while. Doot, doot, doot. So bees, supernatural, yes, plus ethereal. Sweet, I even have a princess of that one. Cool. Well, that's Pretty easy, right? I like that. That is cool. All right, let's run her through the quick death machine. So you're looking for what? Bealizer? Where's my Bealizer? Who took my Bealizer? Where is it? Is it in there? I'm just not seeing it. Bealizer. There you are. So what kind of flowers do you need? You know what I bet he needs is, before I put it in there, I'm going to assume it's lilies. Lily pads. Did it say it on the first page? Flower type snow. Ah, okay, cool. Well, that's a thing. I'm assuming it's the block version of snow. So I'm going to place you right back there. Does that sound cool? So now wake up to the fact that there's snow nearby. Go ahead, buddy. You can do it. See the snow. All right, B died. Just gave it the fast production deal. Gave it the whole shebang. Hooray, hooray. Everybody gets all the good stats. Let's put him in a machine that's going to be automated in some way. So you could... So these... Wow, I've only got like 2 really being automated. Okay, cool. Let's get some production upgrades. Times 8. Cool. You can go in there. You've got lifespan, planes emulation, production. Let's also put the automation upgrade in you, so that you just keep running forever. And that should be cool, right? Yeah, that sounds cool. Pretty much matches this dude. Beautiful. You should find the snow nearby. I think it's probably close enough. And I might need to do a little bit of how's this configured, right? So you're set to import out the bottom. That's cool. You're going to import over to here. It's been a while since I've set this up, and I like kind of forget how it works. So I'm assuming the comb will go into here. And then I think I have to give the watery comb to this exporter. Is that right? Yeah, I do. Cool. And then he should take care of the rest. And then we should be getting watery combs inside our main base now. It's fun. It's fun flying around here. It's fun. As a bat. Yeah. I have so much fun being a bat. You have no idea. Cool. So that should be watery combs. Yeah, it just made one. So if we check in here, we should see a watery comb. Beautiful. So then we can teleport out of here. And I had some kind of centrifuge set up somewhere, taking care of the centrifugal separator. Are you exporting combs? Yeah, you are. Nice. So now you get watery combs, and I put this away, and we check in here, and boom, he's getting watery combs. Cool. All right. That should automate ink sacks for us. So let's come back in like 5 minutes and just see if we have more than 6 ink sacks, and if we do, we're cool. Hooray! 21 ink sacks. Nice. All right, so that means we should be able to make our 169. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. It says, oh, we're missing things. Hold on. Why are we missing so much stuff? All of a sudden. You were good until you were missing stuff. Why are you all of a sudden missing a lot more stuff? Wow. Really? We need that much? Did I like derp up something there? Did I click the wrong one? I might have clicked the wrong one. ATM solar cells. That's what we want. Yeah, now we're good. I think I might have clicked the tier 6 solar panel controllers. And yes, that would make sense that we'd have enough for 169 of those. Yeah. Cool. Should we do this? I don't see why not. The biggest cost here, I guess, really, is a lot of nether quartz. We need like 2,000 of that. We need a little over 1,000 redstone. Almost 9,000 lapis. So lapis is really the big cost here. But let's give it a go. And this is just going to be a really long crafting process. We'll be right back. Crafting complete. All right, solar panels, 169 of you. Sweet. So how much power do you wager this thing's gonna produce? Let's go find out. Because this might be like a really large number. Really large is kind of my hope. But basically, maybe one block up. Does that sound cool? Let's build. This is going to be big. This is going to be really... Oh, hello. Yeah, shift clicking breaks the block, by the way. Let me go into bird mode here, because that might be trying to place blocks on my head. That is using up a lot of my solar panels. We haven't even scratched the surface yet. Go, 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 go. Good thing we don't have to build this by hand, right? Hey, generating... Wow, is that 1.7 million? That's a lot of RF. That's a lot of RF. So basically what we're going to want to do is get some Draconic transfer going on. 1.7 million, huh? I'll take it. I will take it. So basically we're going to want a couple IOs, right? You're going to want to be in input mode, so you're going to get energy out of this thing. 1.7 million RF. Not too shabby. All right, so let's hook this up. And then we're going to set up a little bit of automation. Just a little minor one, nothing too complicated. So if we ran you, let's say, I'm going to place you like right on top of here. Would that be cool? Is that doable? And then you can go to here. Would that be a good one to go down? Let's see. I have to figure out which one I want to go down to. So that would be here to here to here. I think that's the one that's hooked up to my environmental miner, right? So that would be this one that's going to get the power. So what if I instead unbound you from here to here, and I'll bind you. It's not super ideal because it kind of goes through the orb. I don't love it. So what I could do, just for the sake, would you be kind of cool looking going to here? I think that would work, right? And then we'll unclick you to here. How's that look? Not terrible. Right? And then this could be an output. Perfect, that's what I want you to be. Actually, your output needs to be down here on the bottom, right? So, you're gonna have to go through the orb for that to work. I don't know how much I like that. Because I kind of want the lasers to look cool, right? I don't want them just going through the orb. And that's kind of what we're going to have right now if we stick this setup the way it is. So I could do something like this. So the laser comes down through the ground, right, from up top. It zips over to here, which then zips straight down. Is this straight? Yeah. Does that look cool? And then you go into here as an output. That works. Now that beam should shrink because we don't actually have power flowing from the solar yet. So that should be cool, I think. Let's human form it up, teleport home, take a quick, well, yeah, we'll take a quick nap. You may not rest now, you are in morph. Why can't birds sleep? Thank you very much. Alright, so let's run this whole line thing here. So you were going to run here. I'm just going to link you straight down. Like, there's no reason to have intermediary steps, right? I should be able to link it straight down. And that should work out pretty well. Okay, maybe not. Target device is too far away. I didn't know there was a limit on range on these things. Let's put him... Does this sound nice? Here? And then you can link down to the floor. Boom. So is that going to tell me that we're getting a lot more power now? Because we should be. We should be getting a lot more power now. More than 500,000 RF a tick, to be honest with you. You should be sending the whole 1.7. So why are you not? Is it like a time of day thing? I don't think so. Are you not capable of transferring that much? Do I need higher tier? I might need higher tier power transfer. I thought with a 4 million buffer we'd be all right, but maybe not. So let's do that. So we're going to want at least another energy relay crystal. And that should be cool. So we'll make you input 64 million. Hello. I hear crafting happening. So you bind to there. And to there. So we'll see if this suffices. I've got another one here. You can bind to what's going to eventually be here. I don't need these anymore. I want energy relays. Sure, as long as they're saved, we're cool. Saved means I haven't used, or I've already used them at some point. So you can bind to here. So you should fill up quickly with 64 million. Oops. You go to there, fill up quickly with 64 million. Cool. I think we need at least one more of these. I think this actually wants to go here, doesn't it? Yeah, that was all fly one. Cool. Fixed. So technically, actually, you're in the wrong spot up top. You would be in the right spot. So you bind to here on output mode. And you need to be moved over one. That looks better, right? Yeah. And then you combined to here. So now we should have a really strong laser going in there. And we have a net gain of, now we're talking 1.7 million RF. That's what I wanted to see. Beautiful. Nice. That is cool. Not totally in love with this laser. So I could... I don't want the solar to power the thing. And if I ran this laser to there, it would. But it's either do it on this side or on this side. So I guess it can stay as is. Cool. We've got a lot of power coming in now. So I wonder if the computer will read that. Does it read that? Nice. So 12.5 stored. Energy generation rate. So it's still just reading how much it generates from the turbines, which is fine because it's a turbine controller, not a power overall controller. But energy demand weighted is 0. So like technically we don't need these turbines anymore, but it doesn't hurt. That's cool. Let's do a quick little bit of automation. Can we get a daylight sensor? That sounds like a great. Can we have that, please? Because what I'd like to do is make it be daytime all the time. And that seems pretty easy. Basically, you emit a redstone signal, right? When it's daylight, right? So if we got some redstone, your power is 15, right? So if I make it sunset time, let's see what the emission here is for sunset. It's like a scale thing, I presume, right? So you're getting full power, so you're dropping. So right around power level 6 is when we'll probably want to trigger this. So when you have power level 6, we want to emit a redstone signal here. It's pretty much what we want. And I'm going to set the redstone control to sunrise. Yes, that's what I want. Cool. So when you receive a redstone signal, I want you to make it sunrise. Cool. So let's get the thingy from Draconic. This guy, potentiometer, right? You emit a signal of a specified amount, right? Cool. All right, so let's give this a shot. You ready? So what I'm going to do here is I've got my logic gate set to, if you're not receiving a redstone signal on any side, you emit a redstone signal, right? This thing's going to emit a signal of 7 or 6 when it starts to get dark out, right? So let's make it 5 for now for demonstration purposes. And I'm going to bump this back a little bit just to make this a little bit easier to see that it's working, right? And then we're going to put a subtractor here. Now remember, of course, we're going to lose 1 bit of signal, right? But if we put this on subtract mode and we subtract, so like let's say this is emitting a signal of 15 and we subtract 6 or 7, right? So you're getting a redstone signal, right? So 15 minus 7 would be a redstone signal, so that would not emit. But if you're at 7 minus 7, then that would turn off, and that would trigger a redstone signal, right? So let's make it daytime. And what we should see is as soon as it gets bright enough out, that redstone signal up there should turn off. Boom, it turned off. Cool, right? Now what I'd like to see is if we make it sunset, and I want to test this in a way that I can test it pretty aggressively, right? But now we make it sunset, right? So it's getting darker, it's getting darker, it's getting darker. Boom, as soon as we hit power 7, so I'm going to make you actually power 8, 9, 10, 11? You should have updated by now. 5 minus 11 should... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, hold on. 4? Yeah. So let's make it sunset again. I just went the wrong direction. Derp. So if we make it sunset again, right? What should happen is as soon as sunset hits, it will not be a redstone signal, but shortly after sunset, it will. And that's kind of what I want here. See? Not a redstone signal yet because it's... Oh, we're still at daytime. It really takes a long time to transfer, doesn't it? Power is kind of the issue here, though. I think that's why it's so slow to transition daytime to nighttime. To be fair, I only have that small little power cell underneath. Cool. So you're at 6 minus 4, right? But then it's going to quickly transition to 5 and then 4, and then it's going to emit a redstone signal, right? So I'm actually going to make you... Yeah, cool. 5, and then 4, and then you're going to emit a redstone signal. So like as it gets dark out, a redstone signal will be triggered, and that thing is going to be set to when you receive the redstone signal, do the thing, right? So we're gonna make it sunrise. It's not so bad in terms of the power situation here. It's just that I was using it so frequently. Cool. So then, this could obviously be more compact. I just want to visualize it and how it's working, right? So now if I set it to sunset, watch what happens. Okay. So we're going to set it to sunset here. It might slow down in a second. I think we'll make it. Nice, just barely, right? Now watch what happens as soon as it gets dark enough. It should immediately start turning it to daytime. You ready? 5. As soon as it flips over to 4. A little bit darker. Work. Okay. That's a thing. Somebody explain how that works. Why does a block work but a redstone dust does not? It might need to be 1 block further away. But this should be working now, right? So if I set it to sunset. If it was 1 step further away, it would be 2 dust. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe it's just a visual thing with the dust connecting. It's really not. So then it's sunset, and then what should happen is as soon as it ticks over to power level 4, this thing should flip over to sunrise. So basically this is an automatic day machine, right? And regardless of where I am or what I'm doing, as soon as it gets dark out, this thing will trigger and immediately set it to daytime, right? So as soon as this hits power 4, it should start running and become daytime again. And it'll briefly, obviously, be nighttime, right? Oh, come on. Come on, power 15. I'm gonna have to play with this a little bit. All right, let's see if my theory about 2 redstone dust works. So this should make it daytime right now. And then we're gonna make it sunset and see if it works. All right, sunset it is. So, oh good. When I mouse over the daylight sensor, it tells me what the power output is. Sweet. So that should pretty quickly drop to power 5, which I think is maybe 4 is where we're gonna need to be. Yeah, 4 is where we're gonna need to be. Come on, just work. Stop being silly and just work. And go. Nice! It worked that time. Alright, so my theory that 2 redstone dust, even though it drew it as a wire instead of just a single dust point, right? Like, it didn't draw it like that, it drew it like that. Even though that was the case, I think that was just a visual inaccuracy. It needed 2 wires, 2 dusts between it. So we have an automated daylight system now. Every time it becomes nighttime, it's going to immediately become daytime. How cool is that? So, with that said, we now have, wow, 47 billion RF, but we're still only at 2%. So we're going to have to ramp it up. Maybe Rainbow Generator should be next? Yeah, I think that would be fun. Let's try it out. So let's do this. Let's come back next episode and consider making a Rainbow Generator, because I want to go crazy with Power Gen, just for fun. All right, guys, Daryl20 signing off. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 92 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I would like to look at ramping up our power gen even more. So last episode we implemented a solar panel, which is producing a silly amount of RF, 1.7 million RF per tick. That's a lot. That's a hilariously large number of RF, but we're going to make it even more powerful. We're going to check out making a rainbow generator from extra utilities today that, unless something's changed, produces... Wow, that's a big solar panel. I never actually looked at it from above, but that's kind of cool looking. Produces 25 million RF per tick. So 25 times, maybe not 25 times, like maybe like 15 times. I don't know. You'd have to do the math, but roughly, you know, a lot more power per tick than that thing. However, it requires a lot of effort and infrastructure to set up, but that's what we're going to have fun building today. Some automation around the Extra Utilities rainbow generators. So rainbow generators from Extra Utilities are pretty cool. However, the only way they work is when all other generators are creating power. So basically, you have to create every generator from Extra Utilities and have them all creating power near a rainbow generator. And once they're all running and they're all creating power and they're all doing stuff, then the rainbow generator from Extra Utilities kicks on and starts generating power itself. So there's a bunch of generators here. There's the survival generator, the furnace generator, and the culinary generator, and the magmatic generator, and the heated redstone generator, and the list goes on. So we're basically going to create one of each of these generators, try and automate them such that we are feeding whatever resources it needs into them, and then we'll be good to go for the rainbow generator. That should be fun. So what are we going to need to do? Lots of things. First, we're going to need to make a few of these generators. So a lot of these require machine blocks. So I'm going to get like a bunch ready to go here. Half a stack. Nice. All right. We'll be back in a moment once we get all this going. All right. So we should be getting pretty close to having all the necessary generators. I'm making some magical wood, which requires experience, but experience, that's adorable. Not worried about that at all. Let's see, so disenchantment generator is next, and then slimy generator, and we should be cool. Sweet. You're gonna need another furnace or two. Probably gonna need 2 more of you. One to go here. Oh, we need more slime. That should maybe work. If not, we're gonna have to find a solution to that. Nope. Slime. Propolis and pollen clusters is an option. Cactus in there, that's an option. All things that we could automate. There's obviously slime producing bees. I don't know if we have any propolis going on. Have we been doing propolis? Yeah, not really. Pollen? No, not so much. But cactus we should have a large amount of. So we could build a quick automation to do something over here, right? One of these guys should be... Cool. So that's something we could automate and might be cool. I'm just planning both for the automation of like the creation of the furnace generators and the let's see. I'm gonna go down to my basement here. The powering of them, because I presume slimy generators need slime, right? Need slime and milk, as a matter of fact. Slime and milk to generate power. So I'm thinking back here would be a nice place. Let's map some stuff out with some sandstone, just because that's what I happen to have at the moment. So we have 16 of these generators, right? So we're going to want to map out exactly where they're going to sit. And it really doesn't matter too much where they sit, because each of them are going to get their own bit of automation. But this is kind of all the generators that are available. And each of them have different fuel sources. So basically by automating all 16 different forms of fuel, and some of them overlap, right? Like furnace generators, survival generator, and overclock generators. These all just burn like charcoal or wood or anything that has a... So like 3 of these are like the same in terms of fuel sources. But other things have some overlap and some not. Like magmatic needs lava, and heated redstone generator is lava plus redstone. So 2 of them need lava. Pink generators, I think just anything with the word pink in the name, or anything that's pink in color. So all things pink, right? So we'll come up with some stuff here. But first, let's lay out the format. So we're going to want to first generate power from all these generators, which will be sent into the orb as sand. And then second, we're going to want the rainbow generator to also sit here. So like maybe if we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, Does that sound cool, right? And then you could all feed into a rainbow generator that'll sit here in the front. Does that sound like a kind of neat plan? I like that. So let's implement that. So we'll kind of, it doesn't really matter what goes where, because they're all going to be automated individual from each other, right? It would be kind of nice to like keep similar things together in case we decide that we want to handle things differently, but I'm thinking almost everything will be handled by refined storage in terms of the creation of the fuel and the inserting of the fuel into so you go there, you go there, and then we have a new line. And we'll get the rainbow gen crafted after this, because crafting the rainbow gen is not terrible. It just requires crafting all these. So a forward-thinking person would have made 2 sets of generators, because you need a top and a bottom half, and the bottom half needs that set, and the top half needs the other set. So you basically need one of each generator again to make the rainbow one, but we'll make that off camera in a little bit. So then underneath this location, in fact, maybe I should just do this to make my life a little bit easier. And we'll replace everything here shortly, right? So we'll just clear out a little bit of the floor space and be prepared for shenanigans. And then we can re-implement this flooring in a bit, right? But that'll work, right? So the next thing we'll probably want to do I want to run cabling down here? Probably not. So let's clear out with an axe if I have one. I'm sure I do, or I don't. It's probably in here. Where's my lumber axe? I happen to be underneath one of these dudes, which is cool, but also, you know, annoying in the way. Let's get network stuff, right? So I'm going to put away you and you and you for the time being, and these guys can go away too. And we'll get the request for networking stuff, right? So network transmitter, network receiver, and we'll be right back. All right, now that we've got our network transmitter and receiver all set, let's go ahead and get some stuff up and running. So we'll want that here. We'll want to pop this dude up here. This guy. In fact, I think I needed to click him on the receiver end, don't I? Should have clicked that before I went upstairs. So you're linked now. You're connected, which means you should be online. Sweet. Hey, look, it's nighttime. And then it's going to be daytime. Haha. I'm really, the one thing that I don't like about that is how loud it is. I might throw a sound muffler over there. I wonder if that would work. You think that would work? I don't see why it wouldn't. It might not. We can find out. The one thing, because I am kind of far away from this thing, honestly, and I'm hearing it awfully loudly. So we'll see what happens next time it's daytime switching, and we'll see what happens there. Cool. All right, just a little bit of underground clearing for us. And again, this will all be underground, so it doesn't matter if it's not like super awesome looking. Great. Clean up inventory. And did all my exporters that I requested come through? Nice. And we might want a few interfaces. And we might want a few crafting cards. Let's just get a bunch of these guys all ready to go. So in the meantime, let's start exporting. So first things first, all these guys can be configured with a redstone signal. I don't want them to be always on. I want them to require a redstone signal to turn on so that I can start filling them with fuel, but they're not going to start running until they receive a redstone signal. And we'll control this redstone signal with something. What that's going to be, I'm not 100% sure, but we'll figure it out because that's what we do. I haven't entirely figured out this build in my head. I've done it before with Ender.io, but I've never done it with thermal expansion. So we'll see, right? I'd like it to be super compact and self-contained, but that might be trickier than it sounds. Because things like coal, for example, right? So we could have impulse item ducts on you guys for coal, and not you. And this is why I said maybe I should have like generators together, right? That's the wrong block. Right? So what I could have is just an interface here that accepts coal from the refined storage system and routes it appropriately into the guys, right? That would be doable. And so you're going to need... So some of these need multiple blocks, but we can manage that with phantom faces. I'd like everything to be underground, if I can. Do we know how to make phantom liquid faces? Phantom placer, phantom energy face, phantom face. How do we get a phantom liquid face again? Phantom liquid face. Ah, that's not so bad. All right, so I'm combining a bunch of things here, but basically here's my thoughts, right? We could have a couple interfaces set to stock certain things. And I know I requested an interface. Maybe I didn't. Let's get about 20 of those cooking. So we could have them like linked in to connect to like the generators here. So we could have one right here, and that just feeds those guys, right? Culinary generators. So we could do export buses as well, by the way, for some of these. But if I did export buses directly on the generator, then I wouldn't be able to use redstone relays to toggle these things on and off easily. So I'm thinking what I should do is instead of using export buses, I should use interfaces for all things. And we can export from using item ducts and servos, which I should probably get a few servos going. Reinforced should work. Let's get about 30 of those. I mean, we're at the point where resources are not a concern, right? Like, if we're being totally honest with ourselves. Speaking of resources not being a concern, you know what I would like to do? I would like to, real quick, and this is just me jumping around being a lunatic. You were already here. Cool. I want to remove the crystal lens, and I want to put a non-focused lens here. Because I think we've got enough resources from environmental tech. This will just make it so that we get all the things at the standard rates rather than getting, you know, different. So are my interfaces done? He said as he jumped from one project to the next. Still working on it, right? So we could, in theory, right, have an impulse item duct here with, and I'm going to use sandstone to represent temporarily the things that go here. Now, magmatic needs two things, right? Well, no, it just needs lava. Can interfaces hold liquid? I don't actually know if there's a liquid interface or if it can just hold liquid by itself. There is a food interface. Cool. I don't think you know how to make those, so let's go teach that. So that's kind of like an interface, but for fluids. That sounds cool. So if we came up here and we said we wanted you to learn in processing mode how fluid interfaces work, that would be cool with me. See, it is still loud. Womp, womp. That's a bummer. Wait, redstone interface. And I might just have to add things to the filter here, but I should now be able to make... Are you still crafting, by the way? Yeah, you totally are. Oh, I see what happened. Be right back. I have to fix this eventually. I know, it could be much smarter than it currently is. But, I have to fix it. Alright, working now. I have to fix something eventually. Because it does get gummed up every now and then. That's no fun. But that's fixed. So let's try this out, right? So you're going to be item interface that's going to feed into this guy for something, right? You're going to feed into these three as a regular interface, right? And you can all be underground. So that looks cool, right? And remember, these guys are all going to need to be connected so that we can share redstone signal, but not connected such that we can share item transport. So what I'm going to do is hook up a structural duct in between them. So then, when I want to trigger a redstone signal, I can turn all four on, even though they're not sharing, because I don't want, like, food trying to go into furnace generators. I don't think it would try, but, you never know. I don't know what food would try to do. It might try to go in there. It probably wouldn't, but, you know, like we said. So magmatic generator, you're going to need a fluid duct, right? Hardened fluid duct with fluid interface. And then we'll need structural ducts between you. Potion generators, you're going to need potions, but you're also going to need a crafting card, right? We're totally going to want a crafting card. We might need a crafting card in the food generator. I haven't decided yet what we're going to put in there. But at the very least, we'll definitely need a crafting card in here. Oh, wait, that's fluid. In here, we're going to need a crafting card for potions, right? Cool. So potion generator, and then you'll be structurally ducted up to this dude. Ender generators should be pretty straightforward. Those will be ender-based. And I'm not, like I said, maybe I'll test this with fewer interfaces. Like, it might be okay. But for now, having a separate interface per machine seems to be not a terrible idea. Maybe I will think it's a terrible idea. We'll see. Heated redstone will also need lava. So let's do this for this one. We'll put the phantom face here, and we'll link this guy to this guy. Cool? So he's connected to the heated redstone generator. And then in terms of redstone, we'll just do an item duct for this, right? So now we've got lava going in via phantom face. We'll disconnect you because you don't actually need to be there, and now we've got redstone going in. Cool? I like that. So that's heated redstone. Boom. Over here, we'll have the pink generator. So I don't know exactly what's going to be in the pink generator, but we'll probably figure it out. So you can go right into there. And then, of course, we'll want to structure duct it up so that you're all connected, right? So everybody's going to be interconnected via structure ducts, so it's all the same redstone control system. Explosive generator, that's going to need, like, TNT or something like that. So we'll stick that in there. Either TNT or gunpowder. We'll see. Doesn't really matter which one. Because I'm pretty sure we have, like, a stupid amount of gunpowder. Because we do still have that mob farm running downstairs. Yeah, we have, like, 2,000 of that. And it's only because I don't have the upgrades in any of my drawers. So we'll structure duct you guys together. This is already, like, spaghettified with structure ducting. So I could probably just do that. That probably looks a little bit cleaner. And then over here, what's next? Nether star generators. That's what they need. You guessed correctly, nether stars. So you'll go here. And then halitosis generators need dragon's breath. So that shouldn't be hard to get our hands on. Automating it, not so easy. But getting a bunch will be fine. Because it runs, I want to say, for 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes per dragon's breath. So if I get a stack of that, that's going to run for 640 minutes, which will be plenty. Nice. All right. The next thing we're going to need is frosty generators, which need snow or ice, which I'm pretty sure I've got automated, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure snow is automated here. So interface for snow, and then you'll be linked up here. And then we're going to hunt. death generator. Basically runs on anything that's like... that's going to be an easy one. It does cause an area effect damage. I mean, I do have some... pretty sure it doesn't go through armor. And then we'll have disenchantment. Needs this might be a little tricky, but it needs enchanted items. So we'll have to see what we can do about that. We'll definitely want this guy to be filtered to repair MBT, yes, repair or legendary no, which is good. Because what it should do is only throw enchanted items in there, but we'll have to see what we can do to make that work in like a relatively automated fashion. And then the last one here is slimy generator, which needs slime and milk. So we're going to need probably a fluid interface and an item interface. One to pipe slimes out of, and then one to pipe milk out of, which we may need to automate the crazy milk. I forget if we have that. But then we can do you, and you're connected, right? So then we can store milk in here to transfer out. Cool. All right, so now let's get everything stocked and running. So let's put away for a minute. I've got my servos. Yes. I requested them. I don't know if I took them out. All right, so first things first, we're going to want coal, right? So you're going to keep coal in your interface. And let's also get some potatoes if I don't have any. Make a few more of those, please. Thank you. Cool. So all you need to be connected and interconnected. So I'll just break everything underneath here. All right, so these guys should be all good now. And I should be able to... Okay, shift right click removes. So let's keep like 16 coal in here, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to be configured to export always active. So what you can do now is feed coal directly into these guys. And they'll be filled up with their internal power buffers, and that should be cool. Now you should be in redstone mode. Thought I turned them all to redstone mode, but if we run it any that aren't, we'll find out pretty quickly. This thing does actually burn coal pretty quickly, so I might want to actually make you a resonant servo to feed coal in as quickly as possible. And I might even want to move this guy. Let's do that. We're going to put him here so that he's as close to the overclock generator as possible, and he'll be a servo that's ignored, and we'll probably want like a stack of coal, to be honest with you. So can I just have a stack, please? That would make my life a little bit easier. Cool. Okay, so that should work, and you'll keep a stack in, so if I turn you on, like he burns through that coal pretty fast, as you can see. So redstone signal on, required to run. And then you guys will get coal ancillary to that. What kind of food source can I just give you that's easy? Do we have like cooked baked potatoes as a recipe? Can I just put potatoes in there? Like, will you just take potatoes? And if so... So yes, and you run for 15 seconds with a raw potato? Alright, so that works. Right? So keep a half a stack of those in there, and servo it up. And you'll get potatoes. Cool. You need magma, so we're going to want a bucket of lava, and we'll probably also want a bucket of milk. And let's look at, did I ever automate milk? I did automate milk. Go direwolf. Give me, do we not have any buckets in here? We don't have any buckets. Where's Soren when I need him? All right, so you are a fluid interface. You're going to output lava, right? Nice, perfect, good. And then you can get a servo that's ignored. Cool. Now, did I do an interface export for you? No, you're just magmatic, so you only need lava. You are getting that, and you need redstone. That's right. Cool. So a bit of redstone. And the servo for you. Cool. So you're going to get redstone now, and you'll be allowed to run. So you're I'm keeping about half the stacks worth of everything in these guys. Cool. And then you need potions. So we do have potions going on, right? We do have potions, like resistance 5. How long would you run in here, and will you work at all? That's a question that I don't know what to do. Wow, you don't even accept resistance 5. That's a bummer. Okay, cool. How about absorption 5 or strength 5? I'm guessing because these are... They probably aren't set up because they're thermal. So that's kind of a bummer. So we're going to have to update our potion guy to... Like, awkward potions can go in there, unfortunately, right? But they only last for half a second. Well, water bottles last for half a second. Mundane potions, 1 second. If we want things to last a little bit longer, we're going to want something good. Let's find something with a long duration on it. I know I've found these in the past. It's usually the ones that, like, say, I don't know, they last a while. So 16 seconds for a lingering potion of night vision. 32, lingering potion of invisibility. I'd like something that's a little bit easier to manage. Lingering potion of slowness. So pretty much most lingering potions. Lingering potion of harming. Most lingerings will do. So we'll automate this in a little bit. But just note we're going to want lingerings, right? So we're going to come back to that one. You're all set. Pink generators. What can we get that's pink? Not a lot of things, as a matter of fact. Pink terracotta we could get from void resource miners with a pink laser lens. Just saying, that's an option, right? Other options include mystical pink flowers. That's a thing that we could maybe automate. What else could we do that you would accept? Let me flip through the JEI thing here. All right, you ready for this? I have a thing. Pink tulips. Alright. And then pink tulips, and do I have one up here? I don't know if I have one up here. I may not. I think they're all in use for automation of other things. Yeah. Fido? So I'm going to need a machine frame, and it looks like aluminum gear. And I thought I didn't have enriched Fido Grow in there. I just have regular Fido Grow. That's what I have automated, right? Yeah, regular Fido Grow. See, I kind of wish that wasn't so loud. Because it is kind of far away from me right now, which means that it's playing in like a large area. So, Phytogenex doohickey ready. And then we're going to want a resonant conversion kit for him. Cool. So what if we did this? You ready? I don't know where I'm going to want this to be. Part of me wants it down here, but then I'd have to power it down here, which isn't the end of the world by any stretch. That's fine. But just noting, for demonstration purposes, you're going to go here for a sec. Cool. You with Fido Grow. You and you. And what else do you need? Water? Cool. So that's good, right? And pink tulips can be a thing. So there's two things I can do. I can either add... I think that's what I'll do, is I'll add pink tulips over here. So let's do that. So you're about to get an expansion, buddy. Do you have to be here, centrifugal? I guess you do. All right, so you're going to be... It would be nice if they were together, but then I'd have to rearrange a bunch of things that I don't feel like rearranging. So you're going to bind to this guy. Oh, hello. Don't make that big of a mess, please. So what do we got here? An importer on the bottom, right? Importer. I think I've got a couple exporters going on here, right? One of them's probably for liquid, and one of them's probably for... So you've got an exporter for... these guys are all set for... Okay, so you've got crafting cards in those. How are you getting water? Is it through here? How exactly are you getting water? Signalum plated impulse item duct? Ah, export on the bottom. Okay, that's how. So I don't have water in my inventory right now, do I? Cool. So we'll set this up in much the same way that the other system is set up, right? On the back guys here were rich phytogrow and what I wanted to export. So we're going to want an exporter here, which is going to be rich phytogrow pink tulips. And I'm going to add a crafting card so you can auto-craft phytogrow on demand. And set you to blue. Cool. And I might have to give you tulips. Cool. And then you're going to get impulse item ducts. Signalum plated impulse item ducts. They don't have to be signalum plated anymore. They can just be regular impulse item ducts. You're going to be disconnected. You're going to set to output up the top. So you should spit out. Nice. And then you should go into the interface to be imported into the system. Cool. And then we just need a detector that will say, and I might have a detector handy. If not, I can make one. So your job will be to be emitting redstone signal for less than 128 pink tulips. Let's make it 256. And you're going to be... So that's green, red, and white. We'll make you pink. Why not? So I should be able to stick this right onto this side if I can get the angle right. So you're going to be pink with your redstone signal. You will be pink, and you will be set to run only when you're receiving redstone signal. Right? That actually should be working. So you're pink. You should be running, actually. Why are you not running? Do we have more than 256? We might already have more than 256 pink tulips. Oh, we do. Haha, perfect. Right? And I hit that, and now you're running again? Presumably? Properly. Duct power 15 out of 15. Duct power 15. Needs high power. You should actually be working right now. Why do you say disabled? Relay power 15, pink, scaled, redstone. Ah, output. There you go. Derp. Sometimes I forget how. I get them mixed up. Cool. All right, so your phytogrow. Then I put this in here and you stop running. Put this in here and you stop running. Yes, perfect. Great, excellent. Nice. All right, so that's automated pink tulips, which sounds cool to me. Let's come back next episode and continue this build. So next episode we'll come back. We'll finish automating the generators down here. But ultimately now I need to pop down here and make that respect pink tulips, and we should have automation behind. You go here and turbo. Devil signing off. Hope you enjoyed the episode. More Rainbow Generation work. Hopefully opening up to our Power Source next episode. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 93 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I'm currently preparing for automation, and a good time of it, hopefully. So I've got you going to be set to keep some slime balls ready, and so I have to automate slime balls today. I populated the rest of the generators. I have to figure out disenchantment. We're going to play with that a little bit on camera so you guys can see how I figure that out, because I haven't figured out how I'm going to figure that out yet. Pink's done. I threw gunpowder into the TNT. I threw nether stars into there. I threw dragon's breath into there. That's covered, that's covered, that's covered, that's covered, that's covered, that's covered, that's covered. Everything's good. So the last two are we have to automate slime, which we might do with stuff and things. The cactus into the mana thing over at, you know, the place and stuff. And then disenchantment. So I'm assuming we've got like some kind of gear. You know what? Enchanted books. That might work. I wonder if I mean, we could put enchanted books in there, right? Would that work, or does it have to be enchanted armor? Enchanted books definitely say they would work. Some of them for longer than others. Right? Efficiency 5 goes for a long time. I wonder if I could just make books for enchanting rather than relying on gear, because we do have ways of making that happen, right? Because we've got the arcane and sorcellator that can make stuff. That could be a thing, but they only make the tier 1 version of things, right? He won't make tier 2 unless I combine them in an anvil. So what I could do is do the enchantment factory. Now you need that version of mob essence, right? Are we still getting that down there? Like, this is the liquid XP from thermal. Do we still have this going on? I'm pretty sure we do, because we need it for mob spawning. We've still got this going on, right? Yeah, that's cool. So maybe we could get a portable, we could get like a better tank for that. Sounds kind of like a good idea. Ender tank. Cool, and we'll get some green dye. I'm getting 4 because I'm not entirely sure what color dye I put on these guys. So what do you got going on here? You've got all green? So like if I did green, white, white, that should be cool. Nice. Okay. And then so you're feeding out? This, maybe? Yeah, that's just a visual bug. But you're totally that tank. Nice. Okay, cool. And you've got plenty of this stuff, right? And we're producing more with mob farm. So we can come over to here, and realistically, we could just do that, and that would be cool, right? So that's the enchantment factory. So I could automate that, throw books in it to get enchanted books out. I wonder if you can ignore NBT on your processing. Because I'd like to be able to request it on demand. Or what I could do is just, for the time being, throw a bunch of books in there. I mean, we have a bunch of books, right? In here already. So this could just be turned into with this guy set up to ignore, right? And if we just threw books in here, would that work? Enchantment Factory is the one that we want, right? Or is it Enchantment Applicator? Is that the one that we want? That's one that applies enchantments. Enchantment extractor. Enchantment factory. Yeah, this is the one I would assume. Unless you need... Oh, okay. I can't put books in the enchantment factory. Gotcha. Gotcha. So what I could do is just use the Arcane Ensorcellator. That wouldn't be the end of the world. That's another approach, right? And it could always be the same enchant, and it could be a level 1 enchant, right? It doesn't have to be too crazy. Let's see what level 1 enchants would be good to use in this thing. So in the disenchantment generator, so like a level 1 protection is 4 seconds. That's a womp womp. We don't want that. But I imagine that there's better versions of it, right? 51 seconds for fire protection, right? Feather falling, what would that look like? 25, so not great. Blast protection, 40 seconds. So I'm gonna just figure out which of the tier 1s are good to use, because I could probably get that going. 52 seconds for respiration. Thorns will be a minute, over a minute. Let me look through this and I'll tell you what I find. Alright, so here's what I'm thinking. You ready? A book and a piece of gold should get me looting 1. Right? And that can be used in a disenchantment generator for about a minute and a half, which isn't bad. That's pretty good. For the cost of a book and a piece of gold, we can keep this thing running at a decent rate. So I'm making an Arcane Ensorcellator for this purpose. Boom. And your job will be to be down here somewhere. Where can I set this up? So I'm assuming... So you're probably all green, if I'm not wrong about that. And it's funny that you dump into a portable tank rather than the opposite way around. But I guess that's because it's coming from there. Yeah, so let's get an ender tank cooking. That will be all green, so green dye. We're going to want a third one of you, and I'm going to put away that stuff for a second. Right? 1, 2, 3. Nice. Looking good. All right, so with that set up, and if I have to automate this a little more, I will. So technically this could drain in a bad way, but we'll figure it out if we need to at some point. A better way to deal with that. So, Arcane Ensorcellator could go right here. Why not? It's kind of become my miscellaneous processing area. So you're going to be Arcana slot locked. And I'm going to do this as a crafting mechanism. So let's get a crafter. And you're going to insert into the back with the crafter with the pattern. And then you'll import bus out the bottom. So import bus. Let's get like 10 more of these for the future, so I don't have to wait for them next time. So then you're going to output on the bottom, and you'll import bus like that. Does that sound cool? And that should be all she wrote. I just need to now stick this guy down and right-click him and set the top to be an import for Essence of Knowledge. So now if I said, hey, give me a looting 1 book, this should run, and we're probably going to want to augment him. So let's get a resonant conversion kit. I'm going to grab a few more of those for future need. Augments, we want the speed augment, so 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4. Speed him up, and now we're talking. So now you should be good, and if we check, we should have an enchanted book for looting. Nice. So then over here, we're going to throw the crafting card into the enchantment generator so that he can craft on demand. We're going to say match MBT yes, compare OR dictionary yes. I don't think these matter on OR dictionary, but MBT they will. Right. So what should happen is right now we should be having an enchantment book being created, if I'm not mistaken. And maybe it already created it. If it did, cool. It was fast. Yeah, it was just fast. So it did it. It did it. It made the thing, right? Now, do you stack? Can you stack? I'm assuming you can. All right, so that's cute. I'd rather not have a stack of these guys sitting in here. Though, at the end of the day, I'm not going to worry too much about that. So, whatever. We'll let it do its thing, right? So then we set you to ignored. We'll throw this guy in here, and he should be ready to run, right? So we turn you on. Beautiful. And he's going to start getting enchanted books. How cool is that? Maybe you will only keep one in there at a time. So that's cool. They don't stack in here, so that works for me. I'll take that. I'll call that a win. Nice. So for whatever reason, you do stack in here, but let's do that. And that's perfect, actually. I like that a lot. All right, beautiful. So we've automated enchanting. I like that. That works better than I thought it might. Now we just need to automate slimes, and we should be good to go. So to get that automation going, did I ever run a wireless network dude over to this general area? I'm assuming. So you guys are all doing stuff, but I don't think there's a wireless network over here. So let's consider clearing out a little bit of space underground here. Hay bag with a 3x3 upgrade. That'll do. I'll just clear out a little bit of room, and I might want the lighting stuff to happen in here, just so like, you know, mob spawns. Now, where am I in relation to? Ah, that's where I am. Okay, so what I'd like to have. Perfect. That's cool for me, right? And what we'll set up with this is a dropper. The automatic precision dropper would be fine. And meanwhile, the sand and dirt that I've collected can all go away. So you're crafting an automatic precision dropper for me. We'll also want a crafter on this guy, so we can auto-craft things on this. And technically, we might want a second dropper and a second crafter, so we could auto-craft other Botania stuff in the future, as needed. Come on, crafter, let's go. There you go. And you, cool. So basically, I want you guys to live here. Oh, I'm still in 3x3. Derp. So you're gonna drop right like so, right? So anything that gets put in here will drop. And that should be cool. Yeah, we can have just the cabling come up the back there, and that should be fine. And the same for you. Perfect. And then you guys can feed into here. Rotated such that you're that. Cool. And then cables can run down here. Perfect. Did I take you out? I did. Good. And then eventually, if we ever decide to hook up any other cool stuff down there, we can. Easy peasy. Right? Dirt, please, because I'm going to want to cover some stuff up here in a minute. So cables can run down here, and this is where we can have a recipe for cactus. Now, the only thing we need is a collector. So arranged collector is probably the smartest move, because I, you know, love these things for this kind of build. So you're going to sit right underneath this guy with an importer on him. See how I was smart enough to set that up at a time? And you're going to whitelist slime, right? Which we have none of at the moment. So let's go get some. Right, so we should have plenty of cactus, right? And what we're going to say is slime comes from cactus. So you guys don't actually need to be in the recipe, so that's cool, right? So cactus becomes slime ball. Easy. So that pattern goes in here. And while I'm waiting, let's also get our network stuff set up. So network card, transmitter, and receiver, because those usually take a minute, right? And then, so in theory, we would do, boom. and then you made slime. And we'll whitelist slime. And then we're good to go. So now, let's get our network stuff going. You guys done yet? Network U. And transmitter, receiver should be coming up next, in theory. There it is. Cool. So you assigned to that. And home we go. Network transmitter. And we're cool. So now if I said, hey, give me a bunch of slime, like a stack, it might be done by the time we get over there, but you can see it dropping. Cool. And the slime balls are immediately getting sucked into here where they're being import bussed. At a pretty decent rate. Cool. Do I have a speed dude handy? I do. One little speed upgrade in this might not hurt. Cool. Perfect. To home. Okay, so now we've got slime guys ready to go. So let's get some slime balls. Boom. Didn't I say 64 of them? Oh, I know what it did. I've already got... I know where they went. I've already got it auto-stocking this. So it put a bunch in here. Cool. So now we're good. So you can go away, slime ball. So that, I think, is everything automated, right? We've automated enchanting. We've automated slime balls. Rotten flesh, not a problem. Snowballs, I'm pretty sure snow is automated, right? Gunpowder, pink tulips. If snow's not automated, we can get that done. But I'm pretty sure I've got a glacial precipitator up there. Potion generators, that's the one I forgot about. I know I was forgetting one. So which potion should we go with? Because we do have like a potions room, right? A compact machine for a potions room. This would actually have been a cool thing to put into a compact machine. I should have done that. Oh well, too late now. I always forget about compact machines until it's too late. I'm like, oh, that's right. That would have been cool to put... Whoops. Oh well. I don't feel like breaking it all and rebuilding it from scratch. So we'll hold off on that for now. So that's good, that's good, that's good. Let's talk about potions. So we are going to go with something that was lingering. Let's sneak into our compact machine room, or our potions room. So, where you got potions room? Compactor. That's this guy as my potions room, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So alchemical imbuer, alchemical imbuer, alchemical imbuer. And then you've got fractioning stills to refine them down the line, right? So technically anything that's refined would probably not be a good one to go with. So let's pick one that we know is going to be a good timer. So that's 16. I know 32 is like up there. That's 8 seconds. 32. Lingering potion of harming. So that is glowstone, fermented spider eyes, redstone, spider eyes, netherwort. Okay. Cool. So that's a lot of steps, honestly. And lingering needs dragon's breath. My goodness, that's a lot of steps. Let me see if I can track this a little better. So this is actually gonna... I decided to go lingering potion of slowness, which is about the same, but ultimately the number of steps to craft the potion determines how long it lasts in the potion thing. So anything we want to be 32 seconds is going to be a 6-step potion. So that said, we're going to need a lot of things. I wish there was some automated way to get dragon's breath, short of going to visit the dragons and right-clicking with empty bottles, but there isn't, so that's a shame. So basically I'm going to do this one, which the steps are... this is going backwards, obviously. Dragon's breath, redstone. So what I'm going to do is basically create another line of 6 of these, and we'll go from there. That sound cool? That's just going to basically match this. So instead of, we'll have 6 we'll have 6 alchemical imbuers instead of 3 and 3, and then we'll have a fluid transposer to fill bottles, and that'll be cool. In fact, I probably won't need another fluid transposer. I could just run this whole line here and then feed the liquid directly into this dude, and that would kind of be cool, actually, and that should work. Yeah. So let's do that. So let's get out of here. Bing. Out of the compressed block. And let's get 6 alchemical imbuers. So we'll be back in a few minutes because this will take a few minutes to craft. So a really funny thing just happened. I can't find my portal gun. So I'm going to have to build a dimension editor. And I'm going to put you guys in here. And I'm going to need to borrow... I can't find my portal gun. I don't know what happened to it. I have no idea. It's really weird. Aren't you the dimension editor? Inscriber? Builder? Right, so I put a realized dimension tab, like Dragon Age, into here. And then we get a matter receiver. Because the matter receiver that belongs there is broken. I think I can do that, right? And it'll create a new matter receiver over there. Because until now, I've been using my portal gun to get there. But I have legitimately looked pretty hard, and I can't find it. So I'm not really sure where it is. Which is weird. I don't know what happened to it. Right? It's not in here, is it? Totally, derping? But hey, maybe now's a good time to play with another teleportation option. From Draconic Evolution, one of my favorites. Might not be a bad idea to at least look into making one of these. Ender Pearls, a Wyvern Core, and 4 of those dudes. Draconium, and Ender Pearl. Cool. And I can put you away for the time being. You're in my way. So over here, we're going to play with making one of these dudes. This thing's pretty cool. I like this thing. Definitely one of my favorite items from Draconic Evolution. Nice. Advanced Dislocator on the way. Basically, it's a teleporter that you can store locations and recall them and teleport to them in all kinds of different ways. So it might not be a bad idea to actually replace my charged porter with this thing. Though I'll probably wind up using my charged porter. I'll put it in there just to be safe with it. So we can do something like this, right? Right click, and we can set destination. So we'll add a new destination. We'll call it home. And we're good to go. For fuel, it needs Ender Pearls, right? So we'll get about 8 stacks of them. And add fuel or control click, I think. Cancel. Shift click. Shift click to add stacks at a time, right? So out of Ender Pearls. Right. I'm out of... Right. Delete. Delete. There we go. Now we're really out of Ender Pearls. Cool. Alright, so with that taken care of, my Dragon Age should be done having a receiver put into it. So now I should be able to teleport to the Dragon Age again. Ready to go? I think so. Dragon Age... I think that's Dragon Age 2. At least I hope it is! Yeah, this is Dragon Age, alright. It's loud. It's a loud age. We'll be back after I've gotten some stuff and things. And maybe even set a destination here. Like you. Add new dragons. Alright, be right back. Oh, and you can lock these so they don't accidentally get, changed. Alright, so let's treat the hopper on the north as the input for this specific setup. So for compact machines, I'm gonna need a tunnel, which needs a compact machine, a hopper, and some redstone. So let's go downstairs and craft that real quick. It's been a while since we played with crafting on this thing. I have to fix this floor. So much stuff to do. So much to do, so little time. Turn you off. And then what do I throw into that thing? I think it's just redstone? Yeah, redstone. Sweet, tunnels. I should automate that at some point so I could craft it on demand. That would be cool. Wouldn't that be cool? I feel like that would be cool. So then the north side is where we're going to input stuff for this recipe, which is going to be different because the south side, we're importing stuff for all these machines. So we're going to want to import from the north side for the next set of machines. So let's put this guy here set to north, which is a hopper, as we can see. And then we can have alchemical imbuers right down the line, right? And then you could feed, I don't know if I can feed in the front of you, but I'll figure something out. What's on the top here? You're the output on the top, and you're inputting from the sides. All right, well, I might have to rotate this guy, and if I have to do that, it's no big deal. So you guys are all going to get cleared for your inputs and whatnot. So you're what? You're a signalum plated fluid duct. So let's get 5 of those. Well, no, just one. One signalum plated fluid duct should be significant. And the rest could be redstone conduits, right? So all power will be on top, and then the output is here. So you're what? Why are you item ducts? You're never item ducting out the top there. Probably don't need to be item ducts, but it doesn't hurt. So you all need power then, and you need fluid. So you're going to get fluid like that. See, that's how you're going to get water. Boom. Water fills up. Cool. And then you're all going to get items from the back. So we're going to need 6 filters back here. And they can all be pretty minor filters. They don't have to be anything too fancy. So let's pop out of here and get 5 or 6 filters. Does that sound fair? Harden should be fine. 2 more hardened filters should be a quick craft for us. Cool. Back into the machine we go. Oh, and I forgot item ducts. Yeah. We're going to want impulse item ducts? Yeah, that should be fine. Impulse item ducts should be great. Alright, a dozen should be good for now. So let's pop into here, right? So you're going to run impulse item ducts all along this back line, right? And what we're going to do is have these dudes, come on now, all filtering, right? So you're going to be configured for the back equals input across the line. So that's cool. And you're going to be whitelisting what's allowed to go in these things. And I wrote down this list, and I subsequently hit the window. But it should be netherwort goes in first, followed by sugar, followed by gunpowder, followed by fermented spider eye, followed by redstone, followed by dragon's breath. Cool. So what I'm going to do is just test this down the line. So netherwort goes in first. And by the way, I have upgrades. And speed upgrades for all of you gentle folk. Right, now I don't know. Yeah, awkward potion. Perfect. Cool. So you got 750 millibuckets of it. Nice. And I made augments. There they are. Like I knew I made augments. Just to make this kind of a little bit quicker, because why not? It's not like we're hurting for power right now, ladies and gentlemen. So that's cool, right? So, and then the next one was sugar. So what we want to do is configure you to output to the right and you to input from the left. And you're going to make that, and you're going to input there and output there, and then gunpowder, right? And then you're going to do that, and fermented spider eyes. Hey. And then redstone. And then dragon's breath, which should come up with lingering potion of slowness. Now you, in theory, need to get, oh, that's why. Is that why I have item? So you're out the west. You're out the down. You've got an exporter down there. You've got signalum plated item ducts there. Okay, cool. So that's why. So you're getting items brought in here, I presume? How are you getting glass containers? I assume that's coming in here, hardened filter. That presents a minor problem. It really doesn't. Well, it does. Well, yeah, it does. Because what I'm going to want to do is get my fluid from here to here. Is rotate you, though, first. So right now, you've got coming in from the left and the back, right? So let's rotate you. So that you can come in from the back. Do I have bottles on me? I don't, of course. Let's get some. Alright, so just to verify that I have this rotated the right way, I'm going to set, instead of an input on the back, on here, you're going to be an input on this side. Perfect. So that is correct. So let's put you, whitelisting, glass bottles back. Perfect. So you're facing the right way now. So I'd like you to input on the left so that I can fluid duct over here. Didn't I grab hardened fluid ducts? My goodness, I'm going back and forth a lot because I forget to grab things. Right? So, like, this could be a thing that happens. And then you could be getting your lingering potion of slowness. And then if you had 3 glass bottles in here, that should be all we need to 1, 2, 3. Nice, right? The trick is getting those 3 bottles into here through this line. So that's going to be a little bit of a nuisance. But we should have our lingering bottles of slowness now, so that's good. So I'm thinking the best way to do this probably would be with a phantom face. Right, so we could bind you to there, and you're connected now. And then you could get a filter on you. And are you configured to accept from the bottom? You are now. Whitelist glass bottles. Cool. So now, what we can do is teleport out of here. We can go up here. We're going to want a crafter, for sure. But we're going to want a pattern, which is a processing pattern, that's going to say how to make lingering potions of slowness, right? Right, so 3 of those comes from the following. Another wort, sugar, gunpowder, fermented spider eyes, redstone, and dragon's breath. Cool. So we set that pattern. Oh, and a glass bottle. Don't forget the glass bottle. Needs to be part of the pattern. Glass bottle. Cool. So now if we take our lingering potions out of here for a sec. Okay. And we go set up on the back of this guy a crafter, which magically has power somehow. I'm not entirely sure how. Maybe there's a cable underneath you? I actually legitimately have no idea how you... Oh, there was a cable right there. Okay, cool. Neat. Alright, well, with that said, we now know how that has power. You can get the pattern, and then if I say, hey, do me a favor, make me some lingering potions of slowness, you're going to dump all those things in there. Right? And hopefully you're running. I could pop in there to check real quick, but I might have already finished, to be honest with you, at the rate that this thing moves. Because they are pretty fast machines, to be fair. So any chance that that's done already? Or is it derped because cobblestone, or because that stuff fell in there? Hopefully you're not gummed up. I'm gonna have to put another word in that thing. Be right back. Let me see if I can figure out why this got derpy. I actually think I know what the problem is. This recipe calls for 7 items, and hoppers only have inventories for 5. So I'm gonna say that the problem is not that we didn't have enough stuff. I think we're gonna have a problem with the number of inventory slots we have. So if we did that and asked for a lingering potion, we should be cool, right? So now you're going through, and what we should get relatively quickly, because all those things are sped up, right, is a lingering potion. So if we keep an eye here, that should show up. Nice. That's what's up. Dudes, how cool is that? We've gotten one. Where's the other two? Make with the other two. Oh, right, because I needed 3 glass bottles, not 1. Right, so those should be your last 2 lingers. So let me just change that recipe to be 3 glass bottles. Nice, there you go. So that's just a little minor dire derp. All right, so let's wrap up the episode here. We'll come back next time. Can I just... There we go. And we'll get the rainbow generator up and running. So that should be cool. I like that. That should be working. Cool. All right, Dial20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Fully automated all the things needed for the rainbow generator. So next episode, we'll kick it on. All right, guys, take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 94 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, it is rainbow generator time. I think we're pretty close to being able to turn this thing on. Now, for testing purposes, I disabled my solar array that's upstairs. So right now, we're only generating around 16,000 RF a tick. I wanted to remove that guy from the equation for the time being. It's not like we're hurting for power. We have 303 billion RF at the moment. I think we'll be fine. But I want to get my rainbow gen up and running. So to get this guy going, we're going to implement a few things. First off, we're going to need redstone control to turn on all this stuff. We'll probably want a lever to toggle the guy on and off, and maybe some structure ducts just to help out with things a little bit. We're also going to want a bucket of milk. Do we have that handy? We might need to go get our bucket of milk. You got water in there. I don't think I ever did program this dude to keep milk in stock, so we might need to do a little bit with that. So I did bind you to this thing, and you've got your slime balls, but one of the things I forgot to do was configure you to output milk and keep that in stock. Now I assume, I kind of forget where this is set up. Where did I set this up? Like, where am I getting milk from? Where did I put the cow that I'm milking? Is it, I think I remember now. Hold on. I didn't actually like put a cow anywhere. I'm just milking over here, right? This is it. This guy is producing milk for me. Nice. All right, I remember now how this works. Sweet. I knew. It's funny, like, you set things up like a few months ago, and they've just worked perfectly in the background for months, and then time passes, and you're like, how did I, what was I doing? How did that work again? Not to mention, it's not the first time I've automated milk, right? Like, in previous episodes, like, I'll bring a cow and put them in a basement somewhere, or, like, you know, other methods of automation. So, like, I just forget. It happens sometimes. So these guys all got to kick on. We're totally going to want some hardened fluid ducts, just in case milk is hot. It's probably not, but you never know. You and a servo should get you going. Ignored. That should fill that up with milk. Yes, isn't it? Does it have to be a milk bucket? Because that's annoying. Does it have to be a milk bucket, slimy generator? You guys are probably laughing at me. Yeah, it's not generating power at all. It needs a milk bucket? Okay, hello. Sweet. So that's a thing that we learned today. All right, so that can go, and that can go, and that can go. We don't need pretty much any of this at all. What we do need, however, is a milk bucket. And I'm presuming... we might have to tweak this a little bit. That's silly. I thought you had like a liquid tank. I thought you were kind of like this guy, right? We've got lava and redstone. I thought you'd be the same, but no, you actually legit need a bucket. So we need to tweak this a little bit. How are we going to do that? So what we're going to need to do... Alright, I have an idea. Well, I have a couple ideas. Basically, we're going to probably want to fluid transpose our milk into a bucket. That's probably your best bet. That's probably your best bet. I think these are just copper. And rather than switching them around. And we're also going to need an exporter set to fluid mode. That should be pretty good. So let's get this up and running, yeah. So what we'll probably want is step 1, export liquids. Fluid type, milk, go. Yay, milk. Step 2, export buckets. You. So you're not going to keep buckets in stock. Instead, let's do this as a separate interface, because I'm trying not to use item filters on these things, and I'll tell you why. I want to place redstone relays on them, and if I put an item filter on this guy, we're going to be in trouble. So we don't want to do that. So what we do want to do is, actually, we may not need to do anything with another keeping buckets thing. So we can just cycle the same bucket back and forth. Let's do that. Let's do that. I like that. That's a plan that I really do like. Yes, that's what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do is stick this dude on here. And he's going to be set on the top to be blue. And we're going to get a retrieval node. What? Missing blaze powder? How do you not know how to make blaze powder? Dire, please. And we have blaze rods. Blaze powder can probably be best made through a pulverizer. Pulverizer? That'll do. Let's try that again, shall we? Resident retriever, please. That'll take a moment to craft. So what we're going to do is the following. You're going to be set to output, and we will have impulse item ducts doing that. Okay? And you're going to be set to auto output enabled, which should be cool. And then we can put a retriever node on you, set to whitelist empty buckets. Ignored, right? So here's what's going to happen. Now we're also going to need power on this bad boy, which I haven't planned entirely for, but I should, if placed properly, be able to do this with wireless power. This little dude. Powering one tile, which is this guy. Nice. And I might as well give you that. Now, the maximum power usage is going to be 60 RF a tick without any augments in it. This guy can produce or supply 80, so that should actually work quite well. So check this out, right? We place an empty bucket in here. Well, no, we can't place an empty bucket in here. But what we're going to do is put a milk bucket in there, right? Redstone, always active, right? So you're going to start producing power. I think he automatically turns off when he's done working. So we're going to need some kind of power source for this to work properly. I'm just going to throw an energy trash can on there for the time being, just so we can demonstrate this without any concerns, right? Watch what'll happen. As soon as the milk gets used, the retriever will extract the empty milk bucket out of here, hopefully. Boom. And pull it right into there, where it gets turned into a milk bucket, and then eject it out and put back into the slimy generator. How cool is that? So that is super cool, and I like everything about it, right? So then, you know, we burn through a bunch of milk, and eventually we use up that bucket. The retriever pulls the bucket into the fluid transposer, demonstrated nowish. Nowish. There you go. Boom. It was quick. If you blink, you missed it. Boom. How cool is that? So one bucket being traded back and forth and constantly run. Awesome. You now need redstone signal to run. So let's hook up with this automation in place, which I kind of am proud of because I like it. I like when things are nice and compact like that, and we come up with like relatively efficient ways of doing things, right? So you guys all need to be redstone output on the red channel, because you're going to be all outputting at the same time. I want you all running at once. And this is why I didn't want to put servos or filters or retriever nodes on any of the generators, because we needed to place redstones on down here so that I could keep everything looking nice. I mean, in theory, we could have just, you know, had some other connections on these guys, but ideally I wanted to have everything hidden under the ground so that these guys would be really flush and nice looking with the ground once we fill in the flooring. Okay. And then to get this dude rolling, what we'll probably want is, for now, let's just stick it here. So we'll throw some structure ducts like that, and we'll put this guy here, set to input mode. Now in theory that might work, it might not, I forget, we'll see. So does that make you guys all run? Yeah, it does. Haha, look at that. Sweet. Look at all the things happening. Look at all the particle effects. Boom. That's what's up. All right. So, next step, actually crafting the rainbow generator. So I'm going to do this part off camera because, as mentioned in the past, rainbow generators require just crafting all the different generator types. So I'm going to make one of each generator type, and we'll be right back. All right, so we should be pretty close. Remember, these guys have to be made up here in a regular crafting table so they can deduct the experience. And then you should be cool to make one of these. That's right, I need another one of those guys. Sweet. So we've got most of the generators made then, except for the enchantment generator and the slimy generator, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem because we automated most of these things at this point. So now I should be able to make a bottom half and a top half, which can combine to become a rainbow generator. Nice. Now let's plan for draconic. So we're going to want to power these guys, right? So let's just make things easy. 16, boom. Crafting, 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 crafting. We're also going to want one of you. Now, how many connections can you do again? I forget. You can have 8 links. You might want, instead of that, let's get one of these energy relays, which can have 32. Yes, links. So that's the one I'm going to use. And then in addition, we're going to want 3 of these dudes, right? I'm going to wind up getting 4, but that's okay. We'll take it. Because these actually generate such a stupid amount of power that we're going to need a lot of stuff. What are these things called? Basalt? Bing, bing, bing. So my rainbow generator will sit here. Dun, dun, dun. You're going to feed power into this guy, the Draconic Energy Pylon, in more than one location, I think, is what's going to be needed. But let's link it first as if we only needed to do one connection, and then we'll see if I'm right about this. Now, for you guys, what I'm thinking I'd like to see is something along these lines, right? If I brought you up to here, would that be cool? And then you could beam into that one. Does that sound like a plan? I think that's a plan. Right, so what I'll do is I'll connect to you, and then each of you guys, none of you really generate that much power, except maybe the Nether Star gen might generate a lot, but we'll find out. So you, let's put you here. So you guys are all getting connected now. Cool. And you'll all feed your power directly like that. Does that look nifty? And then you can beam your power straight over to that dude. Right, and you're going to beam directly into the generator here. We might need to beam multiple, but we'll find out. Is everything running? I think everything's ready to go. Should we give this a shot? Let's turn it on and see how much power we get. You ready? 3, 2, 1, go! You should be working. Mission generators. Potion generators. Potion generators? Maybe? Didn't I set you up properly, potion generator? I may not have set up your exporting of things. Oh, I didn't set him up. I set up all the potion crafting, but I didn't actually set up the potion extract. So let's do crafting card. I think I need to put in there. Was it already in? I forget. It was. Okay, cool. I don't need it. And then potions. You're going to keep the lingering potions of slowness. That's what we wanted, right? That should be working actually already, because we should already have lingering potions of slowness in the thing. Unless you're just really good at extracting it, but you should be exporting that already. Are you not connected over here, buddy? Ah, there's your problem. The derp. I'm like, why isn't that working? And then, yeah, we totally need a servo. Cool. I totally forgot all the steps for the potion generator. All right, now we should be good to go, right? So you're going to keep in stock the lingering potion of slowness. You're going to run for a significant period of time. And 3, 2, 1. Hopefully it works this time. Go. We have rainbow generation. Ooh, yeah, now we're talking. Booyah. So you've got 64 million RF in your internal buffer here. Right, you're the... Oh, you need to be in output mode. Nice. 25 million RF in the output buffer. Does that mean we're getting a net gain of 25 million RF? Sweet. That's shenanigans. I love shenanigans. They're like my favorite thing. Now here's a question. Let's turn this off for a sec, just out of curiosity. So you're gonna finish your power transfer because you had lots of power. Lots of power. What if I disabled you for a sec? And just for fun, we put you up here and bound you to that guy. Would that work for 25 million RF? Would you be able to do that so that I don't have to have this separate beam going? How much power are we getting now? Fluctuating? Oh, something's not running. Potion generator isn't running. Hey, potion generator, you should be running now. Oh, we have to empty glass bottles. Hold on, forgot about that. We're gonna need another retrieval node. Totally forgot about emptying glass bottles. So let's get some of this. Let's put this in here. Let's do this. And you, my friend, are disconnecting from here. And you're going to be a retrieval node, whitelisting, glass bottles, ignored. So you're going to just dump all glass bottles into there. And that should behave a little bit more. Let's try this now. Sweet. Disco ball of awesomeness happening. Lots of power going in. How's our situation here? 12 million. See? That's interesting. You're limited. Somehow you're limiting your power output. I never understood why that happened. In theory, we should have enough bandwidth to transfer that power directly. So this guy does need to be directly hooked up to the reactor. Unless I'm missing something. But with that guy off now, all that power should eventually settle itself. Look how much power it has to transfer in. It's nuts. It's nuts how much power is going into that thing. 25 million RF is a stupid amount of RF. I'm not even kidding. 25 million RF per tick. Per tick. Per tick. So that's 25 million times 20 per second. Shenanigans. So let's turn this guy back on. Boom. Now we're producing our 25 million per tick again. And we're filling things up. What's this guy say? This guy says, yeah, a lot. That's kind of hilarious. 15.22. 325 billion RF. Chilling in that energy storage guy. Oh, did we lose something? We lost something. What broke? Potion generator's broke again. What's wrong, potion generator? Why are you crying? Everything's offline now. Why are you no extracting retrieval nodes? Whitelist, ignored. You should totally be doing the thing. Why wouldn't that work? That absolutely should work. No? Whitelist. Ignored. me the empty bottle. Pull it out of there. Back in a minute once I figure out what's wrong with this, and I'll tell you guys what happened. So somehow this thing got backstuffed, and I'm not sure why, but just... And that's why it was, like, extra purple looking. But just by, like, turning it off and on again, when in doubt, that's the solution, it started working again. So let's do you. So now you're groovy. Now you're going like crazy, 25 million RF. And you, sir, are climbing rapidly. Look at that. Every few seconds, every second, we're getting about 0.03% charge in this thing. It's climbing like crazy. It's hilarious. How nutty is that? I love it. Can I get a muffler? Hello. That might be the side effect of one of these things. I'm gonna just put it right here so that hopefully we don't hear explosions anymore. Oh, that's better. And luckily my armor is such that it protects me from all the negative effects. Like, this thing really hurts. It gives you like a pretty nasty withering effect, which you can see happening right there. Also Doom, which apparently my draconic armor is clearing off for me. So typically, if you didn't, the Spectre of Death will arrive in 60 seconds. Uh-oh. I don't know that Doom is actually getting removed from me or not. I don't know what that means, the Spectre of Death. That might be new. I don't know if that's the Undeath Generator doing that, or the Withering, or the Nether Star. Like, generally, you don't want to be near these things. That's all it comes down to, is generally you don't want to be near these things. Let's turn them off for a minute. Bing. Everybody goes off. What's nice is they retain their progress. So like when you turn them off, they are immediately off. Everything is offline, right? No longer running, including the Rainbow Gen. And everything that was in progress is still like in progress, and it just kind of like freezes them. It's quite actually lovely. All right, so let me fill in the floor here, and we'll be right back. So how nice does that look? Everything is super self-contained underneath the floor. From above, it just looks super nice and does cool things. And then we flip the lever to turn it on, and boom, 25 million RF. One lever flip, 25 million RF per tick. I like it. I like it a lot. Pretty happy with this build. Like, I know we've done rainbow generators in the past, obviously. Like, that's not a surprise to anyone, right? We've totally done rainbow gens in the past. However, I think this is one of the most efficient designs that I've ever built. And it really does a good job of automating things. Like, I'd be interested to see, like, how long this can just run without being a problem. Now, I kind of would like to build some kind of circuit to toggle the thing on and off, just in case the energy core fills up. But it's going to be a while before that energy core fills up. And it's not going to be any different from any circuit I've built before. Like, all we do is measure the power that's currently in the energy pylon and turn the reactors, turn that redstone signal on and off as needed. So it's not going to be like an amazing or new. That is awesome. Just super steady rainbow gen power. Like, in the past, it's been unsteady, right? Like, it's been on for a second and it's been off and like staggery. I think this is like the most efficient rainbow gen I've ever built. So again, super proud. Let's come back in a minute after that thing has run for a bit and see how stable she is after like 5 minutes. So yeah, this thing has been running uninterrupted for like 10 minutes now. It's awesome. I'm loving it. Every now and then, an endermite spawns, but that's something I can live with. I'm not going to worry that much about that. Cool. I call this a completed build. And there was much rejoicing. Literally, as I said that, Slimy Generator shuts down. What is up? Why are you not running Slimy Generator? Do you need a crafting card? It might be that you need a crafting card. Literally, like, as I wrapped up the part where I said everything's working perfectly, I found something that wasn't working. Fixed. Little nuances that you forget about, like I need a crafting card in the Slimy Generators interface. But minor things, minor things. Overall, it's pretty good, right? There might be one or two other little nuances that happen. Snow is accumulating. I presume that's because of the snow generator that we have. Endermites are happening. Death's happening. But everything's pretty much okay. Nice. So you guys want to hear something funny? I ran out of coal. The overclock generator did a number on coal. So I'm going to get myself to make at this point, but might as well use the clear to get a black laser lens. And then we'll take this dude and we'll pop that guy off and we'll do that. Yes, we have. What is going on in this room? I just discovered something that we may need to fix. Hey, what's up? Where's my compact machine guy? What's going on in here? What's happening? Aside from the fact that everybody's purple. You've got plenty of tectonic petroleum. You've got plenty of yellorium dust. Iridium ingots. Are we having a problem here? Wow, hello. Whew, haha, okay. We are totally backstuffing like crazy. How am I going to solve this? I've got an idea that's probably not ideal, but it could probably work. You are the problem, right? Because you're trying to extract and you're just super slow about it. Because I think what happens is there's like an internal buffer to the compact machine, and for whatever reason, it's just really bad at extracting things in a rapid way, which is okay. All right, guys, so basically what's happening is this machine can't extract items fast enough. So what if we got an ender chest to help? Now, you might need to extract items from ender chests faster than you're currently capable of doing, but let's see what we can come up with. So I'm going to pop into this machine again now, and what if I just made you an ender chest, right? Like, does that sound like it might be a good idea? I'm gonna have to go into Raven mode for this, just to, or should I just put the ender chest here, or should I move you? Kinda wanna move you, and just make it straight up an ender chest. Cause that's an option, right? Yeah, maybe I should grab one of those things that lets me keep the contents. The crate keeper dude. And we'll stick that in there so that I can pick you up. I'm gonna remove you and you. Well, maybe I needed you. What was you? Signal and plated impulse item duct? Sure, why not? Just gonna do that. And then this thing was here, but we don't want that. We want that. You're just going to pour into there and presumably or hopefully import items faster than it was able to extract before, right? And if that's cool, then we might be able to... How's this guy for augmenting? Should these guys all get, like, the speeded up faster process? Like, I think that's probably a good idea. So we're going to want conversion kits for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 machines. Right? Resonant upgrades for 11 machines. And we'll probably want around a dozen augments. So resonant upgrades, let's make 12. We'll make an extra one just to be safe. We're short on glowstone? How? How are we short on glowstone? There's like no way that we're short on glowstone. Is there? Is there a way that we're short on glowstone? I guess there is. And I think I can see how, kind of. Glowstone should probably be in a compacting drawer. So let's grab our key and fix this. Cool. And then what I'm going to do is grab my tape. We will get an exporter, stack upgrade, and speed upgrades. And that should take care of our problem. Because I guess I'm sucking up stuff. Oh, you know what we want is drawer upgrades and a void upgrade. And that should solve our problem. Sweet. Now, would you be so kind as to craft for me a dozen of these dudes? And while you're at it, I'm gonna make, because resources are not a problem for me, like 20 of these, and that should be enough. In the meantime, let's get an import bus and import everything that is inside this crate. Thank you. And resin upgrade kits are a work in progress. Cool. So yeah, I had to temporarily turn off everything down here because we burned through all the coal that we had. To be fair, the overclock generator really burns coal really fast. Like super fast. And it ran out of coal super quickly. We might have to do something about that, but we'll figure it out, like I said. All clean. So you can go away. You guys are done. And resonant upgrades? Getting there. Still a work in progress. Let's see. We do a lot of backlog to do. Is it worth overclocking some of this stuff? Just to help speed things up. Speed it up. Power is usually the slowdown here, which is funny considering how much power we have. It's just the distribution of power. Like, I think this thing can transfer power fast enough. This guy can't accept power fast enough to compensate for how fast I want it to run. But that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Resonant, we're at 12. One more, there you go. Nice. All right, so let's go upgrade all these machines in here and see if we can't just get them running a little bit faster. So I'm just gonna go down the line and make sure that you're maxed out on this and that you're good to go here. And hopefully we have enough power coming into this device to take care of this, but we might not, to be honest with you, but we'll find out. And I guess I can do you guys. Because technically we, you know, so we have like 240, 300, 300, 300. Oh, you guys need to be upgraded too, don't you? Forgot all about you up here. So I guess I'm going to need 2 more since I upgraded those other machines. I knew I had more than I should have. I was like, wait a second, I need more than that. So 2 more, please. Alright, so that should be quick and painless. Yes. There they are. Resin upgrade quick. Quick and easy. So we'll see what this does for us. We might need to find a way to get power into this room at a more rapid pace. Because this might not be cutting it. Like, we do have, like, a lot of power coming in from one spot. This is all, what? Signal and plated impulse item ducts? Yeah. Which, you know, ain't terrible. What if I did this? I'm curious to see if this will work. So you've got power coming in to this dude on the top, right? What if, bear with me here, what if tile cannot receive energy on that side? This is the east side though. So what if we got from compact machines a tunnel bound to the east side? We can put it like right here. That's north, south, east. So now that there is an east side, are you allowed to give it power? It said it can't, but I think it's lying because it looks like it is. That's interesting because it's saying it is, and I think it's lying, right? Because you're getting power, maybe? I don't know. Things seem to be filling up quickly, though. Internal buffers seem to be filling rather rapidly. So even though we got the message saying no, it did it. So I'll take it. I think that works. I think that's actually kind of cool that it works. Nice. Okay. That works for me. So now you guys are all powered fast enough, and you should be burning through a significant backlog. I don't know how much of a backlog there is. I suppose we could find out. What if I did a crate upgrade real quick? We'll see how much of a backlog there is. But I'll let this clear out, and how about we do this? We'll come back next episode, and we'll see what happens. For now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 95 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. I have just been in my test world, playing around, and kind of messing around with a few things to try and find out how certain things work. And I've come to the conclusion that things work in an interesting way with certain mechanics and certain things I want to do. So right now, one of the things I want to work on in preparation for some upcoming coolness would be compact machines. And so hence I am moving this guy down into here, and I'm pretty sure that he's fully constructed now. I think that's the case. And what I should be able to do is hook up a similar doohickey to this, right? Let's get another interface. I decided to move this down here because obviously, why not, right? Like, it feels like that would be a smart move, right? A few more cables and I should be good. Cool. So that should bring you online. And now you just need some juice. So let's get, let's do, Draconic Energy. I guess what we'll do is one of these guys just because. And yeah, Direwolf laser. It's gonna be bad. I'm not even kidding with you guys. It's gonna be bad. So let's see what we can come up with. This is power going out, right? And you're going up to the base, so that should be fine to laser it down right into there. And then you should be collecting stuff. Let's make sure that you're actually running. Yes, you're happily running. You've got mica. Beautiful. It's slow, obviously, because it's only a tier 1, right? Like, it's not, you know, the fastest thing in the world. I think it's a tier 1, right? Yeah, only a tier 1. So it's super slow, but, like, I also don't need a whole lot of stuff. It's fine. Like, I don't need it to be any better than what it is. It's really just there to get me mica. That's literally the only purpose that it serves for me right now. So that's cool. Oh, wait, what am I putting all this junk in here for? That was supposed to be my... Not this. That was supposed to be this. You were open for this and this. Anything else go in here, like cobblestone? Yes. I knew I had 2 stacks of cobblestone. Alright, so you're doing... Yeah, you're doing the thing. Good. So then we no longer need an import bus down there. That's cool. That can go away. And then you guys can do your thing. I'll real quick grab my builder's wand just to make this a little bit easier to build out. Cool. Nice and covered up and fancy looking. Not too shabby at all. Like, not even a little bit too shabby. I like it. I think it looks great. I'm pleased. Alright, so, we did that for a reason. What was that reason? Well, I wanted to clear up some space upstairs, because one of the things I wanted to play with today was compact machines, and I want to see if I can automate the creation of compact machines. Like literally, like, open this dude up, say, hey, I want a compact machine, and have it craft. So I want to see if I can pull that off. I should be able to pull that off, along with the other things. So let's look at compact machines and see what kind of crafting operations need to occur, right? What piece of redstone, and then a piece of redstone getting thrown into the field, right? So as we may recall, this works by saying, hey, give me a block of iron. We're going to get a few of these just for demonstration purposes. I believe all it is this, and then toss redstone into the field, and it minimizes. So what we need to do is automate that process, right? Now, in addition to that, we'll probably want to learn how to make these guys, because we've been using tunnels a bit. So that's going to be a bit more of a process, right, to get some tunnels. And then we'll also want to learn how to make compact machines themselves, and we'll have to figure out the pattern and how to make that work out, right? Like, this stuff should be doable with the builders from RF Tools, right? So let's check that out, right? So an RF Tools builder, let's just do this then. We've got one, boom, and he's, you know, all kinds of happy to help, right? So let's remove you from here, right? Because you're, let's put you on to activate. Yeah, I don't want him actually like doing anything right now. So he shouldn't have. Good, all right, cool. Let's figure out how we can use this. So I'm pretty sure the builder has a mode where he can copy an exact structure. So it might need a shape card, I would assume. And this is the part where I actually don't know, because this is like a newish feature of this thing. So let me figure out how this works and we'll be right back. So, quick change of plan. So, in testing this build in the single player world, everything worked exactly the way I had planned. I wanted to like real quick test it in a single player world just to make sure there weren't any problems, and I found a small problem. The way I wanted to do this was with the scanner, which we haven't played with yet in RF Tools, and the builder, which we have played with before in previous iterations of the mod. But the scanner is like a neat new way of doing things with the builder. Unfortunately, it gets a little bit derpy with redstone dust. Because when it scans an area, which is what the scanner and builder combo do, is it records what blocks are in the area. Well, redstone in the world is called redstone wire, and redstone in inventory is called redstone, and basically the scanner and builder get them mixed up. And it's like, oh, I'm looking for redstone wire, but when I go to build in the world, I can't find any redstone wire in this inventory. All I see is redstone, and it doesn't see the difference. So I reported the bug to McJD, who said he's going to try to fix it. He has no promises. He's going to look into it. So I'm going to hold off on this build for now. I do want to get to a point where I can automate these. If I can get it working with the scanner and builder, I will hold off for a day or two and see if he can't fix the bug. If he can't manage to fix it in time, then what I'll do is probably use another method of building what I need to build. So like, there's basically another way. So we could do a placer, right? So we could do like some kind of like, isn't there a phantom placer? Yeah, one of these dudes. Like what I could set up is if I wanted to like autoplay stuff, right? We'd do this, and we'd do the phantom doohickey, and like let's say we want the redstone to be placed there, right? I'd bind you to here with a placement of down. Redstone mode deactivation is on, right? So if I place that in there, boom, it places the redstone. Sweet. So that's like one way to place redstone in the world remotely. Because I don't want to, like, I could have, like, you know, places all around here underneath, but like we have to build vertically up, right, with some of these structures, especially like the iron one, right? So what we would probably do, right, like let's say that we wanted to build like this dude, right? The way he would work would be we would have a block here and a block here, and then we'd have another placer cool. And you should go relatively quickly into making a phantom placer for me, right? Psst, go. And you'd go here, and so like this guy would be bound to here. He's out of range, really? That's unfortunate. We could obviously tweak this as needed, right? Range 3. Really? I don't love this as being the problem. I hope you don't, like, derp out over this. But I'm just trying to demonstrate, like, one way we could do this. Wait, hold on. You to here, and you to here. Cool. And then if we wanted to have this thing auto-build, obviously they wouldn't be right there. They wouldn't be right there above the ground. They'd be hidden somewhere, right? But like this here, that needs to be in down mode. Hold on. Like they both want to be in down mode. That's the direction that it places the block. And then that. Cool. And that would totally work. And this guy probably wouldn't place. Oh, he would. He would try to place down there. All right. Well, we'd figure it out, right? Long story short. Like, we could probably bind you here. Really? You're out of range? That's funny. Your range is really small, isn't it? I mean, it's 4 blocks, but still. It seems like that's more than... Anyway, there's ways to do it without the scanner, but I'd really like to use the scanner builder combo, because I think that would be a lot of fun. If we can't do that, that's cool. So let's come up with a different plan for today's episode. And like I said, if we don't get the scanner builder working, we will try a different way to automate. Because I'd really like to be able to automate compact machines fully for auto crafting. All right, guys. Change of plans again. So after telling with JD, and he's saying he'll take a look at it in a couple days, he looked at it quickly and was like, hey, you know what? This is actually an easy fix. And he really quickly set up a fix for me. And now we can proceed with the episode as planned. So change of plan back to the original plan, which was the plan to automate the things and the stuff. So let's play with scanners, because that's what we're going to take a look at today. So I was literally in the middle of like, what am I going to do today? Because I had a plan to do this and it wasn't going to work out. But don't worry, we got it going. So scanners. Scanners are cool. Basically, the way they work is you can scan an area. And it's actually like really complex and cool what you can do with it, but you can scan an area, and let's see, I have thing stuff, right? Yeah, basic wireless energy crystal. You're probably not actually hooked up to anything anymore, are you, basic wireless energy crystal? But I'm gonna leave you there because you might be nice to have, right? Yeah, you're not bound to anything anymore. Well, you're bound down there, so that works. It will scan an area and save it, but it doesn't save it in game, like in the NBT of the item. It actually saves it to a file in your world save, which is cool. And what this does is record what's in an area. So let's take a look. So we're going to demonstrate this quite simply by placing a scanner here. And you're going to want to specify in the scanner the shape of the area that you're going to want to scan, right? So let's start off with one of the blocks that we have to make a lot of from compact machines, which is the tunnel, okay? This guy requires the following. We need, from compact machines, some of this, we need some hoppers, we need some redstone, and we should probably grab our iron blocks back because we're going to want to get those as well, right? So in order for this to work, we need the compact machine wall, we need the hopper, and then we need the redstone all around here, right? So if you look at this structure, it's really 2 blocks tall, and it's 3 by 3 on the X and Z axis. So the best way to handle this is to take your shape card, and we're going to modify it such that it's 3 by 3 on the X and Z axis and 2 blocks tall. And you'll notice that that represents a nice little like rectangular prism. That's technically what that is. And that's what's up, right? So now we could put this right in the card as it stands, and that's probably fine. And we want to put this in the top left. And you'll notice that it's going to like update the shape here. So it's going to scan in this area, but the offset is 0. And that's not right. We don't want it to be offset 0. We want to actually scan. So we want to go north, I think. 3, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 blocks north. This part got a little bit funny to me. So that's probably not right. If we went 4 blocks south, that's correct. I think these buttons are inverted, but I might be wrong. So yeah, moving it 4 blocks south, you can actually see the 4 little dots of redstone and then the blocks above it. So that's cool. But note that we're also grabbing the blocks underneath. So right now, it's like it's centered on that 2 block tall. So it's grabbing these blocks and it's grabbing the basalt that's underneath it. So we also want to move it up 1, I believe, and scan again. And now you'll notice that it's, if you kind of look at it at this angle, you'll see it's actually getting those redstone dusts, and you'll see it's got 2 blocks in the center. So this scan is accurate. This is the scan that we want to keep, right? So we can hit scan every time, or we can have this on a redstone mode. But basically, we've just scanned the blocks that we want to scan, which is 4 in this direction, and up 1. Okay, so to recap, we told the shape card to be a 3x2x3 shape, which is that. And then we told it to offset in the direction. This south-north thing I reported to McJady, and he's going to fix. So probably by the time you guys play with this block, it might be fixed if you're using the latest version of RF Tools. But basically, they're just inverted there. But I told it to go in that direction, 4 blocks. And now it's capturing the 8 pieces of redstone and then the 2 blocks that are in the middle there. Pretty cool, right? So now that we have this scanned, we're going to need another shape card. So let's make one of these, which isn't too hard to make. And we're going to place this in the bottom left-hand corner of this block. This is going to copy the data that was captured by the scanner onto this shape card. And you can see it says scan ID 1. How cool is that? See, these guys don't have scan IDs. This guy has scan ID 1. Now we should be good with this block. So what I'm going to do is remove it. Cool. I'm going to remove all this. Cool. And then we're going to place our builder on. Bang. Now you're going to be redstone mode on to activate. Cool. Now, for reals, I probably shouldn't be putting the builder here. I should be putting the builder here. In my real world, Direwolf. Pay attention. The chest has to be on top of the builder, so that's why we're going to put it here. Cool. That should be cool. Now, we do have this guy, which is scan ID 1. I think I can open him up, and I can set, so you can see, like, the picture in here. How cool is that? So there's the little thing that we're building. How cool is that? I love it. That is awesome. I want to change the offset on this card, right, to say that instead of building it right centered on the builder, we want to actually build it 5 in the negative Z. So if I open this UI and we say negative, no, not this one, negative 5, that should be cool, right? Because when you have 3 here, it says towards negative Z. And this is X, Y, Z, so this is negative 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should be centered point. So you require a redstone signal to run. So I'm going to place my shape card in there, and then we're going to hit preview mode. Oh, right. We want to bump it up 1 Y level. So let's turn off preview mode. Remember, we want the Y level to be up 1. Cool. So now we put in preview mode, and we should see, cool, there's all blocks there. Nice. Now if we put the appropriate blocks, like a hopper and a compact machine wall and redstone dust into the chest above this, and we give him a redstone signal, he should build this structure for me. Let's see if I'm correct about that. Oh, right, you're in preview. Break your preview mode. You know what's really funny about this is, and again, it might be a minor bug. I should tell McJady because it's minor. But if preview mode is on, the solid blocks overwrite the preview blocks, but the redstone doesn't. So let's try that again. Ha! Cool. It did the thing. How cool is that? Oh, what's up? Nice. All right, so we scanned the block, we saved the blocks, and now we are building with that scan card, right? So that's super cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to simulate the following. We're going to put you on, see this mode, do a single run and stop. Keep running with redstone signal. Yeah, you. And then I'm going to tell it redstone signal ignored. So check this out. If we place one of these and one of these and 8 of these in here, it should run. All right, it might need a redstone signal to be on keep running mode. That I was just trying to avoid, but that's okay. What I'm going to do for a second is put this away so that I always have the right amount of items. Okay, so that structure for me, right? I'm going to put this here and just go boom. See? Every time the items go in the chest, it immediately builds a structure. Provided, A, it's receiving a redstone signal, and, well, yeah, that's pretty much the only thing. Boom. Sweet, right? So we now have a way, almost, to automate this. Because don't forget, the next thing we need to do in order to craft this thing is to drop a redstone dust in there. So what we're probably going to need to do is have like an actually additions dropper that's sitting on the ceiling. Automatic precision dropper. Start. And this thing's going to sit in the ceiling. Now I'm going to purposely use slow item ducts here. And what I'm going to do is set it up so that, let's see, you to here. So if I put you like that, right? And you're on deactivation mode. Hold the redstone torch. Yeah, so I don't want it in I want it to instantly drop whatever redstone I give it, right? So there's two things that I could do here. We could put the interface right on this chest, right? In theory. And we could have this builder be anywhere, by the way, because offsets mean we can place this anywhere. We could put this builder out in the tree farm if we wanted to. As long as I align the offsets properly, we should be fine. So this doesn't have to be up here. It could be under the ground. Or it could be behind that wall. Or it could be behind that wall. It really doesn't matter, right? We might move this in a minute. But basically, we could have the interface right here. And I could tell you, right, what we could have is a item duct. Like, let's make them impulse for now. And we'll have a decent speed servo. Right? In theory, this should wind up. Cannot find block. Okay, right. Yeah, you're complaining that you can't find the block. Right, that's fine. On to activate. I'm going to turn this off. That should cause him to continue trying to work. Until, so like if I do this, right, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a filter up here. I think I can do this. Or, yeah, resonant filter should work. That's set to whitelist. Redstone 1. So he's allowed to have 1 redstone, right? And you're going to be set to ignored mode, right? So watch what happens when I place 9 redstone, a hopper, and a compact machine wall in here. So it placed those things first, way ahead of the redstone dropping. How cool is that? So that should super duper work if these things are turned on. So what I'm going to do is turn these things on, and now we're going to simulate the actual auto crafting of this device. You ready? Ho 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 ho! What's up? How cool is that? All right. And then we just need like an item collector to grab those, right? Like, yeah, that's super cool, right? Now the next thing we could do is have another scanner and builder set up to do compact machine walls, right? So let's maybe move this thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the shape card out of here, and I'm going to turn you guys off for a minute, and I'm going to remove everything we just built. Because I've changed my mind. I have 2 scanning areas, one for 3x3 crafts and one for 5x5 crafts. And what I'm going to do is pick up this chest and move it behind the wall that's right behind me. And that might be super cool, right? So I'm going to turn you off, I'm going to turn you off, and we should be groovy. So let's go put this thing behind this wall, right? I'm actually going to grab my 2x2 or 3x3 dude here. This should be fine, right? Yeah, this works. Cool. All right, that'll do for now. And we'll just clear out this whole wall. Just to have like a plenty of spacing thing going on, right? So what we'll do is we'll start with the builder here, right? Now this is 1, and this has to go into the negative X direction, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 blocks in the negative X direction. And that's where we want to have this be centered, right? So I'll open up my shape card, which is still bound, by the way, and we still see the little picture of the redstone dust. And this will be 0, and this will be -7. And this should, and I'm going to, yeah, redstone signal to activate. I'm going to drop your card in there, and if I preview mode you, you should show me that you're in the exact right spot. Perfect. Cool? Remember, look at this thing. See how it says facing west towards -X? That's how you know what number to put in the shape card, -7, because we're 7 blocks away. Nice. So this should 100% work exactly the same way it did a minute ago. Now what I'll probably wind up doing is going right through here. Yeah, I probably meant to take this off, but that's okay. Cool. And that should be cool. That should be groovy, and everything should work. Let's get some smooth stone just to fancy this place up a little bit. And this will all be covered up in the walls in a sec, but nice. So you can be a filter. You're going to be set up. Now let's just review the compact machines. Do they all need redstone for the first tier? Right. So this needs the redstone drop. Right. This needs an ender pearl. This needs an ender pearl, and this needs an ender pearl. So I will probably want to whitelist ender pearls at some point on here. But for now, we'll just whitelist redstone. And that should be cool. +1. So you can only have 1 redstone. And you get the servo here that says you extract always active. Cool. Because we don't need to whitelist over here because we're whitelisting what's allowed to go into this thing. We're saying 1 piece of redstone at any time. And that should work. And as long as we put this crafter in blocking mode, it should be pretty awesome. So now let's set up a similar construction for the compact machines, which will be even easier because it's a 1x2x1 shape. It's only a piece of redstone and an iron block, right? So what we're going to do is have another builder. Cool, let's do that. So we're going to want another builder. So let's get one of those. Which means I'm going to need one of these. And I'm going to need one of these times 4. 2 off. And let's grab our scanner again. Right? Now here's the thing. I'm pretty sure this shape card maps directly to this shape card. I wonder if you would work. I think if I update this one, so this is scan ID 1. How do I get a new scan ID? Do I need to do another shape card? I think I might. So let's save this shape card in like a chest over here and see how this works. So if I updated this shape card, this is linked to that shape card. It is not a copy of that shape card, which means if I update this, I'm also updating this. So I'm hoping that by having a new shape card, I'll get a new scan ID. So technically we want 2 new shape cards, right? 1 to scan with and 1 paper, boom. Right, you guys can't stack, right? So you're gonna be, so you're 2 blocks tall, but you're a 1x1. So it's gonna be like really tiny. And you're gonna be in the negative X direction, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And what we're gonna have is the iron and redstone here, boom and boom. Oh, and don't forget that you wanna be, so offset in the negative X, 4 blocks, but you also want to be 1 up, right? Boom. So you're going to go here, and we should see, kind of, that there's blocks here. 1x2x1, that's kind of a little bit tricky. Let's do this. Clear those out. And we're going to go, that is west is negative X. So that should be -1. Oh, I see. I did that. Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on. So now you should, so if I scan you, you should pick up. Cool. So you can see a block with a little dust on top. Perfect. So that's proper, right? Now I want to test this. Right, so if I link this card here, that's scan ID 1 as well. So that's not good, because I think we just updated this card. Right, so if I were to preview you, see, it's only 2 blocks now, and it's differently aligned. So that's a bummer and a half. Let me figure out how to get a new scan ID, because that's probably a thing that we want to do, and I don't know how to do that. Do I need a new scanner to get a new scan ID? Yes, each scanner appears to have its own scan ID. Look, you can see it on the tooltip on the middle top there. All right, so I need a new scanner to get a new scan ID. Got it. Okay, cool. So let's move this guy here. So we'll continue to use this, and let's get some power over here. For now, I can link you to here and here. That should be fine. You'll get juice at least. Nice. You'll need a chest on top. So I now know how the scanner is assigned their scan ID. Each scanner has its own scan ID. So if you want to have multiple scans, you want to have multiple scanners. Makes sense. So you are the shape card that was a copy of this, right? So you're there. So if I were to tell you to preview mode, yeah, you're over there. So I want you to be one closer, and that's positive Z. So that's like 1, 2, 3 on the positive Z. So I take this out. I turn off preview mode. I take this out. 3 on the positive Z. So that would be, and one closer here. Preview mode. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so there's your shape card for that. Now we're going to need a new scanner. So let's turn you off and get ourselves a new scanner. All right, so now in theory, this should be a scan shaped solid. So I'm going to actually change you to go back to 3 by 2 by 3. And I'm going to stick you in here, right? And you should, so I'm going to put you up 1 and negative x4-ish. And then if I build my structure here again, which means I'm going to need more redstone, and I'm going to need that and this. And tell you to scan. That should get me a new scan ID with the proper layout. Cool. And then I can get a new shape card that I'm going to match to that scan ID by putting it in here. And now it's tied to scan ID 2. So I'm going to remove you guys. I'm going to put this scan ID 2 in here. And I can remove my scanner, right? So that's scanner 2 and scanner 1. And they should be groovy. And I can put this guy back. So now let's preview this, right? Oh, right. I probably have to change your dimensional lineup. So you should be -7 and 1. Preview mode. That looks pretty good. Cool. And then if I turn you off preview mode and turn you on, you should be pretty good. Sweet. Now I throw a lever on these bad boys. And I put them in keep running mode. And I turn off these guys. This one probably doesn't need to be off, but I'll turn them off anyway just to be like super safe. And what that should mean is now these things are both fully ready to go. Now I'm also going to want a servo and some item ducts on this chest. Because what I'm going to do, and it'll probably be next episode because we're running out of time in this episode, is I'm going to drop the redstone dust. So like this will get its own interface. This will get its own interface. Oh, with them being, that's going to be trouble. That might be trouble. We might want one interface because blocking mode won't work and they're going to collide with each other if we try and craft two things. Like if I assume we had no compact machine walls, right? And I tried to make these things, right? It would go to make the compact machine wall. At the same time, it would go to make this because blocking mode's not going to work because they're two different interfaces. So what I will probably need is the interface from our refined storage going into one chest, and then item ducts with filters or something going into the individual chests. But we'll figure that out probably next episode. But for now, this should kind of work. So 9 of these, and then 2 of these should be cool, right? So if I do this, let's turn this on and validate that all of this works. You ready? So let's go to craft this one first. Did you place your dust? I feel like I gave you 2 dust, but I'm not sure exactly what happened to it. Yeah, maybe I derped up the... I probably, yeah, derped up the placing of the dust. Cool. Alright, so that, in theory, works, right? Cool. And I get my compact machine walls. Now I'm going to put one of these, like that. And you need to be in working. You should be working. You're getting a redstone signal on to activate. You're in loop mode. We'll just hit that button and that should fix his loop mode. Cool. It's been pulling out redstone this whole time. That's why it's derped. But now it should be cool and that should work, right? So every now and then if that says stop, just click that button and it restarts it. And then it should work going forward. Nice. All right, so this is partway done. So what we'll do is we'll come back next episode and we will continue this build and get it integrated with RF tools and maybe make another set of scanners for 5x5 mode. For now, Direwolf20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 96 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Last episode, we were playing with this whole shenanigans thing. This episode, we're going to continue playing with the shenanigans thing and try and get it hooked up to our refined storage network. So from refined storage, let's make this really easy on ourselves and get a network transmitter and receiver. So there's a receiver, there's a transmitter, and there's a network card cooking. That should be cool. So in theory, what we're going to want to do is probably have at least 1 or 2 builders and scanners in addition to this one. Because we'll probably, let's say we're going to do, so we're already doing compact machine walls and tunnels, right? Let's do in addition to this, the highest or the largest, there's no reason not to do this, right? The largest room that we can fit in a 3x3. And then the other guy will do a maximum, right? Which is a 5x5, if we can. And that should be cool. And that should work. And it should be good. But we'll find out. I think I'm right about this, though. And it should be just fine. So let's do it. So in order to do this, we're going to need 1 more scanner and builder. So let's get another scanner. I think I already made a bunch of those, actually. So we should be good here. And 1 more builder. And what I'd like to do by the end of this episode, have this fully automated, right? And I think that would be awesome. And let's make sure that there is enough bricks. How are we for bricks? Yeah, we could probably use more bricks. Cool. So we're going to do another scanner here, right? So let's turn you guys off for a minute and get ready to scan this area, right? So this guy, in order to make a compact machine that we want to make, plus 26 compact machine walls, right? So basically it's a 3x3 with a block of gold in the middle. Because if it was a full 3x3, it would be 27 blocks. So this is 3x3x3. So we're going to want to get 2 new shape cards. And are you? No? Oh, yeah, you probably need that. Okay, so you're scanner ID 3. We're going to want a new shape card. Times 2. 1, 2. You are going to be specified as 3x3x3, which is just, you know, 3x3 cube. And then your offset will, again, be in the -x at -4 block spaces. So if we stick that dude in here and scan him, what we should wind up with is definitely not that. Do what now? Can you scan him again? Because that's not at all right, I don't believe. Oh wait, it's probably kind of right. Sort of right? Maybe a little bit right. We should probably have the Y. I forgot about the Y up, dude. Right? So you should be 1 up. Now scan? Oh wait, and scan. Why do I feel like you're totally not right here? Something ain't right with you, because you should be picking this up. Am I in the wrong direction? That should be -x. Haha, well, hold on a sec, wait, let's do this. That's right, I've been I've been typically, with this UI, it's a little bit different with the offset. I've been putting you, that is -x, that is west, right? Yeah, so let's do west. And up 1, and now scan? That's correct. That's what I would expect to see. I don't know why the offset, when you manually program it, doesn't seem to want to behave, but I've been doing offset as 0 and then putting it into the UI here where the offset is. That seems pretty cool. So then we can put this guy in here, and now we have a shape card with scan ID 3. So we don't need our scanner anymore, right? There's scanner ID 3. Let's get our builder placed. He can chill here with a chest on top of him. and probably a lever on the back that we'll take care of in a minute, and probably some laser pew-pewing going on here. So you should be filling up his internal buffer. Sweet. All right, so you're going to go here, but your offset will, again, probably be about 7. So let's clear this out, and I want to be able to visualize it with what I want. And this guy's going to need an ender pearl dropped onto him, but we'll deal with that in a sec. Perfect. So you are going to be probably around -7 on the X. And 1 here. And you can see that in the card. It's like a perfect cube. That's cool. So if I put you in and I preview mode you, you're pretty good. I just want you that direction, which is -Z. 2 blocks, probably? Which makes sense, because, yeah, you should absolutely be 2 blocks in the -Z. Preview mode off. Preview mode on. Yeah, because he's not here, he's 2 to the left. So we need the projection to be shifted 2 to the right. So that should be cool. And there is a block that you recognized. Well, hopefully. Let's see what happens. So we're going to test this by having, you need redstone signal on. And I'll turn off preview mode. And we'll put one of these in here. It doesn't matter. So build. That actually should be working, right? There we go. That's right. I have to hit that button. So did you place the gold block? You totally did. Perfect. That's what I wanted to make sure, is that it places the gold block. Cool. So that looks like a perfect placement thing, right? And then we just need to drop it in a row. Good. So now that we've got the 3 of these blocks all set up to go, and what I'm going to do is put him on loop mode and give him a redstone signal, just so he's set up like the other 2. So redstone signal, and you're in that mode, right? Oh, right. Keep running and don't wait, right? So now they're all set up to keep running, and you can see it constantly trying to go there, and it's waiting for blocks, basically. Let's get this and this going. Ignored. And you're going to be allowed an ender pearl, basically, because that's what's needed to drop. So you're allowed 1 ender pearl, and that's cool. All right, so now with all this set up, let's do a thing with refined storage. So refined storage, the network stuff should be ready. Put our receiver in here. So we're going to basically, I'm going to put you over here because you're going to be linked up to some other things anyway. Let's get a crafter going. And some cables. And you're going to craft her into a chest. And you're definitely going to be blocking mode crafts, okay? And then what we want to do is set up our network dues. Let's get our network card. So you're going to be linked to that, and I should be able to go put my network transmitter up here. And put you in it. So now let's program our recipes. Right? You're going to be in processing mode, but you're also going to be in blocking mode. This is important, because if we don't have it in blocking mode, it's totally not going to work right. And what we're going to want is compact machines, and I might be able to click this through JEI. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. That's perfect. Actually, yes. So 9 pieces of redstone plus a compact wall plus a hopper equals 2 tons. Beautiful. I love it. All right, cool. And then this, we want to do that. And then finally for this guy, that's the top tier 3x3. We want that. Perfect. So this should actually be, this part's the easy part. The tricky part's coming up. So you 3 are going to go in here. And this might need to be a double chest. I don't know. It probably doesn't have to be a double chest. Probably doesn't have to be. It might look nicer if it is. So here's what I'm going to do. I want more item ducts. So you make those. And I'm also going to want some detectors. Cool. And this might be a little dire wiry. But here's the deal. I don't want these guys to accidentally send the wrong items to the wrong location. And that could happen, right? Like, he's over here, he's looking for compact machine walls. He might accidentally put the compact machine walls in this chest, which is supposed to get the compact machine walls for the other thing, right? So, like, if we wanted to make tunnels, we need one compact machine wall. But if we want the other machine, we want compact. We want 6 of them, right? I don't want accidentally compact machine walls to go into the wrong chest. So what I'm going to have is 3 separate lines, and we're going to detect when we're crafting a specific item. And in the event that we're crafting an item, we're going to turn on the servo to extract to those lines. That's what we're going to do. And it should work out all right. It's not ideally scalable, but it should work. So if I do that, it's supposed to be always on my 4 slide. And then we had that, and then we had, it could come out the side here, but I think I'll do on the bottom just to be a little bit, not have to worry too much about the whole connections thing. Like that. That should be cool, right? Very dire wiry, but it should work, right? So then we're going to have 3 servos, 1, 2, 3, set to run with a redstone signal of high. Cool. Now this is where the detectors that I just told the craft come in. The detectors, I believe, can hopefully emit a redstone signal above themselves. We'll find out. When the item is being auto-crafted. Cool? How cool is that? So, not only specifying the amount, but when it's being crafted. So if I say, hey, like this guy is going over to here, which is the guy that makes compact machine walls, right? So I'll put into this slot here. When you're trying to make compact machine walls, you emit a redstone signal. Cool. So, just to demonstrate this, this actually might just immediately work. You totally need a cable. But if I'm right about this, it should work, right? So you should be cool. Let's see if I'm right. So if I told you to craft missing iron block, I'll teach that right now. Start. You're emitting a redstone signal now. Good luck. The items are going, right? What's going to happen is the items are going to land in that chest. He placed the items, and then the one piece of redstone should filter up to there. Super duper should. Did I get it in my inventory? I'd have to look back. Because this isn't on, so that's probably part of the problem. Let's try that again. I'm going to go cancel that craft. Oh, and while I'm here, let's do something to deal with collecting of the items. For now, it's just going to be an interface with a stack upgrade on it. And that's probably what it'll always be, but then I can complete crafts while I'm down here, right? So let's turn you back on. So you're not any kind of filter, right? So let's just test this without the servo being there real quick. I want to make sure the right number of items going and everything. So compact machine wall. Start. That should immediately put the appropriate amount of items in here, right? So then we put the servo on, which will again be in only active on redstone mode. Should extract those 3 items. Now because we're in blocking mode, he's not going to let more things in, right? But watch what happens here. Oh, I see what's happening. Ooh. Ooh. You're a problem. I figured out what happened. Ooh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Understood. Right. I just figured out an issue with the builder. It's placing the redstone before it places the iron, and I think it's voiding the redstone. I have a hunch, and this might fix it. By the way, if I do this, that should complete the craft, and we're no longer in a crafting mode, and that should turn off the redstone signal. Cool. All right, let's do that for a sec. Let's go up here and change this. I'm hoping that I'm right about this working the way I think it is. It's a workaround to what probably shouldn't be happening. So you guys, what I'm actually going to do is put the iron first. And the redstone second. And I'm hoping that will put the iron into the chest first, which will cause it to place, to pull out of the chest first. And hopefully I got that. So if I now say, hey, compact machine, craft, yes, iron went into the chest first. See how it did that? If you go back in the video, you'll see that last time I requested this, it was redstone, iron, redstone. So it puts it into the chest in the same format that it's in the crafting grid, which is kind of cool. So now, when I put this filter back on, it should extract left to right, and it should pull out iron, the iron next, and that's perfect. That's what I'd want to see. Oh, of course, like, you're already in place, because you're a derp, but dire please. I forgot to do the thing. I forgot to remove those, but let's just try that again. So that should complete your craft. And then you're going to be compact machines. Make another one, please. And same thing, right? We should see iron going first and redstone going second. And then what we should see is iron being placed and redstone being placed. And then redstone going up to drop. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Loving it. Okay, cool. And then we just need something underneath to grab that item when it falls. Not a big deal. We've done that a million times. That's like something we'll do in a minute, right? So then the next craft will be for... technically, you could probably just sit right here. And you could be when auto-crafting. Now this one goes to the thing that makes... this one was... This one was 3x2x3. This is the one that makes these guys, right? So then if I request a craft, that shouldn't be a problem because the redstone always goes on the ground here. So we should never have redstone in a bad place there. So if I request from compact machines a tunnel, oh, you're in blocking mode, right? Because the complete didn't happen, right? So once I put you here, you should get your items. Perfect. Oh, hey, why are you? Why did you just do that? I might have derped up a thing or two. What did you just do? Oh, you're making compact machine walls. Oh. I would have expected you to have activated the redstone signal for the prerequisite. Kind of a problem. Kind of a problem. So, compact machines, what's happening is it's saying, hey, I don't have any tunnels, I'm going to make compact machine walls. And when it goes to do that, right. So let's do this. Let's actually filter you on redstone and iron's allowed to come out of you, right? You are allowed to extract compact machine walls, redstone, and hoppers. Right? And then you are going to wind up being you, and you. Cool. All right, so let's try this again out of curiosity, because I'm surprised that when I say to craft tunnels, it turns on that signal, right? So let's do this. If I have to lose stuff or whatever, it's fine, right? So tunnel, to craft one compact machine wall, and then once it gets it, it'll make So it's going to use the iron and the redstone. Right. So you would go back in here. That's annoying, because you should be detecting that you're doing that, but you're not. Because you are, in fact, auto-crafting a compact machine wall right now. You know that, right? Erg. That throws a monkey wrench into my plans. Because I want this to work in this format, so let me figure that out. All right. You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts. We're going to scan the slot in item number 0. And we're going to detect what it is, and we're going to emit a redstone signal based on it. So basically, if a block of iron is in there, we know that we're crafting the compact machines, because it's the only one of these 3 recipes that needs a block of iron. If a block of gold is in there, then we know that we're crafting the machine room, right? And if hopper is in there, we know that we're making tunnels, because it's the only thing that needs a hopper, right? So we could do that. That should be doable. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a variable card for what's in slot. And let's also throw down our variable store. You can chill back here. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these guys don't need power because they get... it should be the case that it needs power, but a couple people told me to configure a set that it doesn't need power, so, like, whatever. Like, we'll just do it without power. So we'll get the slot. So you can choose what slot ID. We're going to go with slot ID 0. It's the first slot, right? But if you want to check another slot, you could. But we're going to check what's in slot ID 0, right? So if we put this into display, just to, like, prove out that this works... one of you display panels needs this. Well, we had some of these, to be honest with you, but maybe not. If we put this in here, we should see it's currently blank, but if I put my block of iron in there, boom, it knows it's a block of iron. If I put compact machine walls in there, boom, it knows it's compact machine walls, right? Cool. So what we're going to do is just check for what's in that slot, right? We're going to get the item type back. Then we use our variable doohickey, which might be in here. I forget where my variable doohickey is. It might not be. It might be... Did I grab it already? Am I not seeing it? Dynamics. Portable logic programmer. That's what I need. Okay. So we're going to get type item. And we're going to put that in there. And we're going to get that. Right? So then we're going to say if they're equal. Right? So where's my equals? Any to any. Right? So we're going to say... if the item in the slot is equal to a block of iron, then emit a redstone signal. Cool. I'm going to put that in there and that in there. And then the redstone signal for the iron crafting bit is here. This is the one that's... No, it's here. This is the one that gets it. So this guy emits a redstone signal based on that, right? So watch what happens. Regardless of whether I'm crafting this or not, like let's say I just put these two in here, right? Technically it would go into, that's going to be tricky actually, because it might update right away and turn off the redstone signal. Oh, that's annoying. So I'm going to have to delay that a little bit and keep it on for a sec. We're going to need like a delayer or something. Is that what it's called? A delayer? Interdynamics has a proxy materializer. No, it's definitely a delayer or something like that. Delayer. Expose the history of a variable as an aspect clear in a crafting grid. So let's do... Pretty sure I could use this to make this work. Pretty sure. Not 100% sure, but pretty sure. Come on. Are we like out of all the crystallized stuff right when I want to use it? Should have a bunch in here, to be fair. Okay. So the layer again. These. variable card go here, I think. Ticks per operation. We'll make it 5 ticks with a capacity of 5. So that should last for about a second. Well, if we made it 4 ticks per operation with a capacity of 5, right? That would be 20 ticks for the lifespan, right? So what'll happen is it'll remember what's in there for 20 ticks. So let's make it 40 ticks, which is 2 seconds. Right? If I did this. Probably don't want to do this. Probably want to do this one, be the memory. Now I forget if this has to stay in there. That's the one I forget. We're gonna see. Format error. Delay with %ID is expected. Okay, cool. Do you have to be in here? Alright, you definitely don't like being that. Alright, I know what's up. This is a list, so I need to do a contains on that list. So what we're going to want to do is grab you. I think contains is a thing. String contains. List contains. I want you to be. So let's get a Boolean true. This should work. So you're a Boolean true, and then we're going to say if this list contains true, then output true at any point. So this should pretty much work, right? When I put this in here. See, it's on for a few seconds and then it turns off. Perfect! That's what I expected it to do. Alright, that's a little complicated. I get that that's a little complicated. I'm going to break you before you actually like craft anything. But basically what I did is I said, hey, track the variable of the reader here, right? The compared by. And like over time, what's happening is it's every 8 ticks, it checks and it keeps a history of the last 5. So it's like false, 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 false. Then we checked the list to see if there's any trues inside that list. And if there are, an item of type gold and write that to this dude. And then we can get our equals and say if that variable slot equals gold, then do the thing, right? Now, hopefully you don't have to stay in there. We're going to find out in a sec, right? But you and you, that's my variable card block of gold. That's my variable card equals block of gold, right? If I take you out, do you keep working? I guess you don't. If I put you in, true, 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 true. Yeah, okay, so we need more delayers, basically. We need a delayer for each of these. Right, so let's get more delayers. So 2 more of these should work, right? So you're going to be the delayer for the gold one, right? So you're going to be false. And then we're going to throw this dude in here. And now we have a capture of whether or not this has gold in it, right? So like, note that when I put a piece of gold in here, you're going to be all of a sudden switched over to true, 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 true. And then we take him out, and then he's going to switch over to false, 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 false. Perfect. That's what I wanted to see. All right, cool. And that's the list here. So then we do a contains on that list. Oh, and we can also grab our true variable, our always true Boolean, right? So we're going to say contains, list contains. So this list contains the variable true, output true. Cool. these two go into the variable store, and this one goes to the guy that does blocks of gold. So that is this one. Cool. So that now when I throw a block of gold in there, he should output a block of gold for it. Cool? How cool is that? It's working. All right, neat. And because we're in blocking mode, we should be fine here, right? So then the last one would be a hopper, right? So let's borrow our true boolean. For a sec. You're in the spot that I want anyway. And let's borrow our variable card for the slots. And we're going to get an item hopper variable. And then what we're going to say is if the item in the slot equals a hopper, right, output this variable. Cool. Slot hopper. Variable goes in here. False, 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 false. We're going to bump that up to 8 and 5. And then we're going to throw a variable card in there for that list. Cool. And then we're going to do the contains. If that list at any point contains the true, then go ahead and output a true. Cool. And then you guys go in here, and that would have to be this guy. So he's false, right? So now if there's a hopper in here at any point, he should turn on for a few seconds and then turn off. Sweet. And the hopper gets placed. So that should, as complex as that is, and as dire-wiry as that is, should work. Is there a more efficient or easier way to do this? Maybe, but I had fun building this. I'm not going to lie. This was a blast. So let's put away all these things. I don't need you guys at all anymore, right? So let's test the crafting, right? So watch what happens when I request from compact machines. This should chain and work, right? Because if I say I want a tunnel, it should make a machine wall first and then go to make the tunnel. Watch. Boom. It detects that we have an iron block in there, so it extracts the items. The items get placed in the thing. One redstone goes up top, I hope. Yes. Probably helps to have this thing on. Let's let you go again. Pretend that lever was on already, okay, guys? You go. And we're going to get our items. As soon as those 16 items are received by the item interface, he should complete his craft. Oh, right. I have to put the hopper in the first slot. And I should probably make the delay on the hopper one a little bit longer. That was this one, right? So by making the delay a little bit longer, we should be cool. So I just have to change the craft recipe to make sure the hopper goes in the first slot, which shouldn't be a problem. Right? So you can go here. Your delay's longer now, I think. Or was this the delay one? This was the delay one, wasn't it? It doesn't matter. Cool, right? Nice! And then you're gonna simulate receiving your tunnels, and that's gonna complete the craft. Beautiful. I like it. So that should be working. I just need to tweak the recipes so that the first thing shown for a compact machine is the first item that we're keying off of, right? So for you, we want to put you here, but we want to have a hopper first. Also, I probably should have done that. And then 9 redstone. Here. And that'll be your thing. And then for the compact room, we want to make sure that it's gold first. So let's get 26 of you here. And 1 block of gold here. And we'll go replace these guys down here. And this should work. I'm going to test with the compact machine room, and then I'm going to say that we should be cool. right? So let's take you out and put you in, and let's take you out and put you in, right? So let's do the whole gambit one more time just to be safe. Does that sound cool? So we're gonna remove all compact machine items from here. First, we're gonna craft a tunnel. You need to craft a compact machine wall, so go. It's gonna pull out the items for a compact machine wall. I don't have the item collection process in place yet, but we'll like knock that out early next episode. Does that sound cool? So imagine that this got collected and dropped into the interface, right? Complete. And now we're going to pretend that we want a compact machine itself. So that completes the craft, which means we're no longer in blocking mode, right? And compact machine, normal, start. Ah, hold on. You need to extract. Yeah, not redstone, ender pearls. So let's just assume that would have worked. That's going to go up there, and this should work. Ho 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 ho! It's working. Nice. All right, Direwolf 20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. We'll come back next time. We'll complete the automation of the collection thing, and maybe we'll do a similar build for the 5x5 sizer. Does that sound cool? All right, for now, you know the deal. Take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf 20, and welcome to Season 9 of Direwolf 20's Let's Play series. Today, we are starting a brand new world in the Direwolf 20 mod pack for Minecraft version 1.12.2, which you can see right down there. Let's get started, shall we? It is a whole new mod pack. There are new mods, there are some favorites returning, there are all kinds of cool fun things to play with. You can see I have a test world where I've been playing with some test stuff. We're going to go ahead and create a new world that we will call Let's Play World. And it's going to be survival. And we're going to set up a seed so that if you guys want to play along, you can have the same seed. However, as usual, I will be creating a world download as soon as the world is generated so you can download the world and play in the exact same world that I'm playing in. So if you want to do that, that is totally a thing. So we will call it DW20 112 LP Hooray! With an exclamation point. Sound cool? So that is the seed that I just made up off the top of my head. I think we're going to want, let's see, biomes of plenty. Yeah, that sounds cool. Ooh, lots of customization options. Look at all this stuff. I don't know what any of that does, so we're going to leave it alone. Next page, there's 3 pages of biome settings. Oh my goodness. Neat. So do we want, so last season I didn't do biomes of plenty. I think I'm going to do it this time, because that'll be fun. So, yeah, that is the seed. If you guys want to create a world that matches it, we are going to create this world now. I have no idea what the seed is going to look like, so cross your fingers that it's a good seed, because I don't know. Here goes nothing. Dun, 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 dun. And as usual, we will have a mod list. Ooh, my oh my. Look at what we have here. Cool. So we've got some books, as you can see. And a pretty nice looking environment. Ooh, fancy. I like. All right, before we do anything, oh, I like that forest area right over there. Before we get too deep into anything here, let me save and back up this world, and so I can upload it for you guys. All right, now we can actually start playing. So we've got a whole long list of mods. Ooh, I see a nifty little building in the distance there. Should give you a little hint as to one of the mods that is going to be on this pack. I like that I can see that might be a desert biome or a beach biome. I'm not sure, because I see some like lavender fields type stuff going on in the distance there. But definitely see. Ooh, what's that floating in the air? Hello, book. Book, come here, book. Come here. I want that integrated dynamics book. Come here. You know, I can craft it later. Come here, book. You are suspiciously far away. I'm not going to be able to get that thing. So let's get to the top of this mountain and see. I want to purvey the landscape around me here and see what kind of area we've found in this random seed that I picked. Looks like we got a decent amount of... and I want to see what's over in that general direction that way. and we might have a good place to call home. So while we're exploring this world that we've just found ourselves in, let's talk a little bit about some of the mods that we've got installed in this pack. As you can see, there's lots and lots and lots of stuff going on. Really a bunch of nice things. So first off, we've got a returning favorite of mine, Actually Editions. I'll take this. Don't mind if I do. Actually Editions, nice little tech mod, has lots of cool gadgets and features, has definitely become a staple of several packs, all, you know, tech pack-like stuff. And I'm excited to have that mod back. It is, you know, has a bunch of nifty gadgets and a bunch of nifty components and all that good stuff. We've also got Akashic Tome. Those of you who have used any kind of magic mods or mods that have books in them, Akashic Tome is definitely a cool, nifty little mod that basically allows you to have multiple books in one item, so you don't have to carry around, you know, 10 different instruction manuals like we're already doing. So we've got Applied Energistics too. Just like in the 1.10 pack, I went ahead and added both Applied Energistics and Refined Storage. So once we get down to the alphabet of Refined Storage, you will see that we have both mods available to us. And that is simply, a lot of people frequently ask, like, why have both mods, Dyer? That's weird. No, not really. I know that some people really like Applied Energistics and the complexity added by having channels and all that good stuff. But then I also know that some people don't like that complexity and they prefer the more simpler approach of Refined Storage. So I want to give players the choice. So you are welcome to use either Refined Storage or Applied Energistics. This is a pack that is meant for fun, so you are allowed to choose what you get to play with. Astral Sorcery, which you can kind of see in the distance. If you've seen my recent, good food, video spotlight on Astral Sorcery, you might know that it is a really cool and fun and interesting magic-based mod that I am personally excited to try out. I've only ever personally used Astral Sorcery in like a creative test world where I was doing testing and whatnot, so I don't actually know, you know, like what it's like to realistically play with that mod. So I'm really excited to try it out in like a real legit world and like properly progress through. And honestly, I haven't even played with all the cool things you can get in Astral Sorcery, which, you know, it's also something I'm excited to try out. So that is Astral Sorcery. Let's see. We've got a bunch of mods in here. And I'm going to list mainly the content mods. Like, there's a bunch of, like, libraries and stuff I'm not going to, you know, read off to you guys. But we've got Bad Wither No Cookie Reloaded. Bad Wither No Cookie. Simple, straightforward mod. Just makes it so that the Wither sound, when you summon him, does not play server-wide. Because usually in packs like these, you wind up automating that Wither. And everybody on the server kind of gets annoyed when the Wither sound plays, you know, endlessly. So that's cool. We've also got baubles. Hooray! Nice bunch of bauble slots there. In addition to that, we've got Better Builder's Wands, which definitely a staple of the pack. Had Better Builder's Wands in the last version of the pack, and you know, can't live without it at this point. We've got Benny's Mods. So Benny's Mods is an add-on to Forestry, basically, and it adds a bunch of trees and bees. So those of you who like to get into the tree breeding and bee breeding mechanics will have lots of options to do so, because you will have Benny's Mod to really expand on the opportunities there. Biomes of Plenty, which we can obviously see because we're playing in a Biomes of Plenty world. So that's a mod that adds a bunch of different biomes and also adds some different blocks and different mechanics to some of the biomes. So you've got some really interesting biomes that we will hopefully be able to check out throughout the world. So Block Craftery is a pretty cool mod. It's kind of like, I don't remember the name of the mod, but it basically adds slopes and a couple different things. You basically place these structures in world and then you right click with them with a block and it'll take on the texture of that block. So that's pretty neat. So definitely looking forward to checking out Block Craftery and trying to have a little fun with, you know, proper building. We'll see. No promises. Will there be a 9x9 this season? You can probably count on that. Let's not fool ourselves about whose videos we're watching right now. Okay. So in addition to Block Craftery, we've got Botania. a well-known Magic mod. If you don't know what Britannia is, then I must be welcoming you to your first ever modded Let's Play series on anybody's channel ever, because Britannia is a really well-known Magic-based mod, and it's been around forever, so you probably know what Britannia is. Hey, check out what I found over here. Neat. It's one of those nifty little structures from Astral Sorcery. We'll probably come back to this thing, or find more. But every now and then, there might be a treasure chest with loots around here. Sometimes in the... I want to find a good place to call home. I also wouldn't mind having a little bit of food. Hello, cows. And then we'll get back to checking out what mods we've got. That's a cool... Oh, man, look at that biome in the distance. That is neat. I think that's Lavender Fields, right? Pretty sure that's what the biome is. Looks like a magical forestry type biome there. This area might here doesn't look to be too bad in terms of maybe a place to call home for a bit. I don't know if this will be like my permanent home, but it looks pretty good. We've got some water nearby. We've got a desert not too far off. We've got some nice hills, plenty of trees, and actually a pretty nice little bit of a tree environment going on here. And we should have some nice places to start mining in. This is the lake. Okay. From a distance, I couldn't tell if that was a lake or like the start of an opening to a cave of some kind, but that's cool. All right. So it is getting a little bit late in the day, so I think what I should do is find some kind of place to call home for the evening, so I don't get swarmed by monsters and zombies and all kinds of bad things. Oh, look, there is a mining area here. Look at that. Perfect. Exactly what I was hoping to find. A nice spot to start mining in. I don't know like how deep that cave will go. It may end right there, but at the very least, we found some kind of mining cave, so that's neat. Let's set up camp like inside this little hill over here, just so we have a place to call home before things get too, you know, evil nighttime-y and such. And then we'll get back into taking a look at what some of the mods we have are. So let's build ourselves a little into the hill area. And we'll dig in. So while we're doing that, let's take a look at some more mods. So we've got, we talked about Bennies and Biomes of Plenty and Block Craftery and Britannia. Let's see, we've got Chisel. You know, standard mod adds a bunch of different blocks for building purposes. Pretty cool mod right there. I would love to find, I have a lot of wood, so at the very least I can make charcoal. Wouldn't mind finding a little bit of coal, but I will not, you know, consider it the end of the world if I don't. Let's get... some lighting going on here, so let's get a couple of let's do this for a furnace for us, and we can probably smelt up a little bit of coal to charcoal. Let's also get ourselves some doors to kind of protect us from all the things that go bump in the night. Nice. Should be pretty good right there. I like it. Yeah. Alright, did you get me some good stuff? Alright. Cool. So we've got Chisel, which we mentioned. We also have Chisel and Bits, which allows you to basically break blocks into small little bite-sized pieces. Pretty much every pixel can be broken. Chisel and Bits is a really cool mod for building really small, tiny structures. I'm not the greatest with that mod because it's more of an artistic style mod. Like if you're good at making fancy art, you will be a lover of Chisel and Bits, I assure you. So in addition to that, we've got, let's see, what's next on the list. We've got some library stuff. We've got compact machines. This is a mod I've never really played with on camera. I've played with it a little bit off camera. It's kind of been on my like, hey, I've really liked the idea of that mod. I want to check it out. So compact machines has been added to the pack. I've been playing with it a bit in that test world that you saw earlier, and it is really pretty neat. Basically the way it works is you can build these machines that when you place them in the world, they basically link to a little dimension of a specific size. So there's like a 3x3 and a 5x5, 7, 7, 9, 9, 11, 11, and 13x13x13 sized rooms. The dimension that you link to is pretty much like a little room that you can link to the outside of the block. It's really cool, and it could be for some fun times. It's pretty much what I'm expecting with compact machines. So that I'm excited to check out. You saw compact solars as well in there, which is basically an add-on to industrial craft, which we'll talk about in a bit. We've got cooking for blockheads, which you might have seen as well. Oh good, we got some coal, so we can make torches. Hooray! One piece of coal, but we'll get more here. Cooking for blockheads basically is a little kitchen mod. It adds a bunch of kitchen mechanics that you can use to cook a bunch of different types of food. So cooking for blockheads will definitely be cool. If you've watched any of my... There we go. Let's get a little bit of lighting going on in this area that we've got set up. I think we have a light level overlay mod. Yeah, we do. Nice. That's good. We've got another mod called Dank Null, which basically adds blocks that can... It kind of like works like the Dev Null from the Dev Null mod. Dank Null basically lets you void items. So when you go mining and you get tons of cobblestone, the Dank Null will help you out with that. Cool. So that's all good stuff. So we've got some charcoal, which is cool. Let's get a couple chests to store items in here. And then we will be good to maybe start looking at doing a little bit of mining. I'm going to put away a bunch of stuff I don't need right now. Wood sources for it. Let's do this stuff. So down here can be like miscellaneous whatever stuff for now, and this will be like important stuff that I can keep. So I don't need my Astral Sorcery Journal or any of the instructions on those just yet. I can also put away a few other things. Well, I'll hang on to the wood that I've got in like my basic tools. I don't think I need... Hello, bad guys. I just need to get rid of this for a sec. Thanks. Cool. That'll work. Nice. Definitely going to want another pickaxe here. Neat. We've got some food. Check. Alright, good deal. So another mod in the pack, Dark Utilities. That's the one that adds like the vector plates and a bunch of other traps and other cool nifty blocks and whatnot. Let's do the thing that I normally do here. So let's see, we're 2 on that side, 2 on that side. Interesting. I'm gonna go ahead and just start digging down. And there's obviously some metals here that I didn't pick up yet, but I'll get to them eventually. Copper stuff. Don't think I need copper just yet. But we do have the thermal mods, right? So thermal foundation mods are obviously there. That's a good thing. In addition to Dank Null and Dark Utilities, we've got Deep Resonance, a mod you guys may or may not be familiar with. It adds some generators for generating power. We'll be playing with Deep Resonance at some point in the future for sure. Let's see, we've got Diet Hopper. That is a nifty mod by Tema. It basically makes it so that hoppers do not take up a full block space with their bounding box. Pretty neat. If you know what that means, you know it's cool. If you don't know what it means, don't worry. You'll find out pretty soon. What do we find here? Ooh, apatite. Nice. That's not bad. And aluminum. Beautiful. Aluminum's nice to have. I will mine out that vein. I don't know how common aluminum is in this world, Jen, but it's nice to have. There's some good early game pickaxes you can get with aluminum. Cool. Okay, so continuing to dig down. Let's see. We've got Draconic Evolution. Definitely know that that's one of Dyer's mod. So pretty much works like the old open blocks elevators. Those are cool. We've got Ender Storage. So that's the one that adds Ender Tanks and Ender Chests and the different colored Ender Chests, and you can lock them with diamonds and that kind of stuff. We've got Environmental Tech. Environmental Tech was not in the DDOM. The mod author has changed the way Environmental Tech works quite a lot. And you can see here there's basically lots of different tiers of different controllers and stuff. So it's still pretty powerful, but it looks like it takes a while to get into some of that stuff. And it's a cool mod. It has like void miners, so you can automatically get resources with large amounts of power, and all kinds of other good stuff. So environmental tech should be a lot of fun to play with. We've also got exchangers. If you watched my Age of Engineering series, I installed the exchangers mod. That basically allows you to exchange blocks with, from one type to another. So there's a bunch of different exchangers available to you, different tiered exchangers. So, you know, for example, if you have a wall of cobblestone, you can quickly swap that into a wall of smooth stone or bricks or something else. So that's pretty cool. Hey, look, my first iron. Woot! So we've also got extra utilities too. Speaking of Tema, adds a bunch of nifty gadgets and toys. Definitely looking forward to going here. Let's go back up and get ourselves a new pick and drop off some of this loot. I got some iron, so it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get ourselves an iron pick at this point. That would be cool. And hey, look, it's daytime. Might want to look into some kind of farming or food or something, but we'll get to that. What could I use to, you know, do something? I don't think I have access to any of this stuff yet. I get 1 crushed iron for doing that. Pulverizer. There's lots of machines that can duplicate your iron. I'm wondering if there's any that we have access to now. So the quartz grindstone, but I don't think we have any quartz yet. We haven't found any of that. So let's just go ahead and smelt 3 iron for the sake of getting stuff. Okay, got our iron done in our furnace there, so we can go back to mining. Hooray. Let's also get ourselves one of these dudes. That's pretty good to have. So back to check out what mods we've got in this cool pack of ours. Flat colored blocks, very useful for those of you who might get into some chisel and bits type work. So that's a nifty mod that just adds a bunch of blocks. Hey, speaking of quartz, literally like 2 blocks away, and we would have gotten quartz. That's funny. Nice. So if we want to do some basic grinding early on, we can. But we probably won't need to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. So we've got forestry in the pack, a mod that adds a bunch of things like these, but also some nifty mechanics for auto farming and that kind of stuff. So we'll definitely check out some forestry stuff this season. We've got FTB utilities, which you can see up here, useful for claiming chunks and chunk loading and that kind of stuff. If you saw my last Let's Play series, you know how that mod works, and it is becoming a frequently added pack or mod to most of the packs that the FTB team puts together. So that's pretty cool. We've got, ooh, I found myself a little cave. Hold on. I think that's an Actually Additions cave. Does appear that that's what that is. Nice. So Actually Additions adds these little bio caves, which are cool, and there's usually some good loot in them. So not opposed to exploring this. And oh, good, charged quartz. I haven't decided if I'm going to do Actually Additions or Refined Storage. I just finished the Age of Engineering pack, in which I did a lot with Applied Energistics. So I will probably wind up going Refined Storage this season, but we'll see. Okay, let's just make sure we have a way out of here in case there's monsters, because there very much could be. Black quartz, nice, from Actually Additions. Okay, good deal. So we have a way out of this nasty looking cave. Cool. What is this thing? Light blue crystal cluster. I don't know what that is. From Actually Additions. I don't know. Oh, neat. That's cool. Did not know that was a thing that existed. Cool. So another mod we have in the pack, Funky Locomotion. Yeah, Funky Locomotion's back. It is a frames-based mod, also created by Tema. It's pretty much allows you to push all kinds of blocks around and create some funky, cool stuff. So I'm looking forward to coming up with some neat designs with Funky Locomotion, because it's a fun mod to play with. I've always been into frames mods because you can just do so much fun stuff with them. So I'm excited to see that one is back. So funky locomotion will be something we definitely play with throughout the series here. Let's see if I can get into this tree. A bunch of wood. In addition to funky locomotion, we've got gendistry. So those of you who are into bees but are not into the amount of time it takes to breed and wait for bees, gendistry is the answer to your problems. It basically helps you bee breed a little bit easier. It is definitely a powerful mod when it comes to bee breeding, but it's also pretty cool and fun. So another one of those might be a little overpowered, but overpowered in a fun way. We've got the advanced generators mod. That is the one that has multi-block generators. It's one that I played with again in the Age of Engineering pack. And it was pretty cool, and I enjoyed playing with it, so I made it a point to include it in this pack. You can make some really cool multi-block generators with it. It's a pretty powerful mod. Good way to get some mid-game RF. Cool. Alright, so looks like no luck on a treasure chest in this room. Take that, zombie. What's next on our list of mods? We've got the gravestone mod. Basically, when you die, it leaves a gravestone behind with your corpse. Good thing to have. Let's see. Ooh, is there like a nice little... That would be great. I love finding nice caves to go mine in, because usually you will find ores a lot more quickly with that method. Gravestone, we've got immersive engineering. Immersive engineering, obviously. Big multi-block machines and generators. Cleared out. So immersive engineering is a cool mod. All of them are cool mods, obviously, because I include them in my pack. Basically, the rule for my pack, for those of you who've not played, Direwolf 20 packs in the past, the general rule is I try not to change much, if anything, of any of the mods, because the intention of this pack is to be an introductory mod pack for players who haven't used mods before. So I want you to be able to learn the mod. I know a lot of mod pack makers who make much better mod packs than me, who've made some really complex and difficult mod packs by changing recipes, and that's a really cool thing, and I love playing those packs, but that's not what the DW20 pack is about. The DW20 pack is all about, I'm new to mods, I want to see how they work, and I want to have an easy introduction to them. So that's pretty much what the purpose of this mod pack is. But it's also meant to be fun for people who've played with lots of mods before, right? Like me, I've played with tons of mods, and I always enjoy playing my own packs, because they're just supposed to be fun and enjoyable, and have a bunch of cool stuff. So, we talked about immersive engineering. We have Industrial Craft 2. That's pretty much one of the oldest mods available. Industrial Craft has been around since... Industrial Craft may have been one of the first major mods to come out, like the very first. And Industrial Craft 2 came out a little bit later, which is basically, a whole rewrite of the mod, and that's been around for years now. So Industrial Craft was one of the first mods I ever played with, and Industrial Craft 2 is, pretty awesome. Ah, 2 skeletons. That's great. Hold on. Yeah, shoot each other, would you? Hold on, hiding. Here, skeletons. Gotcha. Okay. So we talked about Industrial Craft, Industrial Foregrowing, Industrial Mine Factory Reloaded, which was a spiritual successor to Mine Factory. So Mine Factory Reloaded is basically Industrial Foregrowing, and like the Northern Imprisonment tool and skeletons shooting you when you're trying to talk about what mods are in the pack, among other mods are in it. So that's cool. I shouldn't ignore those too much. Aha! Take that, creeper. Nice. Got a decent amount of loot here so far. I'm not going to go too far. I do want to probably head back to my base at this point. Bring back some of the iron. We haven't even gotten to the mod list yet. Let's see. What's next on the list? So we talked about industrial. So we've got integrated dynamics and integrated tunnels. Really neat automation mods. You might have seen my spotlights on them. Very, very powerful and complex automation tasks are available in those 2 mods. So we'll definitely be looking at that for some of our more complicated automations that we're going to get into. most mods are pretty straightforward and you can automate a lot of things, but sometimes you need like really fine-grained control. And until those mods came around, integrated dynamics and tunnels, that fine-grained control, the only way you could do it was with a mod like computer craft on computers. And a lot of people were not fans of writing code and programming in Minecraft. So integrated dynamics kind of bridges the gap there. It's a way without having to write programming to be able to create complex rules and logic to fulfill certain tasks, and it's really cool. Good times all around. So let's get a crafting. I don't need that stuff. And we'll just do like one of these picks for now, just because I happen to be down here. So we've got the integrated tools, inventory tweaks, iron backpacks. Definitely a cool mod. Adds backpacks that you can hook up. I played with it in 110 pack, so you guys should be familiar with iron backpacks. Really useful for carrying around lots of extra stuff, and then you can set up all kinds of rules about auto picking up certain items. So you can have a backpack dedicated to all the ores that you pick up. We'll be getting into that mod pretty early on. Iron chests, which is just, upgraded chests. That mod is also a stable that's been around for years, so it's good to have that back in the pack. I don't need 2 bows, probably. Can I do this? I always forget. Yes, I can. Neat. May or may not want to do that. We'll see. Yeah, we definitely need to get back home. I have a carrot on me. That's neat. I will probably want to go plant that. We should set up a little farm or something soon. But I like that this cave system is here, because I'm going to totally explore that a lot more in the very near future. That's where I'm going to go get a lot of resources from. Well, yeah, we're going to have to do this. Okay, so back up to the base. We've got, let's see, journey map is in the pack, obviously. You see that going on here. Cool. Very, very useful mapping tool. Pretty much became the de facto standard of map mods. We've got JEI, obviously. The stuff that I've been looking up items in. We've got light level overlay. That's that thing. Lost Cities is a mod by McJady that basically adds a bunch of content structures to the game. And they might be fun to explore, so we're going to totally check them out as well here. So let's put some of this stuff all away. I do want to hang on to the wood that I have, though. You can go in there. So it's rainy and gross out, which is great. I wish I could sleep through the night, but I can't just yet. I haven't seen any sheep or anything. That's okay. Let's... Not great on food, which is, of course, a thing. Berry bush? Yeah, that's lovely. Oh, right-click them. Cool. And they will regrow their berries, I presume. Okay. Not too many monsters out here. I wouldn't mind finding a couple sheep. Oh well. We talked a lot about some of the mods that are in the pack, kind of giving you guys an idea of what's in there. We'll come back next episode and continue talking about some of the mods that are in the pack. Obviously, this pack is available on the Curse client or, Curse Forge or whatever. You can go download the pack and play it. Curse client is definitely the one that I recommend. The Twitch client, it's now called. So either Google for Twitch client or Curse client, you'll find it. And yeah, Darryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed episode 1 of season 9. We will come back next episode. Those of you who are new to the series, we don't do much mining and stuff on camera, usually past the first couple episodes. We will be getting into a lot of technical mods and a lot of magic-based mods very soon. For now, take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Darryl20, and welcome to episode 2 of Darryl20's Let's Play series. Today, I'd like to get a few more things done. Look how many cows are out here. That is amazing. Sweet. I will take it. The more cows, the better. Probably should get a farm of some sort going, but for now, this will hold me over food-wise. I would also really love to have a few sheep so that I can set up a bed of some sorts. So that in case I die, it's not the end of the world for me. Hey, another mining cave with iron in it. That's what's up. So last episode we got a very basic little hovel going on in the wall, which is kind of my usual starting world thing, right? Get some resources and get situated so we can get right started into setting up some good stuff. Modded stuff, that is. And speaking of mods, we didn't even get through the mod list last episode, so we should probably start looking at doing that. Wow, there are just a lot of cows around, aren't there? I mean, I will take it because it makes, you know, eating a little bit easier. Sorry, cows. Hey, look, the guy's got to eat, all right? So we will continue talking about what mods are available in the pack today, and we will also hopefully get a little bit going into the pack itself. So I'm going to collect a few resources and do some stuff and talk about what other mods we've got. So we start off right around the middle of the alphabet with M for Magic Bees. So Magic Bees is another add-on to Forestry that adds even more types of bees. So we have both Binnie's mods and Gendustry and Magic Bees. So those of you who are into bees and trees should have no end of opportunities to expand and play with Forestry a bit. Not for sure that I'll get into all of that stuff in the series. I like bees, but I don't love bees. They're okay, but they're not great. But with Gendustry, they're definitely better. Trees, they're even a little bit less enjoyable for me personally. But I know a lot of people do like them. So it's in the pack for those of you who enjoy it. We've got MC Multipart. Hey, here's a cool Twitter. The Meat Creeps mod. Meat Creeps is a mod idea that I came up with, and I asked McJady to help. He basically wrote all the code for, and if you're not familiar with him, he did a lot of the art assets for Britannia and Psy and a few other things. Did some of the models. And Meat Creeps are cool. They are little creatures that you can spawn. They will do a single individual task for you, and then they will despawn. So they are basically like a little helper in your world. And we'll be taking a look at the Meat Creeps mod really soon. So I'm excited about Meat Creeps being a thing. We've got mob grinding utilities, which is a cool mod. That's the one that adds, the mob masher and a couple of nifty things that basically help to grind up and kill mobs for you automatically. We've got Morpheus, which is a mod that allows you to, multiple people playing. It doesn't work so much on a single player world, but if you're playing on a server, Morpheus allows you to configure a percentage of people that need to sleep in order to pass the night instead of requiring everyone on the server to sleep. So pretty neat mod. We've got Morpho Tool, which is basically a mod that is like Akashic Tome. It allows you to link a bunch of different tools into one individual item, so you don't have to carry around 6 different wrenches. Sheep nowhere. Might need to plant some flowers or something. Get string for wool. Lots of cows, not a lot of sheep. Oh well, no biggie. Let's head back to our little base. Well, maybe head off this way just to see if there's any sheep. So we've got, let's see, Morpho Tool. We've got Not Enough Wands. You guys are familiar with that one. Adds a bunch of nifty wands to the game that can be used for all kinds of cool stuff. Also, Open Computers. Mentioned it a little bit last episode. It is a mod that adds in-game Lua scriptable computers, which are a lot of fun to play with. So if you're into programming or if you'd like to get into programming, Open Computers is definitely a nice place to start and play around with a little bit. We've got Pam's Harvest Craft. Adds a ton of different, food resources to the game. So those of you who like doing lots of different things with food, Pam's Harvest Craft will definitely be a mod that you enjoy. And it's cool. Pam's Harvest Craft totally in there. Portal Gun mod from iChun. So the Portal Gun mod adds portals like pretty much exactly like the Portal game. So pretty neat mod and a lot of fun to play with. We've got Psy, which is a magic-based tech mod, kind of. And it gives your player the ability to do stuff. It's also kind of programming. So we've played with Psy in the past, and I might get into it a little bit in this series as well. While we're talking about that, let's see. We've also got ranged pumps. We've got, Redstone Arsenal and the Redstone Flux mod. So the Redstone Arsenal adds a bunch of redstone-based tools and armor, which is a lot of fun. That's pretty cool. Ooh, a quiver. I've not seen the quiver before. Neat. I like that. I've not played with that before. I have no idea what that does, but it sounds cool. We've also got Refined Storage and Reborn Storage, which are kind of like Applied Energistics. It's getting dark out, isn't it? I kind of wanted to plant a farm. I guess I'll go mining while I still tell you guys about some of the mods in the pack. But I would definitely like to get into some tech stuff today as well. We've got RF tools and RF tools dimensions. We've also got storage drawers. We've got Tinker's Construct, which we might want to get into pretty soon. We've got the One Probe, which is the thing at the top of the screen telling you what blocks you're looking at. We've got thermal mods, all the thermal mods. So thermal cultivation, thermal dynamics, thermal expansion, and thermal foundation are all mods that you guys probably are familiar with. We don't have Ender IO. You might have noticed that. Ender IO, but we do have the thermal suite of mods. So last season we did a lot with Ender IO. This season we'll probably do a lot with thermal. So thermal expansion and all that good stuff for processing ores and whatnot. I might even want to get into that a little bit today so we can start getting some ore doubling going on. So we'll probably start working on the thermal mods today. And then we've got Twilight Forest. Those of you who've played with mods before are probably familiar with that one. It adds this nifty dimension with lots of world gen and places to explore. And it's a lot of fun, and it has recently been revived. So excited to see Twilight Forest coming back. And then that's pretty much it. We also have Wireless Crafting Terminal, which is an add-on to Applied Energistics. But for the most part, that is it. Oh, we have XNet. I almost forgot about XNet. XNet is also another cool way of doing some automation stuff. So excited to have XNet as well. All right, let me do some mining now that you guys are fully aware of all the mods that are in the pack. Usually I like to kind of do a lot of mining off camera, but usually in the first episode or two, I'll do some mining on camera so you can kind of see what early game looks like. Your standard early game in a mod pack is just like it is in a regular game. Go mining and get some resources so you have some useful stuff. But we will come back in a few minutes here and be back at my base. And I'd like to probably going to see if we can get started with some technological stuff today. I would absolutely like to get started with some, maybe the thermal mods, just to get the ability to process ores. And then we'll probably expand from there. So back in a minute once I've collected enough resources where I'll feel like I'm comfortable enough to make some machines. So my personal trick that I've mentioned several times in the past is anytime I'm exploring in a cave system, I always keep my torches on the right side of the wall, so that whenever I want to find my way out of a cave system, I follow the torch for getting around and doing cool stuff. So finish my little mining expedition, have a little bit of durability left on my pick, not a huge amount, but I'd like to start increasing the yield from my ores. That's kind of like the first thing I'd like to get into. So let's see how feasible that is based on my current resources, right? So we should maybe possibly have the opportunity to increase our resource yield. So to do that, I'm going to need a few things. I'm going to start off with thermal expansion because frankly, it's been a really long time since I've played with thermal expansion in a legit world. I feel like it's been since like 1.7.10 days. Because thermal expansion we got access to at like the very end of the 1.10 pack. So we kind of like, real quick threw it together just to experience it a little bit. But it's been a long time since thermal expansion has been the foundation of how we progress through the game, right? So excited to give that a shot. So we're going to need a couple things. I'd like to have a redstone furnace because those are nice to have, and a pulverizer because those are nice to have. So I guess to get a pulverizer and a couple of those other things, a lot of this is going to require redstone, which we haven't gotten yet. So I might be able to jump in the gun a little bit here. With that said, let's cook up a little bit more iron. And we will go back down and look for redstone because I haven't gotten enough redstone yet. I haven't gotten any redstone yet, and that's probably going to lead to a bit of a problem. So I will need to get redstone to get started there. I really would like to find some sheep as well, or something that I can use to... and we can probably just set up a farm right outside near... Ow. Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, shoot each other. For now, we'll just get that going, right? And maybe just a few wheat seeds. Because I do have some beef, but... Seeds, anybody? Pam's Harvest Craft. Nice. We'll get a bunch of seeds from Pam's Gardens. Now we're talking. So I'm not sure what all seeds I might have gotten from her. Let's see. Parsnip, onion, corn, hops from Binnie's. Let's see, we got some industrial hemp in these seeds. We also got winter squash and cucumbers. See, Pam's adds lots of food types. You'll find windy gardens and you'll find other gardens of similar types. Shaded gardens, for example, they'll have different resources in them. So there's like a bunch of different seed types and you'll find them in those gardens from Pam's. Hey, cool. More hops from Binnie. All right, let's throw some seeds down. We'll do some industrial hemp, which will get a string, by the way. I don't know what all... Let's see. Corn sounds like a good time, right? That doesn't sound terrible. And we'll try parsnips as well. I don't know how much I want to get into some of this other stuff. I'm going to, like, just drop that for now. But we'll come back to it. Hey, what's up, skeleton? See ya. Nice. All right, I'm going to go get some redstone underground. We'll come back when I find some. Deal? Deal. So one of the features that we do have is JEI resources, which allows you to check out what Y level you're, like the ore type. So for example, if I want to know where to find iron, you'll find it pretty much in the same quantity anywhere from Y level 64 down. However, if you're looking for copper ore, you will find that, looks like, let's see, copper ore's lookup isn't looking too good, but redstone ore, you can see you'll find it right around Y level 17 and down. So, nifty way to go ahead and, you know, track down stuff. So, kept going down through my little cave here, and I found some good stuff. Actually, quite a bit of good stuff. Found like a nice little ravine with what looks like a decent amount of lava, which is good, because we're going to want some lava sooner than later. So, let's maybe consider expanding out this little platformy area. And we can get into this area. And I also see diamonds. I see diamonds. Which is exciting to me. I don't want to avoid any lava right at the moment. But diamonds I will take. And you, sir, are probably going to be a nuisance. There we go. Better. Hey! Achievement get! Diamonds. Nice. Excited about that. Cool. So we've got diamonds. That is good stuff. Actually, a decent diamond node. And hey, redstone right behind it. Perfect. I'm going to need a decent amount of redstone probably to get started because, I mean, it's called redstone flux for a reason, right? I mean, it's heavily based on redstone. So I'm going to find a couple more redstone nodes, and if I find something else cool down here while I'm exploring, I will let you know. But hopefully we should come back in a few minutes with a little bit of redstone, and we'll be ready to get into some basic machines. Hey, another first. Gold. I think that's my very first piece of gold that I got, so that's cool. Ooh, and now finding lapis. Alright, I think that's pretty much all the vanilla ores that I'm going to find. Neat. And more redstone. Beautiful. So I've collected a little bit more than a stack of redstone. Hopefully that will be enough to get started with a couple basic machines. So there's a few things we're going to need to get started with. We're going to have to create the machines that will do the work for us, and we're also going to have to create power, and we're also going to have to create energy conduits that can transfer the power from the thing that generates the power to the machines that need the power. And it might even be cool to have something to store power. So long story short, we need a bunch of stuff. So hopefully we will have enough stuff. So let's do that, because that is all my resources there, and that, and that. Cool. So to get started with the redstone flux mod, we're definitely going to need some of you, iron, copper, tin, that kind of stuff. We will probably need some lead. And I don't know that we need any diamonds just yet. So that's cool. Let's take a look. So the first thing we'll want from thermal, let's get power generation first. So a steam dynamo requires a transmission coil, some copper gears, some iron. The transmission coil needs silver. So let's definitely get a steam dynamo. So there's different ways to generate power. There's magmatic, that runs off basically lava. There's steam dynamo, which basically runs off water and some kind of solid fuel like coal. And then there's a few others that we'll get into later. But for now, your basic one is steam and magmatic. I think those will definitely be a couple good ones to start with. However, magmatic requires Invar, which we don't technically have the resources to make just yet. So we'll start with steam. Cool. So we're going to want to smelt up a bunch of resources. Now, some of these resources I have a lot of, some of them not so much. So I wouldn't mind starting off with a quartz grindstone. just so I can a little bit more easily. So I need 3 of those. I'm going to need, it looks like this is 3 stone and 2 cobblestone. So let's smelt up a few stone. We will get ourselves the grindstone wooden crank. We're also going to need a wooden gear, which is that. So that's cool. And once we have the 3 stones smelted up, we can start manually grinding. So usually early game, when I only have a handful of ores, it's a good idea to really be efficient with your ore usage. So getting a quartz grindstone that we can use to start grinding up our resources is probably not a terrible idea. So that's what I'm doing here. So we're going to get that quartz grindstone. We'll pop him into the corner. We'll put a crank on top. And let's grind up a few bits of copper. Does that sound good? So just by right-clicking on this dude, we'll see that it's basically grinding our copper ore. And we should get, for 1 copper ore, we'll get 2 copper dust. And we'll continue to grind that. And then that dust can be smelted into ingots, which should be cool. So let's do that. So we're going to want maybe 2 more so we can get 8 copper. And we'll probably want to do a little bit more. I do have silver, right? We said we needed silver. I'm almost certain I found some. Good. So you see, we only have like a handful of silver. That's one we'll definitely also want to grind. It's very manual and painful, but pretty soon we'll have machines to handle this automatically for us. All right, so we've got some dusts going on here. Let's get another iron. Been basically pulverizing a couple of the different dusts that we're going to need to get the metals that we're going to want. There we go. Well, 7? Why did I only get 1 from that? That's interesting. That's very interesting. Huh. Maybe iron doesn't work so well on this thing. No big deal. The other thing I'm going to do, by the way, is convert my charcoal into tiny charcoal. Basically, tiny charcoal smelts 1 resource per charcoal. So that's really a nice way to be a little bit more efficient with your charcoal production and usage. So overall, definitely a good approach to take if you're going to be smelting something that's not 8, right? I turned a bunch of my metals into the 8x version, but it's all good. So we've got a handful of metals here. Let's get our 2. So let's get our steam dynamo first. So we're going to need a couple copper gears. Check. And then we're also going to need a silver and a couple pieces of redstone. Is silver what I'm smelting right now? Not yet. So let's get silver in. Or no, I do have silver. Good. So we're going to want just 1 of these for now. We will probably eventually need more. And then we just need a little bit more iron is all we're waiting on here. And this will be one of our very first truly modded things that we have access to. Nice. All right, so what I'm thinking I'll do, we'll stick it kind of in this wall area here. So another thing I'd like to have, and did I smash up some lead? I did. Good. Lead's going to be the next thing I smelt. Because I would like an energy cell. Leadstone energy cells are definitely a great way to get started in the pack for energy storage. So steam dynamos create power, energy cells will store power, and then we're going to create some machines that are going to use that power, right? So we're going to need a bit of electrum in order to get that, I think, because we smelted all our silver, so we need to grind up another one for dust. Cool. You can crush up ingots, by the way, but you only get 1 dust per ingot instead of 2, which you usually get. Grindstones aren't the most efficient thing in the world. But this should get me 2 electrum, which I can then smelt into my electrum ingot, which should be good. Cool. So the energy cell will be a nice thing to have. So we're going to want, it looks like a lead gear. Cool. And we're going to need more iron, and we're also going to need some glass. It doesn't have to be cyan stained. It's any kind of glass that is available to us. So let's get a little bit more iron ground up here. I'm going to do 8 more of these. And we'll be back in a minute. Nobody tell Palmer I'm digging up the speech. I just need a little bit of glass. Alright, so smelting up some iron. We will have enough stuff now, hopefully, to make one of these. Oh, I need the glass, that's right. Let's get most of that out of there. That's interesting. Why did it reset the smelting progress? Oh. It was intended not to do that. Okay, a little bit of glass, and then we'll be good to go for the energy cell. The other thing we're going to need, by the way, is a bucket to transfer some water. Eventually, I'm going to want to automate the production of water because we want to keep this steam dynamo filled with water all the time. But long story short, for now, we have to do it manually. But the name of the game is automation in this pack, so eventually it will be fully automated. Good, it's becoming daytime out there. Excellent. So 3 pieces of glass, 1 more to go, and then we'll have our energy cell. And you can see there's a lot of different tiers of energy cell. The higher tiers can typically store more power and transfer more power. So there's an energy cell. We're going to want one of these. And then we just need one of these. And we should be now good to go. Nice. Energy cell. So let's see how we can get this thing producing power for us. What I'm going to do is store some of you for a bit. I'm also going to grab about 8 of these so I can convert them into tiny coal, right? Tiny coal burns for 1/8 the time that this does. 1600 ticks, 200 ticks, right? So 1/8. For now, I'm just going to stick my energy cell in the corner. The user config side here basically tells you which sides can import and export. So input is the blue side, so any side that's blue is input. And if you want to change the right side to output, for example, orange is output. And then the yellow means you're not allowed to transfer power at all, right? It just doesn't connect, right? So for now, this thing is set up to accept power from most sides. We'll stick down our dynamo. So now we need to throw coal and water in there. We can also configure whether or not it needs a redstone signal to run. So for now, I'll enable that. On high means that it requires a redstone signal to run. On low, it means it has to not be getting a redstone signal. So if it got a redstone signal, it would stop. And then ignored would mean I run all the time. We can augment it, which we'll talk about later. And this is RF generation. So at most, it can produce 40 RF a tick. Let's go get a couple buckets of water. What I might want to do, obviously we'll move out of this hole, but for now, this will be nice. So I should be able to just right-click that. You can see one probe is telling me how much liquid is in the tank. So 1 out of 4 buckets that can be stored there. So 2, 3, 4. Boom. Tank is full. Coal is in. Now it just needs a redstone signal to run because I set it to. Give it to it, and boom, we're generating power. 40 RF a tick, which we can see starting to go into here. Nice. This can hold 2 million RF, so it'll hold a decent amount of power. Great. We'll let that coal kind of burn through. Obviously, tiny coal doesn't last very long. It's tiny, but you get the idea. Cool. So, hey, the very first bit of RF power gen is happening now. All right, guys, so the good news is we generated about 128,000 RF. Now, we would generate pretty much the exact same amount if we just threw 8 pieces of coal in there. They would just last a little bit longer. And obviously, we're going to have to keep manually filling it up with water, but that's something, like I said, we'll automate eventually. Let's get to the next step. I'd like to get a redstone furnace, if I may. So that is this guy. So we're going to need a couple more copper gears, which means we're totally going to need more copper. So we'll come back in a minute. All right, so cooking up more copper, threw a bunch of coal in there because I want to actually have like a decent amount of RF in reserve before we move on to the next step. The other thing I'm probably going to need is not to have a creeper outside my door. Got him. Nice. All right, we're also going to need to kill this skeleton, apparently. What's that book? Nice. On the dynamics of integration. Ooh, aquamarine. We're going to need some of that soon when we decide it's time to get into astral sorcery. Clay, because I'm going to need some bricks. So we need to get ourselves a little bit of clay. Hopefully that's not going to prove itself to be too hard because we're in like this nice little beachy kind of area here. Let's see if we can get under the water bed. Looks like a lot of gravel beach type stuff going on right here. So maybe we want to head more in this direction to find some clay. Clay, wherefore art thou, clay? Don't make this one of those clay's impossible to find packs. Shouldn't be too bad. Actually, I might even see a piece in this direction. So is that clay? Nice. All right, so 1 piece of clay down. We're going to need at least 1 more to get the redstone furnace that we need. Clay. Look around this shoreline. Here's a good reserve underground. Nice. So I'll meet you guys back at the base after I've gotten a bunch of this. All right, so I left my iron smelting here. We have a little bit. I made another bit of tiny coal. which should be good. I have to smelt up this clay into bricks, and then we should be good to go. While that's smelting, let's work through the furnace craft. So we're going to need a piece of gold. Good thing I saved that 1 gold dust, isn't it? Nice. Okay, hold on. Let's, oh yeah, look at that. Mouse wheeling resets the, okay, that's interesting. That is weird. Yeah, when you use the mouse wheel to take stuff out of there, it resets the counter on that. Cool. Oh well, that's the 1 piece of gold. So we are out of gold now. We found literally 1 piece of gold while mining, and we used everything about it. Cool. So redstone furnace needs 1 of these dudes. You're gonna need 2 of these. So you need a stone gear for copper gears? Really? Hold on. We can do it better than that. Let's get that one. Yeah. So we're gonna want 2 of those. And then we're gonna need a machine frame, which needs a tin gear. Tin gear from thermal is probably the best approach to go. And then we will need some more glass and iron. I thought I smelted more glass. Did I put it away? I might have put it away. Totally put it away. Nice. And now we just need the bricks to get ourselves a furnace. While we're waiting on that, by the way, let's get... Do I have any more lead? I do, but I have to wait to smelt it. I wouldn't mind some leadstone energy conduits to transfer power to our pulverizer and whatchamacallit. So we will let this finish smelting, and then we will get some lead, and that'll be good. Cool. So now we should be good to make 2 of these. And we have everything we need now to make a redstone furnace. Beautiful. I want the redstone furnace to live here. And this thing takes power and smelts things. I'd like the pulverizer to go here. So I'm going to open up the configuration. If you shift click on the center here, it closes all the sides so that there's no input-output side specifically. And that should be neat. So let's do that. We've got that guy. So can I get some leadstone energy conduits? So I just need 1 piece of glass. There you are, sir. That's what's nice about the tiny coal. You can smelt a single piece of sand into glass and not feel like you're wasting resources. It is literally exactly 1 piece of tiny coal per smelting operation. Literally the best thing ever. And a bit of redstone, and we're good to go. So what I'm going to do here is make sure... So right now we've got around 575,000 RF, which is good. I'm going to make sure that you're configured so the bottom is orange, so it's outputting power. And then we can do this, and you will start getting power now. Cool. So these leadstone energy conduits are your first line of attack when it comes to transferring energy from an energy cell across a distance. Now, if you didn't have these yet, you could place the redstone furnace on the side of the energy cell, like right here, and make sure this guy's set to orange, but that's not really necessary in this case. So now we can smelt stuff like tin, and you'll notice it's a lot faster of a smelting operation, which is awesome. So now that we've got that, let's get a pulverizer going before we wrap up the episode here. So a pulverizer is going to require a few more copper gears and another machine frame. So we're definitely going to want a bit more crushed up ores. So I'll be back in a minute when we're done with that. Okay, so we should have some copper here ready to go. Nice. And that will smelt a lot faster in the redstone furnace. The other nice thing is that it's using energy instead of fuel directly. So we should probably also get you some more water. That's good. So if I want a pulverizer, this is tin. I've only got 2 tin at the moment. I've got 4 tin at the moment. All right. That actually might be enough for that. We're going to want 4 more glass, which we can smelt easily enough. Another cool thing we can do, by the way, guys, is get a chest and throw it up here. And we can configure this guy to output to the top, and with auto output enabled, it'll automatically dump anything into the inventory above it. Neat, right? So as it smelts, it automatically lands above. Beautiful. Loving it. Let's get a little bit more iron ground up, because we're going to need iron for the pulverizer. Hopefully I get more than 2 from this, because if I don't, it's just bad luck. There we go. All done, I think. Nice. Nice, we got 4. Beautiful. So then we can just, throw that in there and we're good to go. So that's the iron we're going to need. So that's 1. We'll get our glass. We'll get our iron. We can now make a machine frame again. Cool. We'll need, another piece of gold. Brutal. Let me go mine for a piece of gold real quick, because I do want to finish this before the episode wraps up. Hey, look at me. Right here in this little ravine, there was a bunch of gold on the wall. Lucky. Alright, ground up a single piece of gold into 2 gold dust. Nice and fast to smelt the one that I need. Check and check. Now we should be able to have everything we need for a pulverizer, I think. Let's get our 1, 2 of these that we need. We'll need some flint, which should be makeable. We'll also need a piston. Looks like another piece of iron is going to be needed here. Unlucky. But we're almost there. And then the gravel outside will probably supply us with the 2 flint that we need. Let's take care of that real fast. So there's plenty of gravel out here. And I'm pretty sure this recipe exists. Perfect. 3 gravel becomes a piece of flint. Nice. Hey, zombie, stop wandering into my base. Thank you very much. Nobody invited you in. Cool. So there's that stuff. And we should now be able to make one of these. And therefore... Didn't I make copper gears like a second ago? Where'd my copper gears go? I know I just made some, didn't I? There it is. They were hiding in the furnace somehow. Pulverizer is good to go. Nice. So now, let's configure you to output everything to the right. So if we throw gold in there, for example, it's going to start doubling my gold into dusts, and it'll automatically output it to the right side. And then it'll be smelted and placed directly into the chest. Cool. So gold dust. You have to be configured to blue on the left, right? So orange on the right, blue on the left. Zombies, please. I'm talking here. So you should get your gold, and it'll then wind up in the chest. Nice. So that's wrapping up point. So between episodes, I'm going to process all my ores that I have here, get them up and running, and then we'll come back next episode and have a bit more fun with some good stuff. All right, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the series thus far. For now, Devil20 signing off. Take it easy. I am processing ores. As I promised between episodes to process ores, that is exactly what I'm doing. And I even hopped a hopper up here. Figured that was okay to do between episodes. Speaking of those tiny hoppers, check this out. I can access the chest. It's not a full-size block. It's amazing. That is so cool. I could even mine the block behind it if I wanted to. Of course, that breaks my pick, because that's the situation we find ourselves in. I might hold off on, you know, getting another iron pick here. Clearly we have, you know, I'm not going to say tons of iron, but we're doing good resource-wise. So I dropped a hopper on here. I made sure the pulverizer was set to blue on top. And basically now, any resources we put in the hopper are going to be dropped into the pulverizer. They will be pulverized. They will be pushed into the redstone furnace on the right, which will output to the top. And then you've got a chest on top collecting the resources. So you can see all the processed ores that are going on there. That's pretty cool. We're going to have some iron and some nickel and some aluminum. I'm assuming that I can process. So this aluminum is from thermal, so I have to assume that it will process just fine inside the hopper here. Let's go ahead and get some nickel that I found. I found literally 1 piece of nickel underground. Luckily, you do get some ferrous pulverized nickel occasionally as like a 10% chance from iron ore. So you will get occasionally some nickel there as well. But I'm sure we'll find some as we go mining. Speaking of mining, I feel like today's a good day to get some mining upgrades going on. And for that, I feel like a Tinker's Smeltery is in order. Tinker's Construct is a very cool mod that has a bunch of cool stuff in it, and is a great tools. So those of you who have played mod packs before are probably familiar with Tinker's. It's a very popular mod. To get started in it, we're going to need a smeltery. And in order to get a Tinker's Smeltery, we're going to need seared bricks, which come from grout. I am grout. Which needs sand, gravel, and clay in significant quantities. So we got a decent amount of clay last episode. We found a good vein over in this general direction. It was deep underwater, so I can only mine up a little bit at a time. But for the time being, it should suffice. Let's go over there and check it out. So we'll start off with some Tinker's tools. There's going to be many tools created throughout the series. You know, many mods add their own way of generating or gathering resources. So there will be many opportunities to get a bunch of different tools. Hey, there's some clay underground. So I'm going to mine up a bunch of clay here. I'm going to gather a bunch of gravel and sand as well. And we will come back once that's all completed so that we can get started making a Tinker Smeltery today and getting better tools, which is very much a standard course of action in a mod pack at this stage, because it will mean that we can mine faster, gather more resources, and then continue to tech up. I really should have made a boat, huh? Whatever. All right, we've got a decent amount of clay. We are going to need more gravel and sand, though, but maybe we can just get started with grout and just see how much we can make with what we've got. That is not... Say what now? That's not the right recipe. That's interesting. Huh. Weird. So let's do this. And try this recipe. That's better. Nice. So that'll get us 24 grout. That's not a bad starting point. If we can sneak it in there. No, not clay. Grout. Yes, that's what I want. Nice. All right. That'll kind of sneak its way into the middle of all the crafting that this is doing. So you're getting pulverized aluminum? Nice. Good amount of RF going still. As a reminder, this uses 20, this uses 20, and this can create 40. So basically, we have pretty much like a flat no change in the amount of RF that we have because we're producing 40 and we're using 40. If we use any more power, we're going to start, you know, losing some. And that's obviously only when we've got coal cooking inside the dynamo there, because we will run out of coal at some point. That's a thing that happens. Kind of going to want to wait for daytime. I'd really like it if I could find like either a sheep or at least how about a spider? Can you gift me a spider, Minecraft? That would be nice. You know what we could do if we wanted to? We could set up some options on journey map here. Where's those settings? Player dots, mob display, small icons. Yeah, now we can see what mobs are around us. Is that cheating? I don't think it's cheating. Ow. I like how I went out here with a mostly damaged iron sword. Like, I'll be fine. Not even an iron sword, a stone sword. Great. Didn't even get string for it. Looks like a couple spiders off in this direction. This might have been a mistake, guys. As soon as it's daytime, you and I sheep, we're gonna have words about the fact that you exist and how happy I am about that. Woo! We made it. All right, let's get some wool shearing stuff going. Did not have a very successful resource collection of mob stuff, but that's fine. I think we could sneak out there again and potentially, possibly get some wool because I see them. They're over in that direction now. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make a run for it. I'm gonna shear them, and then we can sleep. And we can set our spawn, and that would be a nice thing. Hey, here, baby zombie. Running. Ow, skeletons. Stay near the water, so hopefully it's not too bad. All this for a bed. Dire, please. Nice. A bed. We can sleep. Position. Ooh, that's better. Very nice. Very nice. We've set our spawn. Everybody's happy now. All right, let me get some sand and gravel. We might need a few more, specifically for... Just gonna like flatten out this area a little bit, and that'll get me a decent amount of gravel. And then I'll go get some sand so that we can get a bit more by way of grout. All right, came back with a bit more grout, which should be good. I am grout. There goes the grout cooking. I'm gonna put away the excess sand and gravel. And even some of this stuff that I got. That all looks good. And the clay. Cool. Alright, I'll put this redstone away as well. Nice. So we're doing pretty good on resources and whatnot. Not amazing, but not bad. You will be done here in a minute. So let's get a basic smeltery up and running. And in addition to this, we're also going to want pretty much a bunch of these guys. Blocks we're going to need for, which is this bad boy. We will also want one of these guys, which is a tool station. And nice to have is one of these things, which is a pattern chest. Cool. And also nice to have on this line is just a regular craft. Alright, so I'm going to set all this up. I usually like to build my Tinker stuff outside my base because it's a pretty big multi-block structure that you're going to want. It's not huge, especially, you know, compared to some other multi-blocks that we're going to get into later in the pack. But it's big enough that I don't want to build it inside my little starter base cave thing. I've got some stone. Yay. Very good. Okay, cool. So we could just place maybe... That's good enough for here, right? That'll be where we'll build our little Tinker smeltery. And it doesn't have to be a particularly large one. Because we're not going to be doing too much with Tinkers this playthrough. We've definitely done a lot with Tinkers in the past. Flint, how are you getting this? Nothing. Flint, please, baby. Okay. So that's good. You're making more seared bricks for me. So let's get started with this whole setup. So like if we were going to have... I'm just going to map out where things are going to be. I usually like to go with a 3x3 smeltery, even though you don't have to anymore. But it's still like kind of a nice way to go. So I'll just clear out a little space around this thing. Feels so much slower with a wooden pick or shovel. Perfect. All right, so that'll be where I'll have my smeltery set up. And then, you know, to help with that, we will have our stencil table, followed by a part builder, followed by our tool station, and having a crafting station is going to help. And we'll probably want this. It doesn't really matter where you put it, but I think the best place to put it is next to the part builder. And you'll just have to take my word on that for now. And then in here, we can place our stencils. Nice. So that's the foundation of Tinker's Construct. And this is how we can start getting into some of the Tinker's patterns that we're going to want to get. So with that said, let's see how our grout is making out. And we will kind of go from there. So we've got 56 seared bricks. Not terrible. Let's get the stuff that we absolutely need. So I know we're going to need some glass if we don't already have some. I'm going to say, well, you could probably... Yeah, just start cooking in there. That's fine. So we're going to need a smeltery controller. We're also going to need some lava. And a best way to probably go get lava would be to get a portable tank. It's going to need some redstone, iron, and copper. Boom, boom. And some of you. Let's get ourselves a portable tank from thermal, which is also going to need some glass. You are so much faster, but you're in the middle of processing ores. I can't wait anymore. Alright, so that'll get us a tank to let us go collect lava. I should also get a hammer, the crescent hammer. So it's going to need a piece of tin and 3 iron. The crescent hammer is like kind of, it works like a wrench from a lot of different mods, including especially thermal. And it lets you like pick up machines and other stuff. It's just a useful thing to have. Cool. Alright, so that's going to cook up all that stuff. That's good enough for now. We will let you smelt some more glass for us. And you're almost done with your pulverize, so I can put my iron back. Good. Alright, so let's also get a few other things for our smeltery. We'll definitely need a smeltery tank, which looks like this, in order to store the liquids. And then we just need a bunch of smeltery blocks. We're also going to probably at least want 1, if not 2 drains. And the rest can really be whatever we want it to be. I'm going to get another 8 of you. Let's get some more sand and gravel. I think I'm just going to want more grout. Perfect timing. Alright, so while we're waiting for more grout, can you convert back? No. But I can always just place and break if I need to. Good deal. So I think while we're waiting for a little bit more grout to smelt, let's go get our lava. And that'll be easy, because we found some lava pools downstairs, right? So I'm going to bring this portable tank, which can hold, I think it's 8 buckets? No, 20 buckets. Nice. Wow, that holds a lot of liquid. We can upgrade that, too, to hold even more liquids. But for now, this is the lowest tier. Almost all the machines and blocks and items in thermal expansion can be upgraded these days. And we'll get into that later. But for now, let's do this. So I'm going to collect the 20 buckets of lava. Now, there are automated ways to collect lava in this pack, obviously, because everything should be automatable one way or another. Nice. But for now, we are limited by the tech level that we're at. But we'll eventually get to a point where we can do all kinds of good automations. Hello, Creeper. How are you? Leave me alone. Where do you think you're coming from? Just sneaking up on a dyer like that. Not polite, Creeper. Cool, that should be good. So we can shift right click with this guy and he will pick up the tank. Beautiful. So now we have tons of lava, no joke, that we can use to get stuff going. And that'll be really useful for us. That'll be good to have. So let's get upstairs with that lava. We're going to need that to melt down our metals in our smeltery. So by now, hopefully, of our stuff, and it looks like it's nighttime, so I'm going to sleep through that night. Oh, I left my door open because I'm a genius. Hey, any monsters want to come into my base and blow up all my stuff? That would be cool. All right, grout's coming along nicely. So let's get a bunch of these bricks that we're going to want to have. So to get started, let's clear away all this stuff. And you can build these smelteries of any shape and size you want for the most part. I just personally prefer the old 3x3 base. So we've got half of what we need here. We could also get some smeltery glass if we wanted to. I forget which one I like more. Windows? I think Windows is what I like. So that's 6 seared brick per block, and it requires a little bit of glass. But it's not the end of the world. Plus, it looks cool. So, like, let's get at least one window. And that can kind of go in the front for us. And then we will have our controller, which is the brains of the operation. We will have our... I'm assuming you got dumped into here. You did. That happens sometimes with like one of the mods we have. It causes a little bit of weirdness. Cool. Okay. On this side, on the left, let's get some more seared bricks because we actually are pretty close to having everything we need. We will have 1, 2. Or should they be on this side, maybe? This side is probably the better approach. So let's put them on that side. And our faucets go on here. Let's get some dirt. That looks good. We will also want casting basins, so we're going to want one of these. Looks like we might need a little bit more grout, because we're still not quite what we need. So let's get another shovel, because we broke that one. Cool. I just need a little bit more gravel to make that grout. We're like mostly there with the amount of grout that we need to finish this, but a little bit more would help. So I think we had, what was it, 2 blocks left of clay? Yeah. And we do have some sand in here too. So we should be able to... Nice, 16 of those. Smelt that up. Cool, we'll put away that. And other stuff we don't need at this exact minute. Cool. So that is our casting table that we'll need for our Tinker's Smeltery, which we'll be pouring liquids in to convert into solid masses of tools and useful stuff. Couple more seared brick, and we should be good to go here. We're going to want a casting basin at some point too, but we'll get to that later because we don't need it right away. It's useful, but not like I need it this minute type of useful. So if I'm not mistaken, those are the last 3 bricks that we need to really form this multi-block, and you'll know it's formed properly because this guy will start glowing. So the fire here indicates that we got a properly formed smeltery. Without a properly formed smeltery, we wind up with something like that. No fire. So now we can remove the cobblestone around here because that was just for building purposes. And it looks better without it. We will place our casting table right there. Now we should be able to start melting liquids. There's 2 ways we could do this. We could pipe the lava into this, but the tanks from thermal expansion have a really nice property. If you right-click them with a crescent hammer, they will automatically output their lava into whatever tank is below them. So we just converted, this guy had 20, now we've got 16 lava in him, and the 4 lava went. Book on Tinker's Construct, it was given to us when we started the world. Here it is, and we can read up on what different materials there are. So there's a ton of materials available to you. You can get a whole bunch of different tools, as you can see here. You can repair your tools, and you can craft a bunch of different nifty gadgets, and you can see what all the different tools are and their properties, right? Scythes chop down large amounts of plants. Hammers are good for mining and like a 3x3 area of effect mining. Excavators do mining of dirt, sand, gravel, that kind of stuff. Bunch of different weapons. We're going to want to get a pickaxe first. Let's start with that. So there's a bunch of different tool materials, and each different tool material has its own attributes. So wood, there's usually 3 parts typically to a tool, and you can see that in the tool station here. If I say I wanted to make a pickaxe, you got tool rod, pickaxe head, and binding. Those are the 3 components that go together to making a pickaxe, and you can make them out of any 3 materials you want. So if you use wood for the handle, you get some durability, and you get this ecological attribute, which let them regenerate a little bit of their damage. If you use stone, you get less durability for stone, but it increases durability gained when repairing the tool. So it's easier to repair stone tools, right? If you use the handle on that. So there's a bunch of different attributes we can get. The one you want to pay attention to most when you're doing a pickaxe or a type of blocks it can break. So iron is a pretty low mining level, but you know, cobalt's a good one to have. That's pretty much the highest mining level, I believe. Obsidian is nice. It means you can pretty much, you know, break obsidian. Let's look for something that has a decent. So iron can break at the diamond level. I'd like to have something better than iron. Night slime is kind of cool. It's kind of a neat attribute. Let's see, slime. We don't have a lot of this stuff access to yet. We don't have access to cobalt or ardite or manulin because that all comes out of the nether. We haven't been to the nether yet. Copper is a pretty good one because copper gives you additional experience when you mine stuff. So if you want to get more XP, copper is a good tool material to use. I think bronze is also a really nice one. It has diamond level mining. It has a good amount of durability. Mining speed's also a nice attribute because it tells you how fast it'll mine, right? Copper mines at 5.3 speed, where bronze mines at 6.8. That's pretty cool. Lead is not so great. Let's see if there's anything better than bronze that we currently have access to. So I want to say bronze is going to be your best. Constantin is a slow mining speed. Evil infused iron, I don't think we have access to whatever that is. So let's go with bronze. Bronze is usually a good early tier material. And bronze can come from, it's usually 3 copper and 1 tin. So what I'm going to do is get 6 copper and 2 tin. And funnily enough, we don't have that much more copper. But that should be enough bronze to get started. I'm going to drop these guys in here. And you'll see that it starts melting. And different materials have different melting speeds. So the tin melts really quickly. And now we've got some molten tin. The copper will take a few minutes to melt. But once it does melt, the copper and tin will start to mix inside the smeltery. And we'll have access to bronze. right? And that'll be kind of cool. Nice. There it goes. And you can see the bronze melting and the liquids are melting. So we're losing copper, we're losing tin, but we're getting bronze. Neat. We should wind up with a decent amount of bronze from that. Cool. So we wound up with, I think, 8 bronze is what we'll have at the end of the day. Cool. 8 ingots of bronze. Beautiful. Let's get a bronze pickaxe head. So the first thing we're going to need is a pickaxe head pattern. And we'll also probably want to have a tool rod pattern and a binding pattern. Okay? We can use the part crafter here. And we can put the patterns, by the way, inside this pattern chest. And we'll have access to them in the part crafter. So if I want to get wood, for example, for my tool rod, I'll just put wood in there. Wood's a good early game one. Obviously, there's tons of different tool rods you can use. But for like a really early game material, it's pretty nice to use wood. For the binding, we have a lot of different options, obviously. What do we want to do here? What's prismarine get us? Because I think we actually have access to that. The tool is unhindered by water. Huh, that's interesting. That's kind of cool. Bone is usually not a bad one. Your tool's damage is increased. That's good for like weapons. Flint. That's not too bad. Let's do, yeah, flint. Because we're pretty early game in terms of resources, right? Flint should be a good one for the binding. So we'll do that. For the binding, we'll do flint. Now, if we want to get casts of different materials, get a stone pickaxe head. We're going to place that inside our casting table here. And we'll wait for this clay to melt. All right, there we go. Good to go. So we've got some molten clay. We can pour the clay over this. And by clicking on the clay, we made it at the bottom of the tank, which means it's the metal that'll pour out. Now we have a clay cast, which is a one-time use to get that pickaxe head pattern. So get some bronze, pour that into there, and now we'll get our bronze pickaxe head. It'll cool off, and now we can use it to make our tool. And that's done in the tool station. We'll put in our wooden tool rod, our flint binding, and our bronze pickaxe head, and we'll call it Dire Pick 1. Nice. And that, now, is a much better pick than we had before. Cool. So good, in fact, I'm going to ditch this old piece of junk stone. Let's get a sword, too, because that would be neat. And I'm thinking bronze for the sword as well. We'll definitely get these upgraded at some point. So a bronze sword might not be a terrible idea. And we said bone, I think it was, is pretty nice. So we'll get fractured on the handle, your tool's damage is increased, and fractured on the extra modifier. So if we use bone for both the handle and the extra modifier, and we use bronze, so attack on bone is 2.5. But if we check out bronze's attack, it's 3.5. So that's good. So let's get some bone, and we'll use that for the handle and the binding. And then we're going to need, because the clay thing... Oh, I almost got away. I almost got away from him. I saw him out of the corner of my eye. The sneaky little devil. Ah, another one. Almost got away from him as well. They're everywhere. They just keep sneaking up on me. Alright, let's assess the damage here. Luckily, he didn't break my smeltery too much. Or at all. Just wondering if I lost any of those blocks. I feel like I might have lost a few of them. We'll find out once I fix the terrain here. So what did I lose block-wise here? We've got our crafting station and our tool. Not that these are hard to make new ones of. No, wrong positioning. I think I lost my part builder, which I can use this one for. So, you can go in there. That's cool. So I got my stone pickaxe head. So again, we're going to have to pour clay on it for a one-time cast, right? You can use gold here, and then it's a repeatable cast. You can cast with gold as much as you want, but clay is a one-time use. And then bronze. Or not pickaxe head. What am I doing? This is supposed to be a sword. I guess just throw you over there for now. Yeah, this was supposed to be a sword, wasn't it? So we don't want a binding for a sword. We want a sword blade pattern, and we want a wide guard pattern. These are the two patterns. So we... Am I completely missing bones? Where'd they go? Wonder if it got blew up in the explosion by mistake. That's absolutely a possibility. So let's not use bone then. Wonder if I could... There must be a way to convert this back. Probably not. Oh well. We will use... I didn't see any cactus immediately nearby. Even though there's like this big bunch of sand in that direction. No cactus. Because that's another good modifier. So for now we'll just use flint. We can always replace modifiers. Not a big deal. Alright, so that's good, that's good. And we'll want our sword blade. This one again, we'll do stone, clay, cool, and then bronze. Nice. Completely thrown off by that little creeper explosion there. Alright, so now we should be able to make a cool sword. Cool. I like it. And we'll call it Dire Sword 1. Much better. Feels great to have better tools. So these guys are going to be way, way nicer than the tools that I've had to use up until this point. So this is a pretty good sword. We can swear. So let's go try this thing out mining. Does that sound cool? Let's mine down deep at the lower level so we can get some more redstone. And hopefully other resources as well. We're also going to need copper. I don't know exactly where copper is found. Much faster. Much faster and much better durability. Love it. Alright guys, believe it or not, that brings us to the wrapping up point of episode 3. So, we'll wrap up here. We will come back next time. I will probably do a little bit of mining in between episodes so that I have a few more resources. But that wraps up the Tinker stuff. I might do some Tinkers off camera. I'm thinking we might want to look at maybe progressing along the thermal expansion line next. Because I want to have actual preferably I'd like to make those magmatic generators which run off lava. That would be cool. And, you know, we'll also make some other good stuff. For now, Dire20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf20, and welcome to episode 4 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, lots of stuff I'd like to get done. One thing, I'm getting low on food, so I could go run around and kill some more cows, or we could try and get this farm going a little bit. And I think that's what I'm going to do. To assist with the farm, I want to try out a new tool or a new device that I haven't yet played with. And that is from thermal cultivation. I'd like to try out the watering can. This is a bucket and some copper, which I should have like all I should probably make another bucket though, instead of using the existing one. But that sounds like a nice gadget to get. Now I can upgrade this guy with a little bit of Invar and see so we get a better tier. So nice. Alright, so this guy basically can do a 3x3 area. The hardened can do 5x5, 7x7, 9x9, 11x11. And then there's a creative one that, you know, has some watering. But this watering can should, in theory, go ahead and allow me to speed up the production of wheat. Do that. Aha, okay, cool. So unlike other watering cans, it actually picks up. Oh, but you're fast. I like you. You're really fast for growing crops. Nice. And I've got, you know, whichever mod it is, I forget which mod it actually does it. But there's one that lets you, like, right-click a crop and, like, harvest it without actually, which is cool. Nice. So the water actually runs out pretty quick. But it's not bad to refill. I like that refilling mechanic a little better than the extra utilities one. Only because the extra utilities one feels like it takes a really long time. The extra utilities one doesn't use up the water source, but that's okay. Because we got, you know, it's Minecraft. We have infinite water. That's a thing, right? So this watering can is not bad for an extra little thing. All right, so there's a couple approaches to using the meat that we've got here. There's a few other options for food, obviously, as well, because Pam's changes things up a little bit. So you can either make dough from Pam's Harvest Craft, which requires salt, which you can get from water, and basically a couple of different Pam's tools that have unlimited uses, so once you make them, you're good to go. The other option would be to use your wheat and grind it up in a quartz grindstone that we already have one of, and then you get flour, which you can smelt into bread. So that's pretty much what I've gone ahead and done for a couple of them. That looks like a pretty good approach. The only annoying thing is you can't really easily automate this bit. So we might want to look at doing the other way anyway. Alright guys, so the next thing I'd like to do, right now I've got a pick that has a mining level of diamond. I don't know if that means it can mine, I think it means it's like it can mine diamond, but it can't mine obsidian. And I would like to eventually visit the nether. So what I'm going to do is get some water and some lava and drop it in there. And these guys will mix together into a block of obsidian. That's a sneaky, nifty way to get obsidian. And then what you can do is get a sharpening kit. So obsidian sharpening kits upgrade your tool to be able to mine at a higher level thing. This will give you the ability to mine up to cobalt, it looks like, which is pretty neat. So to get this obsidian sharpening kit, first we just need to get ourselves a sharpening kit pattern. We'll drop it in the chest here. The sharpening kit pattern with some stone, get me a blank stone one, right? And then we can do clay. And once that's done, obsidian. Now I don't know if we need 1 or 2 blocks of obsidian. I'm hoping it's 1, but we'll find out. Yeah, it's just 1. Nice. And then I think I just need some flint. So can we get a piece of flint, please? Look at all 5. I'm pretty sure I just need 1. But now we've got an obsidian sharpening kit. We can drop this, this, and this together. And now we've got fortified with obsidian. That's cool, which means we can mine up to cobalt. At the very best, it means that we can also mine obsidian itself, which is a neat trick, if I do say so myself. It's one of the ways that I usually sneak around the need to use diamonds early game. It's a trick. It works. So with that said, we now have the capability to mine. I wouldn't mind getting a hammer. That would probably be a neat thing to have right now. And nice. That's good stuff. All right, so I should be able to break this obsidian no problem. It's going to be a little bit slow, but not slow enough that it's going to hinder me. I'm going to get a little bit of obsidian off camera here real quick, and maybe we'll take a quick visit to the nether and see if we can't get lucky. So I'll mine this obsidian off camera real quick, and then we will take a quick trip to the nether and see if we can't get lucky. Cool? All right, I'm going to call that enough mining for the time being. So that is 15 obsidian, right? That should be more than enough to build ourselves a little nether portal. And hopefully we get a nice nether spawn. So plans for today are mostly improve our mining experiences, because right now mining is really slow. We have a nice pick, but we don't have a great, better mining tool. I'd like to get a hammer if we can today. I'd maybe like to look into iron backpacks a little bit, because that's also a nice thing. And also I might look into the dank null today. But that's a lot to do in one episode / one day. So we're going to have to be a little bit aggressive with our time frames if we're going to meet all those goals. So let's pop off to the nether first and see what kind of luck we can have regarding access to cobalt and ardite and all that good stuff. That's really the best tools for what we want to do. So I'd like to have my nether portal be far enough away from my base that it's not a nuisance for me, right? And I feel like over here on this little obsidian beach is kind of like the perfect spot, because I said so and don't question it. So let's build a quick, simple portal. Doing my best not to derp this up too much so I don't have to break a piece of obsidian, because that just takes so long. Cool. All right, I'm gonna risk it. We're gonna go in without any armor or anything and see how lucky we can be surviving the nether. No idea what I'm about to run into, so cross your fingers, because this might be either really bad or just fine. Loading terrain. Hey, not terrible. Ooh, I already see some cobalt. That's cool. Let's get rid of these things and whatever is damaging me. Is that what was damaging me? Those little... Nice. Okay, cool. Go, terrain gen, go. Great, look, we can totally harvest this obsidian. Oh, no, obsidian! I wasn't sure if there was a block under it. And I was like, I'd probably survive, but falling into lava, probably not the best idea. Okay. So I'm going to head for that ardite as well that I can see down there. Both good materials for stuff and things. Ooh, I think I hear a ghast. This looks pretty safe, right? Where are you? Ow! Fire. Fire bad. Come on, I can return to sender you, right? Oh, he got me. It's alright. That's okay. I've got a gravestone marker, which technically I don't really need. All we have to do, if you right-click this, by the way, it shows you like where exactly you died and what items you had on you. It's pretty cool, right? Technically, we don't need to hang on to that guy, but we will. I'm just gonna... It is nighttime. A smart player would probably sleep through the night before venturing across the world into this nether portal. But you don't tune in for smartness to this channel. I hope. You tune in for the dire verbs. Okay, so we should be good. So we break this dude, we get our thing. Nice. Oh, I almost returned to sender him. I'm gonna get you gassed. Come on, that totally hit him. So did that. What was that rubber banding? Oh, wrecked. Alright. I'm gonna go get my stuff back, and then we'll be back. Did you see that rubber banding on that? I totally got him on that one. Totally returned to sendered him on the way back. Nice. Alright, luckily, my corpse is here because he totally destroyed my portal, which is bad times for everyone involved. But luckily my corpse here will, ouch. Put this stuff away, break this dude. And my corpse has a flint and steel, so definitely a good thing to bring with you to the nether, because that happens sometimes. Alright, I'm gonna off camera mine some more cobalt. Ow, these thorns hurt. Biomes aplenty, why did I install you? Oh, I see draconium glistening up there in the ceiling. Alright, let me get some obsidian. I will be back in a minute once I've done the task of getting... Well, not obsidian, cobalt is what I'm looking for. Cobalt's the best thing for mining. I'd like to have a bit of that. I'll tell you one thing. These little thistles are not helping my food situation. They hurt. Just breaking them hurts. And it's requiring me to eat a lot of bread. I wonder if there's like a trick to them where you can break them in a way that doesn't hurt. If there is, I've yet to find it. But I have spent a few minutes here just, you know, collecting what I can. So, like, I'm getting nether quartz, and I'm getting glowstone, and I'm getting ardite and cobalt. And I'm just going to keep mining in the nether here for a few minutes, and we'll get back to the base and make some better tools. So today I discovered this is some kind of liquid. It is maybe... Can I get out of this? Come on, let me out. It is a nasty kind of liquid. Ooh, if I do that. Nice. All right, cool. It works like water. That is like a soul sandy kind of liquid, and it is not good, and I would stay away from it. It is very quick sandy. So seeing as I've run out of food, and I've gotten a decent amount of resources here, I think it's about time, ouch, to head back. Kind of glad that gas blew up this thing, because I hate spawning where there's soul sand. Nice. All right, so back to the base. Maybe get myself a little bit more food. I would love to find potatoes. Potatoes are like a great, easy food source. And if I found some of those, that would be nice. You know what else I could do? Rice. I think I saw a rice patty too. Right here-ish? Yeah. Rice is a decent food source as well. Rice bread is good. If you get the actual rice. So we'll do rice seeds in like a 3x3. I don't think I need this stuff so much anymore, and I still have you on me. That's good. So a 3x3 of rice seeds might not be terrible. Okay. Let's take our carrots and our other carrots, and I'll be back in a minute. Let me clean up my inventory, maybe get some rice bread, and we'll be right back. You know what? My chests here are getting a little bit full, so let's get some crates real quick. That would probably help us. Crates are nice. We just need a wooden casing, which needs a few more sticks. I'm thinking at least we'll want 2 of these, right? Can we do that, Mr. Minecraft? That would be cool. And then a couple crates, so like 1 crate. Do we have more wood? We could go mining if we need to, or tree chopping. We've got 1 crate. We just need more wood. That's fine. What I'll do is I'll just use this as a chest to storage crate upgrade. Is a pretty nice thing to throw in. So if you could either just place the crate directly in the world, or you can apply this chest to storage crate upgrade to a chest. Boom, and it upgrades it to a crate. Like right now, I can make this chest be like all blocks and whatnot. And we could totally do nice. So we'll apply this upgrade here. So this will be like, you know, blocks of stuff. And this can be like miscellaneous junky resource stuff, like including plants and whatnot. Mob drops. We'll expand this later, obviously. You can go into the... Well, yeah, I guess we should sleep. Come on. There we go. This can go in here and here. You can hang on to. That looks good, and that all looks good. Okay. You can go in here, and you'll take that. Nice. Okay. You can even go in there. Nice. And I'll upgrade this thing eventually. So, did not get food, but that's alright. Let's start getting some cobalt. I'd like to get a hammer. For that, I'm going to need a tool forge. This guy. So it needs 4 blocks of iron and 3 seared bricks blocks. I may or may not have the seared brick blocks that I need. Let's see. We should have some sand and gravel and a little bit of clay. That should be enough. We'll just get 16 grout, and it's cool. Won't hurt too much. Put you guys away. And I wouldn't mind, like, a manual and sword, because that would be pretty nice now that we've got access to it. So let's upgrade this sword blade. So we're definitely going to want also some clay in here. But 1 in 1 of you. And then we'll want about 8 of those in there. We're also going to want some iron. Would be nice to have. And what else do I want? The clay, that's right. So it might not be a bad idea. I'm just going to borrow this hopper for a minute to hopper this stuff in. So like the clay can go in there, the iron, the other cobalt that didn't fit. Those should all be a good fit for what we want to do. Cool. So now, let's get another sword blade cast ready to roll. So let's get you guys tool rod, which is used for the higher tier stuff. And we're going to want a hammerhead cast. And then we'll also want 4, unfortunately, blocks of iron, but that shouldn't be too bad. Cool, 4 blocks of iron. Now you probably started melting, so we've got, cool, good stuff going on here. Clay is going to come in next. That's not too long to process. So we've got a good amount of cobalt. We've got some manulin, 2 ingots worth, which is great. We've still got some bronze left over. So let's get the sword blade cast first. We'll upgrade our sword to a manulin sword. So let's put some clay onto you. Let's put some more clay. Looks like it's about 2 clay per cast, just as an FYI. And then we'll make manulin the bottom here. I forget if the sword has to be fully repaired before we replace its tool component, but we'll find out. So you're good to go, right? Manulin cools a little bit slower. Now, can I replace you immediately? Can I just do this and this? Yeah, I can. Nice. So this will boost up my attack damage from 7 to 12.22. So like way more attack. And also way more durability. So Manual swords are definitely the best swords for attacking mobs typically. The pick, I wouldn't mind upgrading to a Cobalt pick. So let's do that real quick. And I might as well just throw all my Cobalt in there. It's not going to hurt. So cast the pickaxe head. And then I'm going to want the pickaxe head to be Cobalt. And that'll make it faster and higher tier as well. So that should be cool. Meanwhile, my Grouch. So I can upgrade this dude to basically this, a tool forge, which has access now to hammers and excavators, which are all better stuff, right? So let's get this guy. We'll swap out this and this. Nice, better durability. You know what I should do? Let's repair. Let's get a couple pieces of gold. I think 2 is required for a cast. Melt that up, because I'd like to have an ingot cast, and the best way to do that is basically just take an ingot. Hi, spider, I hear you. Don't. There you are. Leave me alone. Wow, that was good. Love it. So we'll get a permanent cast for ingots, and that is done with gold that we can cool off and take. See, and now we can reuse that cast. And I feel like if I repair my pick before I upgrade it, we will have a fully functional dude, right? So if I do that, that'll repair the pick. And now if we upgrade it, we won't have to use Cobalt to repair it later. So again, this guy's mining speed was 6.8. This one's 12. So it'll mine twice as fast almost and have way more durability as well. So that's really neat. Now we've got a decent amount of Cobalt left in there. So let's get, I want the plates to be Cobalt. So I'll get 2 plates. One for clay, go. And then obsidian. And while that's pouring, I'm going to get myself the hammerhead plate that we're going to need. So each of these requires 8 material cost. So it's 8 iron ingots or 8 cobalt ingots to get what we want. And cobalt also takes a little bit. So we needed a lot of cobalt to get that. But we have enough. We have definitely enough. And then we're going to need the iron ingots. So it looks like we'll have just enough of everything, actually, to make me a cool, nifty little gadget. Now, let's check the book real quick. Because I remember netherrack being not a bad material. I might be wrong about that. There's netherrack. So on the handle, well, that's neat. Modifier is not. No, it's not. Oh, that's an agma slime. Hold on, derp. Yeah, that's not good anymore. Netherrack used to be a decent handle type. Ardite's a good handle type. No, it's not anymore. Interesting. So what is a good handle type? Manualin's not bad. Copper. Let's do copper. Yeah, let's do a copper handle. I definitely want to do that. That's going to require 3 copper. You know why? Because we'll get experience that way. So throw 3 copper in there. We're probably going to need a little bit more clay as well. That's a good idea. I like that idea a lot, as a matter of fact. So that's cool. Let's get the other one of these dudes. So clay, pour it over. Cobalt. So the upgrade that copper gives you is you get experience from more stuff. Now in 110, that included things like cobblestone. So like when you mine stone, you get a little experience from it. I don't know if that still is a thing in 112. I don't know if that was an intended feature, but it works, so I liked it. And we're going to see if it works again. Cool. Now the hammerhead, I want to be iron because I want to have the magnetic trait. Magnetic is cool. It makes the ores that you mine kind of magnetize towards the person who mined it. So it's a pretty neat attribute to have, and I think that'll be good for us. So we'll try that out. And again, you can always swap out any part you want, like we just did with the heads and everything. So that is cool. And then we were going to do iron for the hammerhead. And then our last one will be the thick, tough tool rod. That's 3. So you're pouring in, you're cooling. Not terrible. And then we're going to need copper for that, right? Cool. We have a little bit of cobalt left, which is good. I love watching the iron cool because it turns from red to like a pink to a white. It's really a nifty coloring effect that occurs there. Nice. And bronze? Why did I get bronze? Explain to me why I have bronze in there. Did I have tin still? Oh no, I just never put my copper in. Oh, you're smart. I still don't know how I have bronze in there though. I thought I emptied all the bronze out. Oh well. Copper melts pretty quickly. You know what? I probably threw my bronze in there instead of my copper. That's what happened. I threw my bronze into the hopper instead of copper. Hey, look. They look similar, guys. Cut me a break. All right, so this should be a really nice hammer. Like a really nice hammer. Not the best hammer ever, but a really nice one, no doubt. Dire hammer. Dun 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 dun. So he should have a decent mining level of diamond, which should be just plenty for us for now. Because he's an iron head. So we can break diamond level stuff. We could throw an obsidian cast on there if we wanted to. But we've got well established, which gives us additional experience. We've got magnetic, which, you know, does good stuff. Mining speed is 3.6. It's not the greatest mining speed. I wonder if I did a cobalt head. Let's come back in a sec. I want to try something. I think I can remelt this. Yeah. I want to try a cobalt head and an iron plate and see what happens there. All right, so with 1 cobalt head and 2 iron heads, it's the same mining speed. We get a higher tier mining level, cobalt, but that's something we can easily change. Now, what if I swap this out for this? So that gets me a faster mining speed. Okay. So if I made it a full cobalt head, that would be probably the best mining speed. I don't know if I have enough cobalt for that, but I could probably go get... If I got 2 more pieces of cobalt out of the nether, let's go do that. Just to demonstrate the increased speed that we have, courtesy of cobalt. And that's without any upgrade modifiers. We haven't even done upgrade modifiers yet. Alright, got myself the plate cast. Nice. Alright, so let's try that in there. 4.8. Yeah, I think that's worth using the extra cobalt. It'll just give me a little bit faster speed. Diahammer. Nice. That's cool. Alright, so with that said, I can probably just melt down these 2 irons and reclaim them. And we can throw our ingot cast in there, and we'll get that rolling in a little bit. So let's go give this hammer a try. Oh yeah, that's cool. We can even speed it up a little bit if we want to, using some redstone. We don't have a terribly large amount of redstone, but we would get more if we mined, right? So let's just try it real quick. Like, I'm going to just try it off right here. So if we wanted to mine, like, this 3x3 area, that is pretty quick. I don't know if we need redstone. I don't know that we need redstone, if I'm being honest to you. I feel like we don't need redstone. So that's kind of cool. Now, the only problem is both these tools require cobalt to repair them. And I don't have any more cobalt. I used it all to make this fancy hammer. So we will probably need to collect cobalt in between episodes from the nether. Not a big deal. Not the end of the world. So now the next issue that we're going to run into is going to come by way of... So let's, like, actually expand. Oh, that is beautiful. The point in the game when you get a hammer is really when resource collection really starts to become way better. Nice. You can see I kind of did some branch mining down here and had almost no success. Now, at this point, I haven't thrown any upgrade modifiers onto my pickaxe. So whether or not I use the pickaxe or the hammer to mine things like redstone doesn't matter, because I don't worry too much about, you know, things like fortune, because I don't have fortune on it. But at some point soon, if I get a little bit more lapis, I could throw fortune on my pick, and that would be like, even better. I think that would be nice. Let's just check this out a little bit. So we're getting lots of redstone. That's good. I wouldn't also mind a little bit of coal. One thing we're going to start having a lot of is cobblestone. Good, coal. That, if we want to mine gravel, sand, dirt, etc. in a 3x3. But hey, I'm liking all this good stuff we're getting. And notice all the experience I'm getting. Like, I just got experience from hitting a 3x3. That's pretty cool. Repairing this guy is going to have to be a high priority, though. Ooh, draconium. Because this durability will not last long. I might even just, like, swap out one of the components there. Because it is very fast. I might swap out one of the components, like one of the heads, for iron. And I think that would allow me to repair the hammer with iron. That would probably be a smart move. Do I even have a shovel on me? I do. Cool. Alright, back in a few minutes, going to mine for just another minute or two. But we are definitely getting to the point where I might want to have a backpack. You know what? Maybe now is the best time to do a backpack, because I am already overflowing on resources. Courtesy of this awesome hammer. More coal is good. And that's pretty much what we're going to do. So let's make an iron backpack. Wow, my inventory is super filled up, didn't it? Just want to get the coal. There we go. So an iron backpack will be the last thing we make in today's episode, because it'll definitely help us to be able to hold more items. And then what I'll do between episodes is a bunch of mining, hopefully come back with more resources, and then we can work on the next stage. So there's a lot to do, pretty much. Tons of good stuff. I wouldn't mind expanding my thermal machines. I was considering doing it today, but I decided, you know what, I really want to ramp up my mining. So let's do that. So let's put away some resources. So into here, we've got like this and all this junk. These guys in the resource chest, you can go. You guys can go. Is clay a resource? I don't know. I don't know which inventory I should put clay in. I guess this one. Your miscellaneous junk. Your food that I'm probably hungry and should eat. Oh, and let's get our hopper back. Not that I couldn't make a new hopper, but... Cool. Nickel and all the other ores I got can be processed. And I'll even throw the 21 extra coal I have here. So can we look at backpacks? Because I've killed a few cows, so I should be able to make a basic backpack. It's going to need wool and a chest. So let's sleep through the night, and I can go get some wool from those sheep. And if I want to upgrade it to an iron backpack, which I pretty much do want to do right away, we just need some iron for that. And a blank upgrade, which requires paper and string. That shouldn't be too bad to pull off. So let me just get my shears so I can get the wool situation under control. Oh good, I do have them. Oh come on, I got far enough away from you. Now I'm gonna have to fix that. Creepers, please. Wool. More wool. Excellent. That should be enough wool for the time being. Oh, and we needed string, didn't we? Well, that's not going to be a problem. I see spiders. Nice. I see a few more spiders over here hiding under this tree. It looks like 2. Excellent. So iron backpacks are going to help us out a lot. I'm going to make a basic one now, but we'll probably upgrade it next episode, because we are getting close to the old wrapping up point here. Look at this big mess. You know, hills are not cheap, creeper. Alright, so you slimy dirt, huh? Cool. And I'm going to get my string. I know I've got a little bit more string than that. So let's get some paper for the upgrades that I know I'm going to need. So let's make an iron backpack, shall we? Wood is a thing I don't have any of. Let's just get a regular axe. I don't need a super fancy one. We can chop down this one. This will at least get me going. Goodness, this is a tall tree. To do tree farm. Alright, so iron backpack. Just need a little bit of leather, which we should have some of. Nice. Now the iron backpack by itself, by default, has this many inventory slots. And you can upgrade it with 4 points. And the iron backpacks mod has a bunch of upgrades. Well, I had a bunch of upgrades. I don't know where they all went. Storage emphasis or upgrade emphasis? Let's do storage emphasis. So we'll and that has this many upgrades. Neat. Now we can add upgrades to it, but I don't see the upgrades in JEI right now. So maybe they're not implemented in 112 yet? Is that possible? If that's the case, I might change gears here. But at the very least, one thing we can do is go into our controls. You'll notice some of the controls are not by default configured. But let's look at iron backpacks. I assume there is a backpack hotkey for this. Backpacks? Let me look this up real quick. Is it? No. Be right back. So you used to be able to equip them. According to the wiki or the mod page, the version for 112 is an alpha, so it's not got all the features it used to have, so maybe we can't equip them. But at the very least, we can put stuff in there. So that's a start. So I'm going to go mining. I'm going to go get a bunch of resources, and we'll come back next episode and maybe get something that's a little bit more automated. I'm also going to pop into the nether real quick. I need more food. Let me get that rice. I'm gonna grow some rice. I'm going to eat some. I feel like those are all both like really good ideas. And get some food. Then I'm going to go to the nether. I'm gonna enjoy the nether. I'm gonna get myself a bunch of netherly type things, and it's time to have more fun with the Direwolf 20 mod pack. All right, guys, take it easy. Hello, everyone. This is Direwolf 20, and welcome to episode 5 of Direwolf 20's Let's Play series, season 9. Just did a little bit of mining off camera and repairing my hammer, which I did. One of the things I want to start off with is upgrading my pickaxe, as a matter of fact. How much lapis do I have? Man, not as much as I would have liked to have seen. How much lapis do I need? 60 to get luck 1. So I guess I'll use it. Why not? So I'll get me luck 1. I'm gonna have to throw more lapis on there if I want higher tier versions of luck, but at least now when I go mining, there's a reason to use my pick over my hammer for stuff like coal and redstone and lapis. So that's good. What should we work on today? Lots of good stuff we could do. Let's see, how's my resources doing? Not terrible, actually. One thing that I'm finding a lot when I'm mining is that I'm getting a lot of stuff that I don't necessarily need. So for that, I'd like to start working on getting a dank null. So the dank null needs 5 redstone. So there's different tiers of it. There's lapis, redstone, iron, gold, diamond, and emerald. And I am going to assume... And there's a docking station as well. Ooh, information. Cool. Cool. So you can use the docking station to empty the dank null. So this is a pretty neat gadget. So we need 5 of these panels to get the redstone one. And wow, that's a lot of redstone and coal. We need 5 of those? That seems really expensive. So I guess it might be craftable. I mean, I hope it does what I think it does. Dank Null is one of the mods that looks like I know what it does, but I'm not 100% sure. Before I know for sure, I'm going to need some red dye. So let's go get a poppy. I think I see one really, really far off in this direction. Yay. Ooh, rose flowers too. Nice. Those will come in handy later. So let's see if this thing does what I think it does. So I think first I'm going to need some glass around the red dye. And then we're going to want this. And then we're going to want, if my math is right, 3 stacks each of coal and redstone. Which is a lot of coal and redstone, but once my mining is more efficient, we'll wind up getting more coal and redstone anyway. Those are the 2 resources that, in fairness, you tend to have a lot of. So for that dank null, we're going to need 20 of you and 20 of you. And then I should have enough to make 5 of these. And I can make, that is not what I clicked. Cool, dank null. Neat. And then I can convert you guys back to dust and store the remainder. Excellent. So the way that dank null works is as follows. What I should be able to do is grab some of the resources that we don't need a particularly large amount of. So things like andesite and diorite and cobblestone and granite. All the stuff that we get like tons of underground that we don't necessarily want to have cluttering up our inventory. And I believe what I can do is shift right click, ooh, that's a fancy UI, and just place it in there. Cool. And I think, all right, yeah, so you alt left click to select which, okay, cool, so I'll put these guys in that way, it doesn't matter, but you can alt left click. There you go, select it. So see how it has cobblestone on the dev null now? Cool. There you go. Yeah, now it's cobblestone. Neat. So that could technically go in this slot. Because I shouldn't need it anymore. Now what should happen is, it should automatically pick up any cobblestone that I get. As I mine resources, all the cobblestone will go into the dank null. Now, the tier 1 can happen is as I start getting more and more cobblestone, right, it'll fill up to 2 stacks of the inventory, but then it's going to start voiding it beyond that, which is pretty much what I would like to see happen. You can upgrade it to higher tiers, and it'll have more inventory slots, and it'll have more storage potential for those items. It can get more and more stack sizes, basically. So instead of having 2 stacks of cobblestone, it'll have like 4. I don't know what the second tier actually is, but that's the idea. Nice. Since I'm here, I might as well get more cobblestone and to demonstrate, and more coal. So as you pick up all this cobblestone, it's at 128, but look, there's cobble here, I'm going to go pick it up. It doesn't go into my inventory, it goes in the dank null, and it voids anything above 128. How cool is that? So that will absolutely help with any mining that you're doing. Get a dank null pretty much as soon as you can, because one thing you're going to find as you mine is you're just going to fill up on tons and tons and tons of stuff like cobblestone, granite, diorite, etc. And having the dank null will definitely help you pretty much be able to manage your inventory better. So see, like, all this cobalt here so I can repair my pick. The next thing I want to work on today, I think, is progressing with some thermal type mods. Because thermal is going to give us access to lots of good tools and resources. There's a bunch of nifty stuff in thermal expansion that I frankly haven't played with in a while, so I'm excited to get back into. I think the next thing we should work at is getting more power from thermal expansion. So we're going to want a dynamo. There's a bunch of different types that we can go with. Probably the next most obvious one to go with is the magmatic dynamo that just runs on lava-based power. So basically throw lava in there and it generates power. That's all there is to it. Then there's like compression dynamo that has a bunch of recipes. Generates based on fluid, fuel, and coolant. So there's a bunch of different recipes we can see here. There's also, let's see, reactant dynamo. There's enervation dynamo. Runs on redstone basically, it looks like. Pneumostatic dynamo, which runs on these coin things. But for the most part, we'll probably want to look at stuff like that. Now we can also, by the way, get some good stuff for power gen. So like there's, let's see, I know there's something you can get from trees. Tree oil. Tree oil for thermal. Get you about 1,000,000 RF per bucket of tree oil. Or refined coal, that's cool. So that comes from naphtha, which comes from crude oil. Okay. So I wonder where we can get crude oil from. Either from bitumen or oil shale, which I guess we find on the ground, or oil sand. These are all things to consider. But we can also get that tree oil stuff. That's another option. So let's see, biofuel, naphtha. Let's look at the thermal liquids. So I'm assuming they will be listed here somewhere under thermal foundation. There they are. Yeah. So there's a lot of different ones. Tree oil, I guess, comes from resin. So there's a whole processing method for tree oil. Basically, resin comes from grinding up wood. So that might be another alternative to getting fuel. We will probably want to look into doing some of this stuff. But before we get into it, let's get the basics down. That sound cool? So to get that, let's do some advanced stuff. So I want to get into magmatic dynamo. So that'll probably be the first one I get into, and then we'll look at other ones in the future. For that, we're going to need Invar. There's a couple different ways we can get it. So I would like to get an induction smelter if we can, but the induction smelter requires a bit of Invar. So it looks like we'll be getting Invar the old-fashioned way. Either smeltering, or we can also just grind up dusts, because Invar dust is a thing that you can make by hand using 2 crushed iron dust and some nickel. So basically, 2 iron plus 1 nickel, either in dust or metal form, will work. So how much of this stuff do you get from casting it when you do? So 2 to 1 gets you 144 millibuckets. Okay. So that's probably, so I'm going to say it's 3. So if we did 6 iron and 3 nickel, if we did that ratio, we'd get a block. So let's double that and do 12 and 6. And we'll go throw it in our smeltery out here. My hopper, I moved inside. And to be fair, I should probably just make another hopper. Because iron is not something that we are low on. Cool. So, a couple different ways we could have gone about getting ourselves what we need, but no biggie. I'm also going to dump this out of here, and I should probably also clear out the bronze. Not that it'll hurt, it doesn't mix with everything in there, but that way we just keep this thing clean, right? 2, 3. I think that's how much bronze is in there. Okay, that can go into our metal chest. Along with, I guess, the cobalt. This has kind of become the de facto tools chest. If I remember correctly, I guess I thought nickel smelted a little bit faster, but it's not that fast. Alright, back in 1 minute when this is done. Looking good to me. There we go. Molten Invar, 2 blocks worth. Let's just pour that out into the casting basin. I'll be back on that. Okay, we've got Invar blocks. Nice. So we can convert those to our ingots. Hopefully that's enough to get us this next machine that I want to make. So this is called the Invar. 10 Invar in total, so we should have enough, and machine frame, which needs some tin. So let's grab some iron and some tin. We'll need the Invar that we have on us, and that should be pretty close to good. Yeah, we also need some redstone. We may need a little bit of coal as well. So we'll want one of these. We want 2 of these. We will want a bucket. And we want 2 here. Oh, forget that part. And that should be good. That is good. Induction smelter, go. Nice. Alright, so now that we've got an induction smelter, we can start making Invar a little bit easier than we have in the past. Where did I put those leadstone dudes? There they are. Not the first piece, I would assume, but we'll just close off all the sides here. Now we want to make more Invar. Right? It's easy, right? 6, 3, and it'll just start. That uses. We can upgrade this machine as well. All the machines are upgradable, but for now we don't want to do that because that's going to wind up costing more power, and more power is going to be more trouble. Out of curiosity, we should have ender tanks that we can make. We need an ender pearl or 2, but other than that, we'll also need blaze rods, which I don't think we've gotten any of those either. So that's something we're going to want to keep an eye on. But we might at some point want to get an ender tank and a pump going to get power. That might not be a terrible idea. Cool. So let's make our first magmatic engine. To make this, we're going to want you, 1 of you, 2 of you, and that looks cool. Nice. The magmatic engine, I guess I will put you back here for the time being. So you just need lava. I'm going to leave you on redstone control ignore, so it'll pretty much always run. Let's get ourselves another one of those tanks. Just like we have out there at the smeltery. I could reuse the same one, but I'm going to get a new one. So it's just going to need iron and redstone. A little bit more redstone than I currently have on me. And a single piece of copper, that's bronze, and a little bit more glass. Cool. And that'll be a nice method of holding on to lava. I've got a bucket. I'm going to go downstairs and fill it up. And then what I'm going to do is probably just, for now, it's going to have to be manual, because I don't have any good way to automate getting lava and transferring it across a long bomb. So that should be cool. Let's get this guy down and back in a minute once I've collected all this lava. That looks like a nice full tank. So this will just help augment our power production for the time being. Because the coal steam production is not terrible, but it's not, you know, great either. All right, let's give it a shot. So what I'm going to do is just pop this guy down here. Right-click him to start dumping power into there. So this guy is producing 40 RF a tick, and he should produce a decent amount of power here. So that's just kind of like a little bit more passive way of generating power. We still need to supply a decent amount of lava. That'll probably burn out relatively quickly. That sounds cool. So resin you get with a resin funnel. So basically you need a sawmill with an augment resin funnel, which needs copper plates, tin gears. So to get the plates, interesting, really. I know there's a compressor. I thought there was a compressor. Copper plate. So there's a bunch of different copper plates, lots of different things added. Compactor, that's what it's called. Compactor will get us copper plates. So a compactor will allow us to make plates if we're following the thermal way of making plates, right? There's obviously a dozen other ways. But if we got a resin funnel and a sawmill, we could totally get ourselves some resin, which we can then put into a fractioning still, which needs some nickel. That doesn't look expensive, to make tree oil. And then tree oil gets us 1,000,000 RF per bucket. It's not bad. So let's see. 100 millibuckets becomes 50 millibuckets. All right, so for each piece of wood that we get, if we're going to go this route, we will get 10 millibuckets with a resin funnel. And I'm assuming I can use like regular old oak wood on this, right? Like it doesn't show it in JEI, but I'm hoping that I can. I might need to test this in a single player world real quick. All right, before I went ahead and did this, I wanted to test it. So best way to learn mods, FYI. So you get 10 millibuckets per operation. All right, good to know. So it does actually take a while to get a decent amount of sap. Oh, we don't get it from spruce. Interesting. But we do get it from oak wood, which is cool. Interesting. We don't get it from birch either. But oak definitely, right? Works for me. All right. Best way to learn mods, if you are new to the modding scene, create another world that you cheat in. That's the way to learn. 100%. So if you're not sure how something works, go cheat in a bunch of items, play with the mod, figure out how it works, and then go into your legit world where you're not cheating and give that a try. All right, guys, so I've done a little testing in that creative test world that I have, and I came up with a pretty good solution to power gen, I think, early game. It's going to require a few machines and a bit of automated processing, but it should be really easy to get up and going. So let's do it, because it sounds cool. What I decided I wanted to do is refined fuel. So remember we were looking at that. It comes from naphtha and a fractionating still. We need crude oil. We don't need crude oil. We could also do liquefacted coal, which you get by cooking down coal in a magma crucible. And we can get that coal from a pulverizer. So basically we want to do pulverizer, magma crucible, and then 2 fractioning stills, and we should wind up turning coal into refined fuel through several steps and bits of effort. And the refined fuel actually generates quite a bit of power in your compression dynamo. So we will definitely, I think, want to go ahead and do this. It generates 2 million RF per bucket, which is like a lot of RF. It's really quite good. So let's do it. Let's totally do it. Like let's do it now. So to get started, we're gonna need another pulverizer, which is this. We will also need a magma crucible, which I think I've got the stuff for. We need a couple nether bricks, but that's not a problem. And some more invar, that's also not a problem. We'll also need some electrum, which is not a problem because we can get that from our fancy new induction smelter. We can just put silver and gold together to get electrum in there. And then we'll need some more, we'll need 2 fractioning stills. So ultimately we're going to need 4 machine frames and 4 redstone reception coils, and we're going to need a nickel and copper gear, but the rest of that seems pretty straightforward, right? So let's get a bunch of the stuff we're needing. So we're going to want some nickel and some iron, a little bit of electrum, some copper probably, and some tin. And we're also going to want probably more glass than we have. So that shouldn't be too hard of a request. Sand, please. Let's go dig up a little bit of stuff. Just a little bit more sand. And then what I'll do is craft some of these items off camera real quick and hopefully be able to set up what we want to do. That should be enough sand for now. Cool. While that's cooking, so that should be enough actually for the 4 that we need. Hey, wrong one. Tin gear. 4 of these guys. And then we're going to want 4 of these dudes, right? And we're going to want 2 fractioning stills, which is going to require in total 4 of you. And we're also going to need a bunch of redstone. I forgot about that. We're going to want, ultimately, probably 4 of these guys. And a nickel gear doesn't seem like it would be too hard to get one of. So, actually 2. I forgot. We want 2 of them. And the glass. So we should be able to get 1, 2 of these. Okay. We're also going to need that magma crucible, which needs some nether brick. So let's get 8 netherrack. Smelting. And while we're waiting for that, let's get our invar gears times 4. So we're gonna need so if we need 4 invar gears, we need 16 invar. So let's do like 12 and 6. Does that sound good? 12 and 6 should be enough invar for us. Nice. There's 1 nether brick. Anything else we can get by way of this stuff? I'm gonna wait. I'll get one of these guys, because we're totally going to need one. Let's get our pulverizer while we're waiting, because we're going to need another one of these. So for this, we're just going to need a couple copper gears, which shouldn't be too bad. and I think a piston. And now we should have everything we need for this, except for the flint. Didn't I just get copper gears? Why were you telling me no? There you go. So pulverizer's done, fractioning still is done. Almost enough Invar for what we need, and this guy... done. Cool. So then we just need the magma crucible, which we may want to use. We'll definitely want more magma crucibles later down the line, but for now we'll be all right. Cool. Magma crucible. So this should be the line of stuff that we need. Let's also snag a little bit more lead. What do I want this setup to be? That's a really good question. What I should probably consider doing is maybe clearing out a little bit of space back here for the proper house and all that stuff. But until we get to that point, we can do this. This will be like a temporary little setup here. So you're going to do that. And I'm going to actually use my wrench just for visual purposes to disconnect that guy, because we don't want to actually have him connecting. Let's run some lines under here. And like this wall is going to be my wall of refined oil making. Does that sound cool? So I think all we need to do is put down our pulverizer, followed by our magma crucible, followed by our 2 fractioning stills. Okay? And I'm going to configure you so that you output to the right. So you're going to grind coal into coal dust and push it to the right. You're going to be configured to accept from the left and push out to the right. So that's going to turn coal dust into liquefacted coal. You're going to accept from the left and push out to the right. And that's going to dump out the naphtha. And then you're going to accept naphtha from the left and push out to maybe the top. Yeah. And I'm going to make another tank for that. So you all should be having power now. You should all pretty much be good to go. I'm going to get 40 coal and just drop it in there. And let's see what happens. While that's cooking, let's get another tank. So we're going to want another one of you. And you. I'm going to put the tank right here so he can start accepting that naphtha fuel stuff. So pulverized coal gets turned into liquefacted coal, which is immediately dumped into here. Liquefacted coal is fractioned into naphtha. And then the naphtha, we get, I think it's 100 liquefacted coal becomes 50 naphtha. And then we need 100 naphtha, so we need 2 processes of that to get our refined fuel. So this is a fuel refining system. It basically is getting us, like, turning coal into a better fuel source and refining it into, you know, much better stuff. And then it's all going to land right in here. You can see a little pool of stuff. A compression dynamo will be required. So let's get one of those. That's going to require a couple tin gears. And a piece of silver. Cool. So that compression dynamo. So the magma, the lava is actually doing a pretty good job of powering our stuff. And if we wanted to at some point, I'm not going to need my steam dynamo anymore, because I'm going to want to have all of my. I'm not going to want to just put coal in a steam dynamo. It's going to be inefficient at this point to do it this way. So let's put you actually in here for now. That should be cool. Put away some metals. You can make more glass for me. Cool. So you've got some fuel going on. Another thing I think I'd like to do, can I have a hardened upgrade? Because a hardened upgrade would be nice. Just requires Invar and a bronze gear. That seems totally doable. Do I have 4 Invar? I do. We're going to need more bronze, but that's not a problem because we have this guy to make bronze ones as well. Sweet. What else do I need for Invar? That's about it. Just some redstone. So you're going to make bronze directly. Cool. Bronze gear. That works. And an in-bar upgrade. So these upgrades can be applied to all the machines and to the compression dynamo and dynamos. There's basically several upgrade kits. There is bronze, followed by reinforced, which requires electrum and silver gears. But you also need some hardened glass, which we don't have access to yet. We need some... Actually, we might have access to be able to do that. I think we can get hardened glass now that we have the induction smelter. Move your machines a little bit, but it also will make sure that you're set to always running. And we'll pop this guy here, and we'll let the fluid flow in. Nice, so we've got refined. We've got 700 millibuckets of refined fuel. I'm going to go let you collect all the refined fuel that you're doing. So I don't know exactly, which we will probably need later on. And we also get tar, which can be used to create torches or sticky pistons or leads. But you can also like smelt it. You can use it to get creosote oil. There's a few things you can do with tar. But we're continuing to get naphtha and even more sulfur. That's cool. I'll store that in this chest with my other dusts. So this guy by itself will create 40 RF a tick, but simply throwing the hardened upgrade kit in there, boom, now it's only doing 60. Nice. And then there's augments we can throw in, because the first hardened upgrade kit gives us access to 1 augment slot. Further upgrade kits will give us access to further augment slots. And there's a bunch of augments we can put into this thing. If you take a look at the augment line, thermal expansion, so this is a machine augment. You can see it says machines. It increases the processing speed. And it also, so basically it makes it run faster but use more power. This is increases the chance of a secondary output, destroys excess secondary output, so if you don't want to keep cleaning out stuff. Trivection chamber is a nice output upgrade for smelting, because it doubles any food that you cook, so that's pretty cool. There's a bunch of upgrades for all kinds of stuff. Some of them are specializations, which means that it changes the functionality of the machine a little bit. One thing that we might want to look at, so there's this guy, auxiliary transmission cord. It basically increases the power generation. It makes you generate more RF per tick, and you can see it goes in dynamos, but overall it produces less energy, so it's like less efficient but more power RF. And then there's an augment to increase fuel efficiency, which is pretty neat. So for now, I want to increase it. That would be kind of cool. You can swap these in and out, by the way, as much as you want. So silver, let's do that. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna do this one. So if I dropped this guy in here, boom, now we're producing 120 RF a tick instead of 60. See how cool that is? If we did fuel catalyzer, it wouldn't directly show us, but you'd see that we would get more RF per fuel, basically. There's a couple other ones we can do. Side advanced throttle, dynamos. There's a specialization, I think. Magmatic, compression. Coolant is no longer consumed. That's kind of a nice one. Compression dynamo greatly increases power generation and efficiency. Only refined fuel can be used. So this makes a specialized compression dynamo that makes it so that refined fuel is even better. That requires pyrotheum dust, hardened glass, and signalum gear. That might be a little bit harder to make right now. So let's go with this one for now, but we will maybe work next episode towards getting ignition plugs. That would be kind of neat. So let's turn this guy on. All we need to do is give him some water. Now, just like the steam, it's going to use up some of that water. There is an upgrade, closed loop cooling, which makes it so that coolant is no longer consumed, but you do have to put coolant in there. Also, there's other types of coolant. The best way to check out what other types of coolant there are is to look up cryotheum. And look up the uses of cryotheum. There's a coolant tab, and you can see what all the different coolants are. So there's gelid cryotheum, there's distilled water, which is a little bit better than regular water, and then there's IC2 coolant, which is pretty good. So gelid cryotheum is your best, but we don't really, that's more of an end game kind of thing. But for now, we're producing a lot more RF per tick than we were when we started this whole little operation, and refined fuel is going to last a really long time. You can see we're going to burn through water pretty quickly. There you go. But, I mean, we haven't even used 100 millibuckets of refined fuel yet. It is still going. So this stuff lasts a really long time, and that's pretty cool. So one thing I'd like to do is maybe get the augment in there that makes it so you don't use up... let's see. What is the cost of this? We need cryothium dust and hardened glass. So we might look into doing that next episode. We have, though, totally burned past the wrapping up point for this episode, though. So we're going to come back next episode and play a little bit more of this stuff. So for now, Daryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. This is worth it. Trust me. Way super worth it. Way better than Steam. And we haven't even put in the upgrade that increases power gen and efficiency yet. So going through the effort of processing your coal into refined fuel, 100% worth it. Totally a cool thing to do. Plus you get tar, which is neat, and you can use it for things. I don't know exactly what I'm going to use it for, but it looks cool. So for now, Daryl20 signing off. We've got another 1,300. So we got a total of 2,000. So we got 2 buckets of fuel from 40 coal, right? And according to JEI, that's going to be about 4 million RF. So we're actually going to be in really good shape with RF production from that. I would like to get the closed loop coolant so I don't have to keep feeding water in, but that's really kind of optional because at some point soon I could probably automate water. And it might be worth it to automate water so we don't have to waste an upgrade slot on closed loop cooling because water we can automate pretty easily. But we'll look into that. For now, Daryl20 signing off. Hope you guys enjoyed the episode. Take it easy. Hello everyone, this is Direwolf20 and welcome to episode 6 of Direwolf20's Let's Play series. Today, I would like to work on a few things, as a matter of fact. I'm getting an excavator head pattern, because I wouldn't mind having an excavator head. So I'm going to need one of those. I think I'm going to go with like an iron excavator head. For the binding, it doesn't really matter all that much what the binding is, and the tool rod as well. That should be fine. Let's get some clay casts going here. I'm thinking iron, just because I can. It doesn't really matter. We could go bronze too. Maybe, yeah, let's do like a 6 and 2 kind of thing. That should get me 8. And I'm going to do 8 of this. And that should work out pretty good. So that should get me 8 bronze and 8 iron. And if that's correct, then what we should see pretty quickly is half bronze, half iron pickaxe, or excavator. What I'd like to work on today, potentially, is building a house. I think it's time to move out of this hole in the wall that we call a base and move into a proper home. And I'm going to do something that I have not yet done before in any series. I would like to start out building relatively nice looking houses. There will still be 9x9s, but like instead of just using like plain old cobblestone, maybe we can use some fancier looking material. Because we've already got some good smelting going on, so we can totally cook up stone, and we can use chisel. We can try and make like the wood floor patterns like I like to do. This is Dire you're looking at here. I ain't the best builder that you ever seen in your life, but who knows? Maybe they'll turn out halfway decent.